Jags. Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
Good morning. The sun is shining and we are ready to go. We get to start with the quarterfinals from last night's Kick Booty 15K warm-up. We will begin with round 8, which is the quarterfinal, and we have 6 cars remaining in the race. In between rounds on that, we'll be doing some new entry time runs, and then we'll go into the Thursday Fuel Tech 50K. And yeah, are you ready? Get your coffee. I gotta get mine. It's over there on the counter. So yeah, get your coffee, get whatever you want to get yourself comfortable. We have a long day. I'm sure we'll go to at least 11 tonight. It's awful when you start out tired. So but the racing will keep you awake. Hey, so anyway, I'll let you watch this track do nothing, and while they're getting some people in the lanes for the quarterfinal. Thank you to Jegs for bringing Motormania TV in and keeping us free to you, the viewer. And yeah.
Good morning, Motor Mania. Welcome to Thursday of the second annual Hansen Global Incorporated SFG Christmas Bracket Bash presented by Jegs. Before we get going with our Fuel Tech Thursday 50K, we're going to finish up our Kick Booty Motorsports 15K warm-up from last night. We have 6 remaining competitors. We're in round number 8. We got 3 door cars and 3 dragsters. We've asked them to come on up to the staging lanes in lane 6 for pairing. Between rounds, we're also going to run our new entry time runs. If you're on the east side, put them in the lanes 1 and 2. If you're over on the west side, put them in 11 and 12. So we're going to finish up our Kick Booty Motorsports 15K warm-up today. 3 rounds remaining before we crown the winner, and then we'll move into our Fuel Tech 50K Thursday. Beautiful weather again here this morning. I heard it's potentially going to be, I think it said record high for the area for today, 85 degrees or more here in December in beautiful Bradenton, Florida. So we'll be going live on track here shortly. Got the glue going down for you, as Nick Agresta says from back home. Wade out there getting the track prepped, ready to go. Spraying all the way down. So should be good to go here shortly this morning. So bring them on up to the lanes and we'll get started.
Once again, you have heard Brad make the call to the staging lanes for new entry time runs. If you're on the east side, lanes 1 and 2. If you're on the west side, lanes 11 and 12. And we'd like to get our competitors remaining for round 8 in last night's Kick Booty 15K Wednesday warm-up. We need you to staging lane 6 for pairings. We'd like to get going at 8:30. That is 5 minutes from now. So please get them warmed up, get them into the staging lanes. Round 8 to begin at 8:30, 5 minutes from now. So our 3 door cars and our 3 dragsters remaining from last night or yesterday, please come to staging lane 6 for pairing. We've got one door car in lane 6, ready to race. Waiting on 2 other door cars and 3 dragsters, so please bring them on up. Get paired up. And we'll get going to finish out the remainder of the 15K warm-up here this morning. And then we will start, once we run our new entry time trials, we'll start with our 50K, Fuel Tech 50K today. Also, this would be the time, if you got here last night, to head on over to the registration trailer, get all your tech cards taken care of, get them filled up, or filled out completely, legibly, hopefully, so we can get your name with your entries correctly, and all your friends at home can hear your name while they see you going down the racetrack on the Motor Mania TV. And we thank Jegs for covering that tab so you can watch this at home in the comfort of your own living room. Okay, we got another dragster in, waiting on 2 dragsters and 2 door cars. Two dragsters and 2 door cars. We're missing you. A couple of you have buys. That's certainly nice to have in a continuation race. Bring them on down. We'll get you paired up. We'll get you down the track so we can establish our final in dragster and final indoor car before the ultimate final dragster door car for 15K. We have 3 of our competitors from last night's race that have found their way to the staging lanes. We're looking for 3 more. 1 door car, 2 dragsters. We need you to staging so we can get you paired up. We can get you on down the track as soon as possible. See Mikey Bloomfield coming in. So we'll have all our door cars, and we're waiting on 2 dragsters. And get everything situated and squared away. And get on to today's program, as we're also finishing out yesterday's $15K, $15,000 on the line from yesterday's warm-up race presented by Kick Booty Motorsports. And we've got almost everybody now. We're waiting for 1 dragster. Interesting ride into work today, listening to Christmas music on the way to the racetrack. A different feeling, but a wonderful one. Christmas a little over a week away. Originally being from Minnesota, I have no snow to shovel. I don't have to warm up the car in the morning before I go to work. A cloudless sky right now over Bradenton. We're looking for a high in the mid-80s, and they said it will get all the way down to the mid-60s for a low. For those of you from up north, you know that's a joke. It doesn't get much better than this for weather and racing action that will be going on today. Still waiting on 1 dragster. Staging lane 6, bring it on in. Russ Elzy, please come to the tower. Russ Elzy, please come to the tower. Okay, we've got cars in the burn box. Everybody please listen up. Russ Elzy with today's invocation, which will be followed by our national anthem. Right now, here's Russ Elzy.
Thank you. Our Lord God, we thank you so much for your love, your grace, and your mercy. We thank you for the freedom that we have to be able to participate in this greatest sport. Lord, we pray that you would be with us today to guide us, to keep us safe, Lord. We think of the drivers, the crew members, the spectators, the staff, and administration as well, Lord. We just ask for your hand of protection on this track today, Lord, as we come to you in the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Russ. And now, if you would please rise and remove your hats, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Jags.
Race fans, We are kicking off today with round 8 of yesterday's $15,000 to win warm-up race, presented by Kick Booty. In the burn box now, we have Mikey Bloomfield Jr., left side, dialed in 617. Doug Milner in his 73 Pontiac Astra, dialed 543 over in the right. It would go without saying, but then I wouldn't have a job if it went without saying. All these competitors were wrecking it last night, and they're anxious to see who settles it out and finishes in the top spot for that $15,000. And here we go with burnouts. And while we're running round 8, I want to remind you, if you are a new entry time run, if you came in last night and you haven't been down the racetrack at all this weekend, bring your car down to either staging lanes 1 or 2 if you're on the east side of the track, or if you're on the west side of the track, staging lanes 11 or 12. There are cars in the lanes so you can see where to go. Both cars in and stage. The tree comes down and away they go. Big wheel stands by both cars. Doug Milner hands the win over to Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Milner 5 red, Bloomfield 26 green, 7th thou under. He'll tune up both ends of that and come back for the door car final, where he'll face off against Ryan Harem. Right now Ryan in the right lane, dialed 546. About to make his DragRaceSolutions.com buy run. Last buy run for this class for this race. And away he goes, Ryan Harem, 7 on the tree. On down the track he goes, 543 on the 546 dial. He'll come back around to face Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Coming out now, our only pair of dragsters this round. Right side, McKenna Brown dials up 458. Left side, Scott Gibson. Pair of Florida racers here. Gibson dialed 453. Both drivers in, and away we go. Reaction time advantage favoring the dragster. From Jegs.com, McKenna Brown turns it into a win. She goes 5 on the tree, dead 0. 5 total for McKenna Brown here in round 8. 5 total. Gibson was 18 on the tree and didn't stand a chance. Now making his DragRaceSolutions.com buy run, Tyler Bohannon. On the left side, dials up 493. I'm going to assume he's going to cut it off at 330 foot and try and run the number. If he wants a lane choice, he's going to have to do better than a 5 on the tree. And away goes Tyler, 18 on the tree on the 493. He turns it loose and goes 491 with the 2. He's set up. He knows what he's doing. He'll be back to face McKenna Brown in the dragster final, round number 9 of yesterday's $15,000 15K race presented by Kick Booty. Before we start today's Fuel Tech 50 grander.
Jags.
Because we're going to have our competitors come back for round 9 and then finally round 10. Once we run that, we will be starting our Fuel Tech 50K today. $50,000 on the line today after we finish our $15,000 race from yesterday. And that's what we got on the track right now. New entry time runs on the track. And if you are a new entry time run, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 if you are pitted on the east side of the track, lanes 11 and 12 if you're pitted on the west side of the track, just to make things simple. A lot of excitement for all the drivers in their cars this morning, whether you're making a time run or whether you're involved in yesterday's race. Door car and a dragster on the line now, getting their time run in. Being new entries, we don't have everybody in the computer yet, so we'll get those names in once the race starts. Right now, I'm a little handcuffed as far as that goes. Drivers 00, but 00 on the red side. They'll get them dialed in, readjust a delay box here and there. Here's one I do recognize, Dave Triplett, left side. Took a day off of work to come out and race for 50 grand. Also, if you're a new arrival, you can get staging announcements on your phone via text message. If you text message Race SFG, one word, to the number 74121. That way you can receive text messages you can't hear, or if you don't want to hear the PA announcement. Another option. Couple of dragsters on the line now. Left side, Gary Carboni. Carboni out of Cortland Manor, New York. Wheels up launch on the left side. He lights it up red, goes through at a 441. Got to be happy with that pass. If you are one of the 4 remaining semifinalists, please bring your vehicle. Please bring your vehicle to lane 6 so we can get on with the semifinals of yesterday's 15K warm-up presented by Kick Booty. Right now on the track you're seeing new entry time runs. Guys who rolled in last night and gals getting their time run in for today's Fuel Tech 50K. So as we're running our new entry time runs, we once again ask our semi-finalists to come back to staging lane 6. We got Mikey Bloomfield in the wheel standing S10 pickup. We got Ryan Harum. He's going to square off running the Chevy 2 out of the Cummings stable. We got McKenna Brown in the jegs.com entry, and Tyler Bohannon, most recent $1 million winner, all here to battle it out in the semifinals from yesterday's 15K warm-up race. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, we're ready for you. Once again, if you're watching on MMTV, you're watching new entry time runs. These are guys and gals that showed up last night, haven't been down the track. They're getting their time run in for today's Fuel Tech 50K, $50,000 on the line. And we'll be starting that race later this morning. McKenna Brown making her way back into the staging lanes. We'll be waiting on Mikey Bloomfield, Ryan Harem, Tyler Bohannon. Recognize a lot of these? Well, I know you don't mind, but yeah, some of these guys from out of state that you don't recognize. Yeah, that's between. We'll also get a plug-in preemptive strike for our chapel service, going to be Saturday, December 18th at 8 a.m. here in the bleachers, just to the east of the starting line. Racers for Christ chapel service Saturday, 8 a.m. Keep that in mind. And as Tyler Bohannon swings the dragster around and puts it in the staging lanes, we're moments away from our semi-final in yesterday's 15K warm-up, round 9. They'll get things squared away. We'll get them down the track with having only 2 remain after that. In the meantime, on the track right now, new entry time runs for today's Fuel Tech 50K, $50,000 to win today. And we'll start that race later this morning. A quick discussion has been had, and now our drivers are suiting up. A couple of minutes, we'll have them in the burn box for their semi-final run. Round 9 coming up. 2 door cars, 2 dragsters remain. Once again, Mikey Bloomfield will square off against Ryan Harem. McKenna Brown to square off against Tyler Bohannon. New entry time runs. If you are a new entry time run, you should be in the staging lanes. We're getting ready to run our semi-final round. Round 9 from yesterday. After that, there will only be 1 round left. And we will start filling the lanes with cars for today's Fuel Tech 50K. So if you're back in the pits dawdling around, thinking you can get a late time run in, you might miss it. So get your new entry time run into the staging lanes. 11 and 12 on the west side, 1 and 2 on the east side. But right now, just about to come into the burn box. We have our door cars for the semifinal of Wednesday's 15K warm-up presented by Kick Booty. Ready to square off. Burnout's complete. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. left lane in the red S10, sticking with his 617 dial. He'll be chased by Ryan Harem. Harem dials 545 in the right. Both drivers careful to stage. Tree comes down, and away they go. Reaction time advantage favors the Chevy 2, but he breaks it out. Mikey Bloomfield, 19 on the tree, dead 8. Ryan Harem, 008, 100th under, gets behind. He was 2 over, sorry. He gets behind 1 thou. Your winner, Mikey Bloomfield Jr. Left lane, Tyler Bohannon dials 460. McKenna Brown, 458 in the jegs.com entry on the right side. Here we go. Reaction time advantage favoring Bohannon, but can't get the job done. He's 18, 2 over 4, gets 5 thou behind. McKenna Brown, 26, 459 with a 1 to be 5 thou ahead. McKenna Brown to square off against Mikey Bloomfield Jr. in the final of Wednesday's 15K warm-up. We'll get those drivers back and in the lanes and turned around as quick as we can before we start today's Fuel Tech $50,000 to win race.
Jegs.
Not much time remaining. If you are a new entry time run, or if you haven't taken your new entry time run, you should either be in staging or making your way to staging to get that time run in. If you're on the west side of the track, bring your car down to staging lanes 11 and 12. If you're on the east side of the track, bring your cars to staging lanes 1 and 2 to get that new entry time run. We are going to close the staging lanes for new entry time runs at 9:45. That's 20 minutes you got to get it up into the lanes and get down the track for your new entry time run, but we're going to close the staging lanes at 9:45. Just to give you a heads up. New entry time run. Staging lanes will close at 9:45. And if we could, we'd like to get our finalists into staging lane 6 for the 15K warm-up, Wednesday's warm-up, presented by Kick Booty Motorsports. We could get our finalists, Mikey Bloomfield Jr. and McKenna Brown, into staging lane 6. And as we near the beginning of today's race, just want to let no box cars to know that you are on standby. No box, you are on standby. Once again, on the track now. New entry time runs going down the track. As we're waiting for our finalists to come back, McKenna Brown on her way. Expect Mikey Bloomfield Jr. to follow up shortly, where we will have our final of yesterday's 15K warm-up here at the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash in Bradenton Motorsports Park, beautiful Bradenton, Florida, USA. Weather today is fantastic. Slight wind direction change from yesterday, otherwise it's going to be about the same. A little more sun on the track today than yesterday, had a few more clouds. Track conditions were excellent all day long into the evening. We expect more and more great racing as the days proceed. This is day 2 here in Bradenton. We got 2 cars left from yesterday's race. New entry time runs are going to end. We're going to close the staging lanes at 9:45. And I am putting our no box cars on standby. No box, you are on standby. If you haven't made your new entry time run, we're closing the staging lanes in 15 minutes. Our finalists are in the lanes, in their cars, suiting up as we speak. In just a matter of minutes, Kenna Brown will battle it out with Mikey Bloomfield Jr. in the as promised door car versus dragster final here at Bradenton Motorsports Park today. Ten minutes remain to get your new entry time run in. Only 10 minutes remain to get your car to staging. One last time run before we bring out our finalists. Finalists are coming to the water box right now. McKenna Brown going to be in the right lane, dialed 458. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. left lane stays on his 617. Here we go. Both drivers, burnouts complete. Bloomfield Jr. first to pre-stage. In comes McKenna. They're both in and away they go. Big reaction time advantage favoring the S10 pickup. Mikey Bloomfield Jr. turns it into a win. He's 5 on the tree, 1 over 7, 22 total. McKenna Brown 35 on the tree, 1 over 7 in the runner-up position. Congratulations to both our finalists. Mikey Bloomfield Jr., your winner. 15 grand to start his week off here at the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash presented by Jegs. Good job by both our drivers to wade through 9 rounds to get to that 10th round final. Congratulations, Mikey. Congratulations, McKenna. We're going to continue with our new entry time runs. You got 5 minutes to get to staging. If you plan on making a new entry time run, then we're going to close down the staging lanes. And no box, you are on standby. No box for today's.
Jegs.
No box round number 1. It's your time to shine. Bring them up to lanes 3 and 4. If you don't have a run sticker on your car, you're not making a time run. It's real simple. Don't care if you left it in the trailer, your mom's got it, your dog ate it, it's with your homework. If you don't have a run sticker, you don't go down the track. It's easy peasy. Thank you everyone for coming. Great sunshiny day in Florida. it's on, but there we go. Race cars are loud. Downtown McKenna Brown, 10 rounds. Mom and Dad aren't coming till tomorrow with the Christmas candy. I've already got the in.
Yeah, I wish they could have been here today, but I'm glad they'll be here tomorrow.
Homemade Christmas candy for Mom.
Yeah. I know, I haven't even tried it.
Who are we thanking? That's, of course, the big name on the side.
Yeah, I got a lot of people to thank. First, I want to thank Dave and Michael, the Silver Fox. He's going to hate me for that. Sorry. I want to thank my parents. I know they're watching at home. They watch me every round. I want to thank everyone at Jegs back in Ohio who supports me. And I want to thank everyone here at SFG in Bradenton for everything they do. And I want to thank my grandpa. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be doing this today.
So, McKenna Brown, 10 rounds, runner-up, $15,000 warm-up race from yesterday. It's hard. There we go. Congratulations, McKenna. It's hard.
New entry time runs are continuing, closing the staging lanes here in 2 minutes. So if you haven't got your new entry time run, you'll be flipping a coin on whether you're going to buy back or not. We've made the call out to no box for today's Fuel Tech 50K, no box, staging lanes 3 and 4. Bring them on up.
Work or not, pointing towards the tower. Your head and you're driving lights out, double O, big wheelies, sexy burnouts, the whole package. So it's good time. Any round that didn't go the way you thought?
I've been first round today. I'm then come out blind. Don't know what you're going to go, or the light wasn't perfect, and not at all. Oh, no.
Who's thinking? Where's Dad at? Dad up there? No.
It's working.
You gotta aim it for the top.
Thompson, FTI, Bruce, all everybody. I'm not good at this. I don't win much. There was no interview. I didn't have to do.
Oh. Because you're on strike on.
Do it.
Again, my blue. First break, out, abs covered, no pressure. Now you can just go after them.
Jags. Jags. Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
We've got our center line figured out on our engine and ground height. That's when we start making our motor mounts.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Jegs!
Staging lanes 5 and 6. Red run sticker door cars only. Staging lanes 5 and 6. So we have our final new entry time run.
Last new entry time run.
On the track right now. Will be followed out by our no box competitors. If you are a no box competitor and you are not in the staging lanes, you are late. Red run sticker door cars. Red run sticker door cars. We need you to staging lanes 5 and 6. Bring them on up, ladies and gentlemen. Red run sticker door cars, lanes 5 and 6. If you are doubling in no box, if you are a doubled no box competitor, please let Daryl or someone at the head of staging know that you need to come back. And then we do need you to come back as soon as possible to complete your second entry run.
Jegs!
And here we go. They're suited up and ready to go. Out of the staging lanes they come. Round 1, day 2. Fuel Tech 50K, $50,000 to win Thursday. Starting off right now. Brian Cerruti right lane. Dials up 638. Gene Milton, left lane, 656, her dial. '18 Demon left side, 67 Camaro right side. Both drivers away. Lights are awfully close, only 5 thou apart. But Cerruti gets the job done. He's 64 on the tree, 2 over with a 3, getting there by 2 thou. 2 thou. Next pair out, left side, that's Carly Holbrook. Dial 695, going to get chased by Kevin Pollard. Dialed 550. Both cars in, 3 comes down, and away they go. Carly Holbrook lights it up 5 thou red, but she would have needed a very good light. KP 1 on the tree, 6 thou under, moving on to round 2. Next pair out, left side, that's Gene Pickett in the 73 Pinto. Taking on Ben Knight. Ben Knight in the motorcycle on the right side, dialed 585. Pinto dialed 651. Reaction time advantage favoring the motorcycle. He sits up on the bike, does a chicken wing or 2, gets the job done. 44 on the tree, 4 over, takes 3 thou, cuts it a little close, but gets the job done. Ben Knight moving on. Next pair, Cameron Thomas on the left side in the S10. Dials up a 610. Chris Knapp, right side, 646, the dial for the Vega wagon. Cameron Thomas, red. Knapp goes 27, 25 under. On he goes to round 2. And I think Thomas will be turning that thing around, coming back for his second entry. Left side now, Tim Butler. Butler dialed in with a 605, going to be chasing down Robert Hyclack. Hyclack in the Corvette, right side, dialed 663. Hyclack, red. Butler, 21 green. Runs it on down for a 605 with a 2. Dead 2. 23 pack total. Tim Butler starting his day out like Tim Butler starts his day out. Next up, left side, Tucker Creech, dials 594. Be taking on Aaron Milton. Milton in the 68 Firebird, dialed 587, right side. Tree comes down and away they go. Reaction time advantage favoring the Pontiac. Aaron can't run the number, or actually gets behind, gives it back 9 thou. Tucker Creech 38 on the tree, 1 over 6. Your winner, Milton 26 on the tree, 3 over with a 7. Headed to the buyback window. Buyback's only $250 today to get back into a $50,000 race. Red and white run sticker door cars now to staging. Red and white run sticker door cars to staging. Little lull in the action as our double entries come back around to get matched up for their second run. So hang in there. We'll have cars going down the track momentarily. And here we go, 2 final pair in this round. Nikki Thomas, last night's no box winner, completing her burnout, bringing the car up, or the truck up to stage. Dials a 618, going to get chased by Ben Knight. Ben Knight with his second entry in the motorcycle, dials 587. Nikki lights it up 22 red. Ben Knight hits the tree pretty good. 15 in the tree. 200ths under. Moving on. He's 2-0 for round 1 in no box in the motorcycle. Ben Knight doing a great job to start his day. Coming back for his second run. I think we got Cameron Thomas, right side. Dialed up at a 616. Mustang on the left side. Dialed in 614, almost heads up. And away we go. Reaction time advantage favoring the Mustang as the S10 has trouble. Mustang taking the win, S10 something bad happening off the starting line. Only made it out there about 200 feet. Driver getting out of the car. Driver looks okay. Something.
Santa has a new sleigh this year, trusted by all since 1960.
Jeez.
Hey, another reminder while we were trying to push this or get this S10 off the track. You are required to wear long pants, plain and simple. No shorts in the cars. You'll get one warning, and this is it right now. So no more warnings. If you're going to wear shorts, you're not going to go down the track. You'll forfeit that round. No refunds. Come on, we all know better. No shorts in anything. No shorts in anything. So if you're in the staging lanes wearing shorts and you're planning on not putting your long pants on, just turn around.
So wrapping up no box. Going straight into door car round number 1. So red and white run stickers, you have been called for round number 1 door cars. Red and white run stickers, you have been called. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone watching in on Motor Mania TV. This is a beautiful, slightly breezy Thursday. Currently 77 degrees, a slight crosswind. On this Fuel Tech 50,000 Thursday. We just wrapped up our 15,000 warm-up just a little bit ago. Congrats to Mikey Bloomfield. Winner of that is McKenna Brown was runner-up for that.
Thank you.
So finishing up a cleanup from our last no box competitor, and we are going to go into round number 1 of door car category. Red and white run stickers, you have been called. So red and white run stickers. Now is your time to show up in the staging lanes. So thanks to Joe Kerner and Hank Mulligan for announcing yesterday. Mark Talmadge left side. Chevrolet Vega dialed in at 6:01. And my screen says Miss Carol McCarty over on the right-hand side. She is dialed in at 5:16. There we go as we kick off round number 1 of the door car category. McCarty going to be your winner as Talmadge turns at 005 on the red side. So McCarty 024, 519 with a 5 on the 516 dial in. Talmadge after the red light, 604 with a 3 on that 601 dial in. So McCarty moving on. BJ McClintock left side. And Dale Faxton right side. McClintock left side dialed in at 637. Faxton right side dialed in at 533. So Faxton going to be your winner as McClintock turns at 007 on the red side. Faxton 005, one above 1. Nice little 16 pack for him. He will take the win. McClintock after the red light, dead on with a 7, no good. Faxton going to be your winner on the right hand side. Gary Browning and Tom Heath. Come here, our next pair. Browning left side, dialed in at 624. Tom Heath over on the right-hand side. The Deuces Wild Chevy 2, dialed in at 643. Tom Heath going to be your winner as Gary Browning turns at 011 on the red side. So Heath 005, one above 5. 20 pack. Gary Browning 011 red goes 621 with a 9 on the 624 dial in. That is the third consecutive red light on the left lane for the box guys. We'll see if Dave Connolly can roll a few numbers in and turn it green. That'll be him and John Laster next pair. Connolly left side dialed in 568. Laster right side dialed in at 574. Connolly going to be your winner as John Laster turns at 015 on the red side. So Connolly 009, one above 2. Going to take the win as Laster goes 015 red, goes 577 with a 6 on the 574 dial in. So Dave Connolly moving on. Pete DeNovo and Matt Daddis going to be our next pair. DeNovo left side dialed in at 596. And Matt Daddis over on the right hand side dialed in at 620. thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Datus, win light Datus, 0.25. Dead 2, 27 total. Locks out Pete DeNovo, who was 0.38 on the tree, dead on with a 2. Leaves him 13 thou behind. Matt Datus moving on. Jason McClandis and Glenn Dilday gonna be our next pair. McCandless left side dialed in at 590 for the Street Roadster. And Dilday over on the right-hand side dialed in at 543. Once again, door car, red and white run stickers. You have been called. We need you to the lanes, please. Red and white run stickers for door car round number 1. Need you to the lanes, please. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to McCandless left side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 17, 1 above 6. Going to take the win as Dilday was 0.46 on the tree, 1 above 6. Good enough for 29 thou behind. McCandless moving on. John Body. Over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 580. And Randy Ring. Over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 631. John Bodie with a significant starting line advantage. Going to take the win here. 018 on the tree, 587 with a 9 on the 580 dial in. Ring having some issues off the starting line. Must have had something going on with the box. Has a 534 reaction time, so no good for him. So John Bodie moving on. Tim Martin and AJ Ash going to be our next pair. Martin left side dialed in at 634. And AJ Ash over on the right hand side dialed in at 575. Ash going to be the winner as Martin turns at 009 red. So AJ Ash, 010, 573 with a 3 on the 575 dial in. Martin, after the red light, goes at 638 with a 2 on the 634 dial in. So AJ Ash moving on to round number 2. Tyler McMillan and Isaac Wild going to be our next pair. McMillan left side dialed in at 589. Isaac Wild over on the right-hand side dialed in at 6 flats. So once again, if you suffer the misfortune of your win line not coming on first round, have no fear. We have our buybacks available over at Racer Registration. Princely sum of $250 will get you into the re-entry round. So buybacks are available over at Racer Registration. 10 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage McMillan. Win light McMillan. 001, dead 9, 10 total. Locks out Isaac Wild, who was 011 on the tree, dead on with an 8, and still leaves him 8 thou behind. So left side moving on. Ryan Harem. Got down to the semis in our 15 grander just a little bit ago. Left side dialed in at 546. And Ryan Barnes, right hand side dialed in at 516. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Harem. Win light Barnes. 020 on the tree, 1 above 0. going to take the win as Brian Harem had the better 0.14 reaction time. Cannot get there. Goes 5:48 with a 3 on the 5:46 dial in. Leaves him 7 thou behind. Ryan Barnes going to be moving on. Todd Burks, left side, dialed in at 6:41. And Vinny Guido over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 6:30. Guido going to be your winner as Todd Burks turns it a heartbreaker, 001 red side. So Guido, 6:25 with a 9 on the 6:30 dial in. Burks after that red light, 6:42 with a 1 on the 6:41 dial in. So Vinny Guido in the Nova moving on. Dwayne Roberts, right side, he is dialed in at 6:04. And Gage Birch over on the left-hand side, dialed in here at 5:87. Roberts going to be your winner as Birch turns it 009 on the red side. For Dwayne Roberts, 6:06 with a 9 on that 6:04 dial in. 040 reaction time. Birch after the red light goes 5:83 with a 1 on the 5:87 dial in. So Dwayne Roberts moving on. So let's get red and white run stickers. Red and white run stickers, you have been called. Red and white run stickers for door car round number 1. You haven't called to the lanes at this time. Next pair brings us Manuel Solar, left-hand side, dialed in at 6:45. And Stanley Crosby, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 6:33. Two thousandths of a second separates them up front. One of them was 002. Down to the finish line, win light going to be Solar. How about 000? 6:46 with a 1 on the 6:45 dial in. Crosby had a 002 reaction time. 6:34 with a 0 on the 6:33 dial in. Leaves him 1 thou behind. Manuel Solar, nice lap for him moving on to round number 2. Tom Heath and Mike Moore Jr. going to be our next pair. Heath left side dialed in at 6:58. Mike Moore on the two-wheeler right side dialed in at 5:62. Two hundredths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Heath on the left-hand side. Going to be the winner as well. 009 to 6:56 with a 7 on the 6:58 dial in. It is a double breakout as Michael Moore was 029 on the tree. Goes 5:60 with a 2 on the 5:62 dial in. So Tom Heath in the Mustang moving on to round number 2. Leon Robertson, left side dialed in at 6:32. And Steve Dustin right side dialed in at 6:10 for the In Motion Solutions. FTI and Mickey Thompson, Team W, Chevrolet Nova. Dustin going to be your winner as Robertson turns it 003 on the red side. So Dustin 020 on the tree, a 607 with a 6 on the 610 dial in. Robertson after the red light goes 630 with a 5 on that 632 dial in. So Steve Dustin moving on. Double G, Garrett Griffith, left side dialed in at 624. And Scotty Stillings. Stillings over on the right hand side dialed in at 516. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Stillings down to the finish line. Win light going to be Griffith 020 on the tree, 1 above 2. Who will take the win as Stillings had the better 015 reaction time, or I'm sorry, 010 reaction time, goes 515 with a 6 on the 516 dial in. Breaking out by 4th thou and getting there a lot more than that. So Garrett Griffith moving on. Mike Mills and Rick Eaton going to be our next pair. Mills, left side, dialed in at 611 for the Barracuda. And Rick Eaton. Mike Moore just ran. Rick Eaton on the other two-wheeler in the class. Dialed in here at 573. Eaton going to be your winner. Mike Mills turns at 007 on the red side. So Eaton, 005 red as well, but did it after Mike Mills did it. So 569 with a 9 on the 573, going to give him the win. And move on to round number 2. Robbie Joins and Chad Duke going to be our next pair. Joins left side dialed in at 530. And Chad Duke with that supercharged small block over on the right hand side dialed in at 541. Eight thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Joins left side can be the winner as well. How about 1 total for Robbie Joins? 001 dead 0. Chad Duke was 009, 1 above, and 18 thou behind. So Robbie Joins 1 total and moving on. T-Rock, Troy Williams Jr. left side dialed in at 564. Mike White, that 63 split window Corvette over on the right hand side dialed in at 476. 11 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage White, win light White. 008, 477 with a 5 on a 476 dial in. As Williams was 019 on the tree, goes 567 with an 8 on a 564 dial in. Leaves him 34th thou behind. So White in the Corvette moving on. Mikey Bloomfield, our 15,000 warm-up winner, over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 610. And Taylor Boldry right side, dialed in at 594. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Bloomfield, win light Bloomfield. 017 goes 619 with an 8 on a 618 dial in. Baldry goes 2 above the dial in and no good. Mikey Bloomfield moving on. Doug Milner and Andrew Turner going to be our next pair. Milner left side dialed in at 545. And Andrew Turner over on the right hand side dialed in at 584. 23 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Turner, win light Turner. 022, 2 above with a 0. I'm going to take the win as Milner was 045 on the tree. Goes 544 with a 3. Breaks out on that 544 dial in. So Turner moving on. Skinny Kenny. Kenny Underwood left side dialed in at 599. And Hank Uselton over on the right hand side dialed in at 598. Underwood going to be our winner as Uselton turns it 001 on the red side. So Underwood 013, 6 flat with a 4 on that 599 dial in. Uselton after the red light goes 602 with a 7 on the 598 dial in. So Kenny Underwood moving on.
Right lane 1.
Terrell Biddle going to be our next pair. Biddle over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 624. And Dallas Cherry over on the right-hand side, dialed in here at 585. Dallas Cherry going to be the winner. Biddle turned at 005 on the red side. So Cherry 022, 587 with a 6 on the 585 dial in. Biddle after the 005 red light goes 625 with a 4 on the 624 dial in. So Dallas Cherry moving on. Cameron Fredrickson and Alfredo Ortiz going to be our next pair. Fredrickson left side, driving the Willy Wagon, dialed in at 606. And Alfredo Ortiz over on the right hand side, dialed in at 614. Twelve thousandths of a second separates them off the starting line. Advantage Fredrickson going to turn that into a win as well. 005, 607 with a 7 on a 606 dial in. Ortiz had a 017 reaction time, goes dead on with a 7, still leaves them 2 foul behind at the finish line. Cameron Fredrickson moving on. Josh Gant over on the left hand side, dialed in at 604. And Miss Caroline McCarty over on the right-hand side, she is dialed in at 605. Yeah, beautiful aqua green color. Got the vinyl top and the chrome trim all around it. McCarty's Rambler station wagon, always a showstopper as well. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage to Gant and the win light as well. 14-0. He would take the win as McCarty was 015 and locked out from the start. Goes 608 with a 3 on a 605 dial in. So Josh Gant moving on. John Joins and Carlos Diaz going to be our next pair. Joins left side dialed in at 589. Carlos Diaz right side dialed in at 543. Thousandths of a second separates them off the starting line. Advantage Diaz going to turn that into a win as well. 023 on the tree, 1 above 0. Going to take the win as Joins was 035 on the tree, goes 591 with a 6 and leaves him 28 thou behind at the stripe. So Carlos Diaz moving on. Sean Lingerfelt and Junior Bunner are going to be our next pair. Lingerfelt left side dialed in at 520. And Junior Bunner over on the right-hand side dialed in at 572. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Lingerfelt. Win light Lingerfelt. How about 11th total for Sean Lingerfelt? 003, dead on with an 8. As Bunner was 011 on the tree, dead on with a 2, and 2 thou behind at the finish line. Sean Lingerfelt moving on. Renee Meerhofer and Raphael Mamie over on the right-hand side. Meerhofer from Switzerland. Mamie from Puerto Rico. Meerhofer dialed in at 577. Mamie dialed in at 607. .21 of a second separates them up front. Advantage to Mamie. Win light going to go to Mamie. 003, 609 with a 9 on that 607 dial in. Meerhofer was 024 on the tree, 2 above 1, and 13 thou behind at the finish line. So Mamie moving on. Walter Brown and Rick Schaefer going to be our next pair. Brown left side in the S10 dialed in at 740. Schaefer right side in the Street Roadster dialed in at 538. Identical 026 reaction times for both competitors. Down to the finish line, win light going to go to Schaefer. 026, dead on with an 8. It's going to take the win as Walter Brown was also 026 on the tree, had a shot, gets there by 18 thousandths, breaks out by 10 thousandths, needed to take 8 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light. Schaefer moving on. Dave Triplett and Bo Butner are going to be our next pair. Triplett left side dialed in at 577. Bob Utner over on the right hand side dialed in at 498. .2 of a second separates them up front. Slide advantage, Triplett. Win light, Triplett. Double breakout, 576 with a 3 on the 577 dial in after an 012 reaction time. Utner was 014 on the tree, goes 497 with a 2 on the 498 dial in. Triplett by 1/1000th of a second at the finish line. Gonna be a winner in that pair. Roy Hagedorn over on the left hand side dialed in at 565. And the Nauman Brothers Nova over on the right hand side dialed in at 563. No driver information as of yet. 0.04 of a second separates them up front though. Advantage Nova, win light, motorcycle. 017 on the tree for Hagedorn, 567 with a 4 on the 565 dial in. Right side, 013 on the tree, breaks out by a thou and gets there by 029, needed to take 28 or less. And that would have gotten him the win. So Hagedorn moving on. Randy Folk and John Schaefer are going to be our next pair. Folk left side dialed in at 588. Schaefer right side dialed in at 674. A whole bunch separates them up front. This should be all Randy Folk. He was 008 reaction time. Going to turn that into a win. 596 with a 4 on a 588 dial in. Schaefer goes 678 with a 4 on a 674 dial in. No chance. Jason Wilson and Tom Orr are going to be our next pair. Wilson, left side, dialed in at 622. Tom Orr over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 533. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Wilson. Win line at the finish line. Going to go to Wilson. 0:27 reaction time. 1 above 6. Going to take the win. As Tom Orr was 0:48 on the tree. 5:29 and no good. So Wilson moving on. Jonathan McCandless and Gus Mascarenas. McCandless left side dialed in at 7:05 for the wood panel station wagon. And Mascarenas over on the right-hand side dialed in at 5:23. Identical 0:22 reaction times. Down to the finish line, it is anybody's race. Win light, Mascarenas. 22-7. It's going to take the win as McCandless goes 7:07 with an 8 on the 7:05 dial in. So Mascarenas moving on. Howard Westbury and Nick Ferraro going to be our next pair. Westbury left side dialed in at 5:58. Nick Ferraro right side dialed in at 6:15. Westbury, of course, driving the Kick Booty Motorsports Chevy 2. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Westbury, left side. He'll turn that to a win as well. 0:14, a 5:64 with a 6 on the 5:58 dial in. Ferrara missing the tree right there was 0:36 and drops out of the race. Goes 6:19 with an 8 on a 6:15 dial in. So Westbury by 4 thousandths of a second. Moving on to round number 2. So Raymond Keown in the Koger left side. And David Peterson. So David Peterson over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 5:49. So 17 thousandths of a second, going to separate them up front. One of them was 0:17. Keown going to be the winner, 5:79 with a 2 on the 5:77 dial in. Peterson goes 5:53 with a 4 on the 5:49 dial in. So Keown moving on. Bob Walsh. And Brian, as Jared Pennington calls it, Chiradoo.
Here you go.
It's actually Brian Cerruti. He's over on the right-hand side, double entered. Also in no box, 6:38 going to be the dial in for him. Bob Walsh over on the left-hand side dialed in at 6:05. So Cerruti going to be the winner as Bob Walsh turns at 0:20 on the red side. We'll see him over at Racer Registration where he can buy back into the re-entry round. So Cerruti, 6:39 with a 2 on the 6:38 dial in. Going to take the win and move into round number 2. Trip McCarty's Nova, not sure who's driving it though. No driver information up here as of yet. 6:06 going to be the dial in for the S10 on the left-hand side. And Ed Nunez driving the Mom Dime over on the right-hand side. Nunez dialed in at 7:61. 2 thousandths of a second separates them up front. They are 006 combined, leaving the starting line. At the finish line, winner going to be Brandon Gerald, 002, 607 with a 2 on a 606 dial in. Nunez was 004 on the tree, cannot run the number, goes 764 with a 3 on a 761 dial in. Jay White and Carlos Arroyo going to be our next pair. White, left side, dialed in at 641. And Carlos Arroyo over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 589. Seven thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage to Jay White. Red light going to go to Jay White. 013 on the tree, dead on with a 6, 19 total. Locks out Carlos Arroyo, who was 020 on the tree. Goes 590 with a 7 on the 589 dial in. So Jay White moving on. Mike Ledford and John Hudson going to be our next pair. Ledford over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 613. John Hudson from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. That's over in my territory of the States, over by the Daytona Beach area. He is dialed in at 574. Thirteen thousandths of a second separates him up front. Advantage Hudson. Win light Hudson. 006, 576 with a 5 on the 574 dial in. As Ledford was 019 on the tree, 614 with a 4 on a 613 dial in. Hudson, 6, take 2. And we'll move on to round number 2. Travis Logan and G-Dub. Doughboy himself, Gary Williams. Williams right side, driving the Boss Lady Camaro. Dialed in at 531. And Travis Logan over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 618. Mr. Scott Rod West building a beautiful 68 Camaro over here on the right-hand side. Got the advantage here, so looking good for Mr. Williams. He will take the win as well. 007, dead 9. Going to take the win as Travis Logan was 025 on the tree, breaks out 7 thousandths, and still leaves him 6 thou behind. So Gary Williams, 7, take 6, and we'll move on. Matt Brewer and Aaron Milton going to be our next pair. Malibu and a Firebird. Dial-ins identical at 586. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Brewer left side. Down to the stripe. Winner going to be Matt Brewer. 589 with a 4 on the 586 dial-in. He was 008 reaction time. Milton missing the tree just a little bit there. Was 041 and goes 587 with a 3 on the 586 dial in. So Matt Brewer moving on. David Braskett and Donovan Norton going to be our next pair. Braskett left side dialed in at 614 for the 74 Opel. Engine fuel injection and a little bit of nitrous oxide to boot. And Donovan Norton over on the right-hand side. Norton's dial in 546. Donovan's grandfather, Jerry Norton, was our 2021 Super Pro track champion here in this very same car. Five thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Braskett. Win light Braskett. 020 on the tree, 1 above 4, going to take the win. As Norton was 025 on the tree, cannot run the number though. Goes 551 with a 0 on the 546 dial in. So David Braskett moving on. Carl Baker and Kerry Bradley going to be our next pair. Baker left side dialed in at 495, and Kerry Bradley right hand side dialed in at 693. Carl Baker, former IHRA Mountain Motor Pro Stock competitor. Going to be the winner here as Bradley turns at 020 on the red side. So Baker 006, 502 with a 9 on the 495 dial in. Bradley after the red light goes 694 with a 2 on a 693 dial in. We will take red, white, and blue door cards for round number 1 at this time. Red, white, and now blue color run stickers at this time. Dan Ferraro and Bill Powell going to be our next pair. Ferraro left side dialed in at 642. Bill Powell right side dialed in at 546. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage to Powell and win light to Powell. 8 dead, 2, 10 total. Going to take the win as Ferraro was 009 on the tree, 1 above 4, good enough for 13 thou behind. Left side, right side, winner in that pair. Edwin Giovanni and Jeff Turner going to be our next pair. Giovanni left side dialed in at 682. Turner right side dialed in at 588. 9 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Giovanni. Win light Turner 589 with a 6 on the 588 dial in after an 014 reaction time. Giovanni had the better 005 reaction time. Cannot run the number though. Goes 686 with a 1 and no good. Right side winner in that pair. Pops, Max Brewer and Manny Souza going to be our next pair. Pops left side dialed in at 596. And Souza over on the right hand side off the bottom goes going to be dialed in here at 635. Six thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Brewer. Win light Souza 024 dead 0 going to take the win. Brewer had the better 018 reaction time, goes 1 above 9 after an 018 reaction time and leaves him 13 thou behind at the finish line. So Manny Souza moving on. Austin Logan and Corey Kramer are going to be our next pair. Logan driving Michael Carpenter's Vega wagon, left side dialed in at 642. And Corey Kramer over on the right hand side, that 1990 Cavalier dialed in at 545. So once again at this time we have called red, white, and blue run sticker door cards for round number 1. Red, white, and blue red color run stickers at this time. 9 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Kramer. Win light Kramer 007 dead 4 going to take the win. As Austin Logan was 016 on the tree, 645 with a 2 on a 642 dial in. Good enough for 37th out behind at the finish line. Lindsey back and Fred Anjay. Anjay from north of the border up in Canada, dialed in at 574. And Lindsey back over on the left hand side, dialed in at 616. Nine thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage back. Win light back. 011, dead on with an 8. 19 total. Locks out Fred Anjay, who was 020 on the tree. Goes 573 with a 3 on the 574 and still leaves him 15th out behind at the finish line. So Scotty Richardson, and it says Trip McCarty on the screen. That might be Bug driving it though, we're not sure yet. 6:42 and 5:20 to dial in. 17 thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage Richardson. Win light Richardson. 003 dead at 6. 9 total. Locks out McCarty, who is 020 on the tree. Goes 1 above 0 and 21 thou behind at the finish line. So Scotty Richardson moving on. Carly Holbrook and Glenn Skaggs going to be our next pair. Holbrook double entered in no box as well. She is dialed in at 697. And Glenn Skaggs over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 541. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Holbrook all the way around the left side. Going to be the winner as well. 033, dead on with a 3. Going to take the win as Skaggs goes 544 with a 1 on the 541 dial in. Cannot run the number. So Carly Holbrook moving on. Dave Schluto and Rick McDonough going to be our next pair. Schluto over on the left-hand side, he is dialed in at 653. And McDonough over on the right-hand side dialed in at 525. 8 thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage Schluto. Win light McDonough. 012 on the tree. 530 with a 6 on the 525 dial in. Schluto had the better 004 reaction time, but breaks out, goes 650 with a 0 on a 653 dial in. So McDonough moving on. Mark Talmadge and Darwin Garcia going to be our next pair. Talmadge left side dialed in at 604. Garcia right side dialed in at 614. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Talmadge over on the left-hand side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 008, 1 above 5. Going to take the win as Garcia was 023 on the tree, 1 above 0, and 10 thou behind at the finish line. So Mark Talmadge moving on to round number 2. Antonio Santiago and Jeff Underwood going to be our next pair. Santiago left side dialed in at 697. And Underwood over on the right-hand side dialed in at 527. Not quite sure what happened there, but Jeff Underwood. Going to be a slow roller as Antonio Santiago going to be the winner. Wasn't watching, not sure if he got counted out or not, but Antonio Santiago, 709 on the 697 dial in. Jeff Gatlin and Tucker Creech going to be our next pair. Both of these drivers double entered in our no box category earlier this morning. Gatlin over on the left-hand side dialed in at 615, And Tucker Creech over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 596. Gatlin going to be our winner as Creech turns at 001 on the red side. Gatlin 021 and 616 with a 3 on the 615 dial in. Creech after that 001 red light goes 595 with a 6 on the 596 dial in. So Jeff Gatlin moving on. Doug Browning and Matt Daddis. Daddis up here with his second entry. 619 going to be the dial in for him. And Doug Browning over on the left hand side dialed in at 651. Matt Daddis officially becoming a fan of the Buc-ee's gas station earlier this week. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Browning. What light going to go to Browning? 012 on the tree, 652 with a 3 on the 651 dial in. Daddis was 026 on the tree, dead on with a 0. Still leaves them a thou behind. So left side going to be the winner in that pair. Michael Yarnell and KP, Kevin Pollard, give you our next pair. Yarnell left side dialed in at 655. KP, right side dialed in at 549. KP, no box in it over here as well, as he was double entered this morning in the no box category. 001 on the tree, if I do recall. Didn't miss it either here. 002 on the tree. 2:036 reaction time. KP laying it down. How about 9 total? 002, a dead 7. Going to take the win. Yarnell was 036 on the tree. 652 with a 7 on the 655 dial in. It's a KP 2, take 4. And we'll move on. Jason, Larry, Smoke Folk. Left side dialed in at 624. And Marilyn Laster over on the right-hand side dialed in at 575. Folk going to be your winner as Laster turns at 013 on the red side. 624 the dial in for Folk goes to 622 with a 3 after an 016 reaction time. Laster after the red light goes 573 with an 8 on a 575 dial in. So Jason Folk moving on. Bubba Browning and AJ Ash will be our next pair. Browning left side dialed in at 630 and AJ Ash over on the right hand side dialed in at 574. Thousandths of a second separates them off the starting line. Advantage Browning. Win light Browning. 012 on the tree at 632 with a 6 on a 630 dial in. AJ Ash was 027 on the tree. Breaks out 4 thou, gets there 15 thou. Needed to take 11 or less on that one, and that would have gotten him the win light. Todd Burks and Paige Souza going to be our next pair. Burks over on the left-hand side dialed in at 641. And Souza over on the right-hand side dialed in at 604. $28,000 of a second separates them off the starting line. Advantage Burks. Red light Burks. 012 on the tree, 642 with a 5 on the 641 dial in. Souza was 040 on the tree, goes 608 with a 6 on a 604 dial in. Dave Connolly and Steve Witherow going to be our next pair. Connolly with his second entry for the wagon, dialed in at 569. Witherow over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 590. Connolly going to be the winner as Witherow turns at 007 on the red side. It's Connolly, 029 on the tree, dead on with a 0. Going to take the round win as Witherow, after the red light, goes 586 with a 3 on a 590 dial in. So Dave Connolly moving on. Mark Mullen and Dallas Cherry going to be our next pair. Mullen left side dialed in at 549. And Dallas Cherry over on the right-hand side dialed in at 587. Mullen going to be our winner as Dallas Cherry turns at 023 on the red side. Mullen 015, 550 with a 4 on a 549 dial in. Cherry after the red light goes 587 with a 2, dead on and no good. Mark Mullen moving on. Logan back and Hambone. Larry Hamby over on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, my apologies. Hamby with his 55 Chevy dialed in at 580. Logan back over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 616. Four thousandths of a second separates them up front. Slide advantage, back. Wind light, back. 022 on the tree, dead on with a 1. 23 total. Locks out Larry Hamby, who was 026 reaction time. He goes 577 with a 7 and breaks out to boot. So back, moving on. Greg Walker and James Biddle, our next pair. Walker left side dialed in at 534. James Biddle over on the right-hand side dialed in at 651. Ten thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Walker. Wind light, Walker. 030 on the tree, 537 with a 6 on a 534 dial in. Biddle was 040 on the tree, goes 653 with an 8 on a 651 dial in, leaves him 2 foul behind at the finish line. Greg Walker moving on. Steve Dweck and Jeremy Popple going to be our next pair. Dweck over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 582. Popple over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 522. Six thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Popple. One light, Popple. 014. 537 with a 6 on the 522 dial in. Something going on with Dweck. He was 020 on the tree, but could only go 612 with a 6 on his dial in. So Popple moving on. Darren Rotten and Scott Stillings going to be our next pair. Rotten left side dialed in at 596. And Stillings over on the right hand side dialed in at 516. Stillings is going to be in the winners. Rotten shows at 013 on the red side. So Stillings, 005, 517 with a 3 on a 516 dial in. Rotten after the red light goes a 598 with a 1 on a 596 dial in. So Stillings moving on. Dwayne Roberts and John Brown going to be our next pair. Roberts left side dialed in at 598. John Brown over on the right hand side dialed in at 518. John Brown going to be the winner as Dwayne Roberts turns at 003 on the red side. So Brown 027 and down with a 1. 28 total. And we'll move on to round number 2. Dwayne Roberts will move on to racer registration where he can buy back into the re-entry round. Mike Moore Jr. over on the left-hand side, down to that 560. SD McCrory, we call him Champ, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 599. Moore turns at 001 on the red side. So 047 on the tree, 598 with a 9 on the 599 dial in. Good enough for the win light as Mike Moore goes 561 with a 9 on the 560 dial in after the heartbreaker 001 red light. Kenny Underwood and Scott Popple, our next pair. Skinny Kenny dialed in at 6 flat over on the left hand side. Popple over on the right-hand side dialed in at 531. $11 thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage Popple. Win light Underwood. 014 on the tree. 601 with a 1 on a 6 flat dial in. Popple had the better 003 reaction time, but goes 534 with a 2 on the 531 dial in. Skinny Kenny moving on that pair. John Platt Jr. and Perk Perkins going to be our next pair up. Platt dialed in at 585 over on the left-hand side with a Platinum Products machine. Perk Perkins over on the right-hand side dialed in at 570. There's 28 thousandths of a second that separates them off the starting line, and one of them was 028. Oh boy. Perk Perkins going to be the winner. 028 on the tree and goes 573 with a 5 on the 570 dial in. John Platt was perfect 000, breaks out 3 thou, and gets there a whole lot more than that. So Perk Perkins moving on, and John Platt moving on to the racer registration for buying back into the re-entry round. Ryan Harem and Cousin Vinny. Vince Costa over on the right-hand side. 559 going to be the dial in for him. And Ryan Harem got down to the semis in the 15 grand warm-up race. Dialed in over on the left-hand side at 550. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Harem. Win light Harem, 008, 551 with a 5 on a 550 dial in. Cousin Vinny was 031 on the tree, dead on with an 8, and 16th out behind at the finish line. So Ryan Harem moving on. Terrell Biddle and Leon Robertson, our next pair. Biddle, left side, dialed in at 624. Robertson over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 609. .300ths of a second separates them off the starting line. Advantage, Robertson. Win light, Robertson. 613 with a 2 on a 609 dial in. He will take the win as Biddle was 035 on the tree, 1 above 3. Leaves him a thou behind at the finish line. So Leon Robertson, 5, take 1, and we'll move on to round number 2.
Take a breath. Just breathe in, Toby. Randy Ring, right side, 628. Tim Martin, left side, 638. We just had 2 ambulances here, and I don't want one of them to be here for Toby.
It's all good. It's all good.
25 red in the right for Randy Ring. He's going to get the opportunity to buy back today. For how much, Brad? $250 to race for 50 grand tonight. 16 for Tim Martin. Green in the left. He'll get the win. He runs it out the back door. 16 thou under the dial-in, but that's okay when your opponent red lights first. Winner left lane. Tyler McMillan left side, 589 to dial. Chuck Melnick right side, 699, 1980 Plymouth Arrow. I don't believe it was Bob Glidden's Plymouth Arrow. I wonder where that car's at. That car went undefeated, right? Or was the Fairmont? The Fairmont, I think, went undefeated. The Arrow?
He was undefeated in his Mopar.
Yeah.
The 1 year he ran.
699 the dial for Chuck Melnick. We will pose the question to the Motor Mania chat bleachers. Which car of Bob Glidden's went undefeated? I say it was the 78 Paramount. 14 green in the left, 588 with a 6 on a 589. Tyler McMillan moving on to round 2. Chuck Melnick, $250. He's been saving it in the kitchen counter in a cookie jar. He's got it. He knew he was going to need one. You're going to need 1 out of 3 days, unless you're Hank. Then you just budget it $250 a day.
$250 a day.
Yeah. Or you don't drive, don't enter. That's the best bet I did all weekend.
Haven't lost around yet?
Nope. Isaac Wild left lane, 602. Caroline McCarty, 608 in the right lane. McCarty Auto Parts.
We're working on Jackson's stance, boss.
Caroline, 19 red in the right. She'll get to buy back. Isaac Wild, 33 and 18 thou under for the win in the left lane. Gage Birch, driving for Scott Rod today. 567 in the left. Rick Schaefer, 538 in the right. Ron Folk tells me the burnout is the best part of the day, Hank. Enjoy it. Use it up. So I've been driving everybody else's cars. Katie yells at me, quit wearing my car out. I'm like, I love it. Some tires smoke really good, and some, like I see dragsters go through and they're at 300 foot and they're not even making smoke. KJ's nice white cloud smoke. Uh-oh. Spun the tires. So see, he didn't do a hard enough burnout. 003 and Rick Schaefer in the right, he lets out, takes the win. Gage Birch looks like he blew the tires off. 002. 1071 on a 560 ain't gonna win.
Tractor right there in the grid. It went good for 30 feet and then.
You can kind of see that left one's chattering, it looks like.
It went good until it didn't. Next pair out, Tom Heath, left side, 658 in the 5.0 Mustang, taking on Alfredo Ortiz Colon out of Puerto Rico, 615, his dial in the right. Heath crushes the tree. He's only 200ths ahead of Alfredo, but he gets the job done. Dead 4 on the tree, 8 total. Ortiz, 24 on the tree. Thanks for playing. $250, head over to the registration trailer to get back in to win $50,000. No sense in going home if you only lost first round today. You don't know what's left in the car. You know, as a driver, you can get it done. Right now, Bill Groten in the GTO left side, dials up 597. He's getting chased by Carlos Diaz. Reaction time advantage goes to Groten. Gets the job done. 2 over with a 5, gets there 1 thou. Carlos Diaz, 42 on the tree, 1 over 3, 1 thou behind. Josh Gannett. Dialed 601. Left side taking on David Bird Jones, dialed 498 in the 08 GXP. We're still trying to figure out whose Pro Stock car that used to be. Right side. And away they go. Only 5 fouls separate them. Bird Jones heavy on the brakes at the end. Takes the win. he's 27-4 over at 115 instead of 140. Bird Jones moving on. Wow, that was impressive to watch. Right. That's why we spray the big end of the track. Next up, Jeremy West dials in with the 739 left side. In his S10 taking on Lisa Hutchins. Hutchins in the sporty looking 02 Camaro, dialed 586 right lane. West lights it up 14 red. Hutchins looks ready though. 5 on the green. 1 over 3, 18 total for Hutchins, moving on to round 2. Glenn Dilday right side. Dials in at 545. I think he's 1 slower than yesterday. Bunch of rounds went yesterday. Fell just short, looking to get it done today. Left side, that's Stacy Carpenter. Dialed up at 622 in the 68 Chevy Camaro. Left side. Huge wheel stand by Carpenter. Goes 11 on the tree, runs it out the back door, 1 over 3 for a tidy 24 pack. Dilday, 5 thou red, dead 1. And so begins the cycle of being dead on when you're red. I should say it started yesterday, but I always lift. I don't want to know I'm going to go dead on after I go red, because it's usually 005 or less. Yeah, exactly. This morning's winner of yesterday's 15K warm-up. How complicated can I make this? Mikey Bloomfield Jr., your winner in the 15K warm-up. In the left lane right now. Hasn't changed the dial for 2 days now. 617. Doing big wheelies, having a good time. I'm sure he's got a big grin on his face. Chevy Nova right side, dialed 628.
I wasn't too. I thought my bill was covered for the weekend now.
And he gets it done again. He's 21 on the tree. Almost substandard for him, but he makes up for it going dead 1. His opponent, 6 thou red, 32 under. Door cars, final call. Door cars, final call. Red, white, blue. And if you've got a different color, you're not part of this group. But red, white, and blue, final call, door cars. If you haven't made your runs for round 1, you should be making your way to the staging lanes. Jason Wilson left side, dialed 623. Raphael Mamie, 608 right side in the 79 vintage Malibu. And away they go, Wilson, 2 stinking foul red. Mamie, pretty good, 12 on the tree, 4 over 1. Wilson doesn't go dead on, runs 1 over after his 2 thou red light. Mamie moving on. Dylan Mudd in the Jim Butner Auto Ford Ranger pickup, dialed 648. Going to get chased by the Camaro 69 vintage in the right lane, dialed 6 flat. And away they go, separated by 10 thou. Dylan Mudd goes 2 on the tree on the brakes at the end, but breaks it out 6 thou. Might have wanted to tidy up that dial a little bit, would have made things easier. 69 Camaro also breaks it out, but only breaks out by 23. Moving on. Camaro was 12 on the tree, so it was still in it, but 6 hun under on the brakes is a little tough to manage. Cameron Fredrickson dials up 606. Driving John Siegel's wheelie wagon. Consistently one of the most fun cars to watch on the starting line. Fredrickson dialed 606, going to be chasing down Tom Heath. Heath in the Deuces Wild Chevy 2. Dialed up with a 643 right side. Huge wheel stand by Cameron Fredrickson. Goes 6 thou red. Tom Heath was right there. 001 on the reaction time. 1 over 5, 16 total. Red run sticker dragsters to lanes 5 and 6. This is your call. Red run sticker dragsters. Staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Up now, I think this is Jeff Serra driving. I think Stevie went down earlier. In the left lane, dialed 608, and he's 4 thou red. Rob Peterson out of Nokomis, Florida, in the S10 goes 1 green out the back door. 39 over for a 40 pack, good enough to not have to buy back to get to round 2. Next pair, Matt Brewer, left side, dials 587, going to get chased by Donald Wiggins. Wiggins in the 78 Fairmont, dialed 535 right side. Starting line advantage goes to Wiggins. He's 13. Gets on down there, runs 1 over with a 1. Forces Matt Brewer to break it out. Donald Wiggins moving on. 24 pack. Once again, red run sticker dragsters. Red run sticker dragsters. We need you to the staging lanes now, please. Staging lanes 5 and 6 for red run sticker dragsters. Jason McCandless in the left side. Dials up 591. Anthony D'Agostino dials 598. In the right lane, identical Bond. That's 007 on the tree. Double breakout. Breaking out by the least amount. McCandless going 11 thou under. As D'Agostino goes 16 thou under. McCandless, your winner. Left side on the motorbike, Roy Hagedorn. Hagedorn dialed in 568. Going to get a baby head start from Bobby Ely. Ely dialed 543, and that beautiful 62 Chevy 2 right side. Hagedorn 3 thou red. Ely gets a break. He's 55 on the tree and 4 over, but he doesn't have to buy back. Hagedorn will be buying back after the 003 red. He goes 1 over with a 9. Be paying a visit to the gals in the registration trailer later on. Only $250 to get back into a race you've been eliminated from for $50,000. What else you gonna do today? You're not out. Nobody has to be up.
You haven't lost second round yet.
Why wouldn't you? You came here to race. Let's play. Robbie Jones, left side, dialed 530. Rich Price, right side, in the Beretta, dialed 555. Couple of fast door cars, on down they go. Robbie Jones goes 002 on the tree, runs it through. Dead on 5, 7 total. Rich Price, 44, kind of not in that race, even though he finished 7th out ahead. Broke it out way, way far. Mike Mills, 67 Barracuda. Big block Mopar. I checked it out in the staging lanes earlier. Dials up a 611. Going to get chased by Dale Thaxton. Thaxton has trouble. Didn't set the box. Flashes the first yellow. He's off. Mike Mills goes 15 on the tree. 3 over 6. Moving on. Thaxton will visit the buyback window and talk to the crew chief about getting the box set for the next round. Pete DeNovo left side in that 63 Corvette. Beautiful car. Dial 501 and a fast car to boot. Chasing down Jason Kimbrell. Kimbrell out of Sibley, Missouri. Dial 614 in his 80 Boo. Kimbrell was ready. He's 3 on the tree. Big advantage. If he doesn't break it out, he's going to win. He doesn't, and he does. 2 over with a 0, 23 total. DeNovo, 62 on the tree, 7 over. He'll be looking to do a reset when he comes back in the re-entry round later today. Jerry Van Houen, Seward, Illinois. Left side in the Malibu, dials up 615, going to chase down Scott Bender. Bender in that 70 Cyclone, a rare sight anywhere, but on the drag strip, a treat. Dialed 676. Bender's got a big advantage on the starting line. He turns it into a win. 34 on the tree, 4 over with a 4, gets there first by 34. Jerry Van Houen really not in that one. We're looking for red run sticker dragsters. Wow, now they're coming. Staging lanes 5 and 6. Wow, that's a big parade. Onyx Gonzalez, left side, dial 689, going to get chased by Doug Milner. Milner out of Laurel, Delaware, in the Pontiac Astra, right side, made it deep. I think he was racing this morning. Yes, he was. Out 8th round this morning, starting his winning ways. Trip zip for Milner, dead 9. Taking 21 at the stripe, 9 total. Doug Milner wants to make his mark again today. John Bodie now left side, 581 his dial. Given a slight head start to Carlos Arroyo. Arroyo dialed 589 in his Camaro right side. We're getting down to the end of door cars, so if you're in a door car and you haven't made your round 1 pass, you're late. You should be in the lanes already because we're starting to fill them up with dragsters. And we're both staged and away we go. 11th out between the 2 drivers. Reaction time favoring John Bodie, but finish line favoring Carlos Arroyo. He's 30 on the tree, 2 over with a 0, gets there by 9 thou, your winner. I don't think that's Brianna Folk. That is Randy Folk. In the 64 Corvette, left side, dialed up 589. Right side, Todd Pritchard dialed 571 in his 68 Camaro. A couple of beautiful cars in the starting line. Separated by only 11 thou, Randy Folk goes 3 on the tree. On the brakes to go 1/8 to take 3 thou. Your winner, Randy Folk, getting the job done. Still on a regular basis. Sean Lingerfeld, left side, 520 dial on the Beretta. Shane Nauman, right side, that pretty Chevy 2, dialed 566. Reactor time advantage favoring the Beretta by a bunch. Turns it into a win. He's 23, 4/8, still 65 thou ahead at the finish line. Your winner, Robert Joyner in the 71 Challenger. Dials 576 left side. Going to be chasing down Ed Nunez. Nunez went deep into the rounds last night. Dialed 763 right side. Joyner crushes the tree. He's 005. Gets the job done. Forces Nunez to break it out 2 thou as Nunez got there by a hun. But your winner, Robert Joyner. Thank you. Bobby Keown in the left side in that green S10, dialed up 678. Ray Norton going to be doing the chasing in the right lane, dialed 548 in his Roadster. Nobody wants to stage round 1, day 2 at Bradenton Motorsports Park, but Norton puts it in. Here comes Keown. Got some packages over at Racers Registration. Brian Cerruti, you got something? Anthony D'Agostino, you got something? And Interstate Racing Fuels, you got stuff. So if you got some packages over there. They did pick him over there, so he wanted us to announce it. So Brian Cerruti, Anthony D'Agostino, and Interstate Fuels, you all have packages over at Racers Registration. Please pick them up as soon as possible. Travis Logan, left side, dial 620. Stanley Crosby, right side, 634. Generation 1, Generation 3 Camaros on the starting line. Separated by 10 thou on the starting line. Stanley Crosby with the advantage. Travis Logan with some smoke off the tires gets the job done as he induces a breakout from Stanley Crosby. Left side now, Scotty Richardson dials 641. He's going to be chased by the Generation 3 Camaro in the left lane, dialed 572, with the skull and crossbones on the rear quarter. Ooh, that's a scary, evil car. Big wheel stand out of Scotty Richardson's S10. He's got the starting line advantage, and more than likely, and he does end up with the finish line advantage. as he finishes second, forcing the Camaro to break it out 8 thou. Camaro had to take 5 thou or less to win that one. Fred Ange, right side, dialed 573, going to get chased by, I think this guy's from South Dakota, dialed 509, that 62 Corvette Roadster. And he's taking the long way down the track, going left, going right. He's 43 in the tree, doesn't get the job done. Ange goes 13, 1 over 2, 25 total, gets there first by 29 thou. Your winner. We've only called red only dragsters, red only dragsters. The staging lanes are only so big, and we know how many cars there are with each color. So red only is all that's been called for dragsters. Austin Logan dials up 645, going to get chased by the driver who's not on file. Beautiful Chevy 2, dialed 523. Mascarenas, that is. He had a huge starting line advantage, turns it into a win running dead on with the 6, taken 1,600 at the stripe. So yeah, if you don't want to sit in a traffic jam, which we have going on right now, red run sticker only dragsters have been called. Darwin Garcia, could you please return to your car? Darwin Garcia, could you please return to your car? John Joyner, first to leave the starting line. He goes 21 on the tree. He's green. He wins. Wendell Harrison goes 14 red and drives all over the track. Keeps from crossing the center line. Doesn't hit the wall. He went 14 red. He was dialed 464, not a slow car, but he kept it. John Joyner breaks it out 4 thou, but he gets the win.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
But it literally broke off. It was bolted on something and it broke off in half. Then the only thing that, like, vibrates more than anything else. The next closest thing to motorcycles, those things that vibrate the crap out of it.
Next pair out in the Kick Booty Motorsports Chevy 2. That's Sean Serra taking off. He's 30 on the tree. Michael Kimber got a 492 on the right side, 14 on the tree. Gets behind as Sean Serra takes 7th out at the stripe, running 2 over. Moving on, Sean Serra, your winner. Just a few. Just a few door cars left before we make the transition to dragsters. Chad Duke, left side, dials 541, going to chase down Manuel Soleil. Las Piedras, Puerto Rico. I'm not even going to try and roll my R's. Dialed 645 on the right side. I'd like to roll my R for the right lane. I can't do that. And away they go, identical 12 reaction times on the bottom end. On the big end, who's going to get there first? That's Manuel Soleil. He runs 1 over with a 4, gets there first by 11th thou. Your winner, Manuel Soleil. Left lane now in the Opel. I'm going to go with Opel GT. When you got that much motor sticking out of the hood, you deserve a GT. Oh, yeah. David Braskett, Marengo, Ohio, dialed 614. Garrett Griffith, dialed 624. Out of Alexandria, Kentucky, in his S10. Yeah, something like that. May not be a GT, could be a Manta. We're not Opel experts up here. Reaction time favors Garrett Griffith. He takes it on down, turns it into a win. 14 on the tree, 1 over 6, 30 total. David Braskett, 30 on the tree. Has to be dead zero and wish for a win, but he's 2 over. Griffith advancing. Next pair. Antonio Santiago, left lane, dials up 709. He's going to get chased by John Joins. Joins, dialed 590 in his 67 Chevelle, right side. Reaction time advantage favors Santiago. He turns it into a win, 23 on the tree, 3 over 2, gets there first by 8 thou. So we're trying to sort through. Probably a double entry, late getting back. He was just right here behind the corner. He was hitting my dragsters right there. Is that, I know it's one of the McCandless cars in the staging lanes. One of my favorites, a 78 Volare. Fun to say, fun to drive. I believe my sister Cheryl, who's on the premises, had a 78 Volare Sport Coupe. 318 cubic inches it was equipped with. I thought it was a very cool car in my younger years.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags. We drive Sport Compact. Designed for the elite and the garage build. Information is power, because data is the difference between winning and losing. We give you the options, versatility, and power to come out on top. Complacent isn't in our vocabulary. We drive you, and that's why Fuel Tech is everywhere.
As we do a little spray and drag. Over 2-second head start going to Jonathan McCandless. That'll put him right at the 60-foot mark, I'm gonna guess. Ooh, more like the 75-foot mark. He's 009. Camaro goes 20. McCandless 1/5 as the Camaro has trouble getting down the track, runs 3.5 tenths over. Jonathan McCandless, your winner. Right now, Darwin Garcia in the 88 Mustang taking his DragRaceSolutions.com buy run for round 1. Last door car down the track. He dials up a 615. Does a nice pop wheelie, 16 on the tree, runs it out the back door, 1/0. He will advance with that entry. I think he's double entered.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Wright Trailers is an authorized dealership for many of the most respected brands and parts suppliers in North America, with locations serving Lakeland, Tampa, Ocala, Florida, as well as our Kenosha, Wisconsin store. We are quickly becoming one of the leading trailer dealerships in North America. When you are ready to invest in a new or pre-owned trailer, our friendly and knowledgeable sales, financing, service, and parts departments are prepared to make sure your experience exceeds all of your expectations. From helping you select a trailer to ongoing maintenance and customization, at Wright Trailers, we value the opportunity to create a long-term relationship with our customers. Also going on this weekend, if you stop by the Wright Trailers trailer and discuss any type of trailer business, I believe they are giving out hats, Wright Trailer baseball hats. So stop on down, talk to anyone down there about a trailer, get a free hat going on this weekend. Mickey Thompson has the best drag race tires for the Strip, but you don't have to own a race car to enjoy Mickey Thompson tires. Mickey Thompson has a wide range of long-wearing, hard-working tires for your truck, too. Mickey Thompson tires get you where you're going with uncompromised reliability and undisputed performance. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, undisputed performance since 1963. FTI is quickly becoming the standard in the performance industry with our new innovative state-of-the-art torque converter and transmission design. The FTI Performance Research and Development team produce new products on a daily basis. From stock to top sportsman to the products winning millions on the big money bracket racing circuit, our attention to detail and forward thinking sets us apart from all other manufacturers. With the latest technology and design available nowhere else, it is clear to see why people are winning races everywhere in all categories of racing with FTI. Our customer-oriented technical support is the pride of our company and assures that you get the support you need when you need it. When a customer signs on with FTI, they become part of our family, the winning FTI family. It's not cheating, it's the competitive edge. Visit FTIperformance.com and get started today.
So once again, racer registration is where you can get your buybacks. Get you back into the second round for the princely sum of $250. So once again, our buybacks gonna be down at racer registration next to the fuel pumps. $250. We'll get you bought back in to second round. I'm sorry, to the re-entry round. For hopefully second round, right? Track prep finished up, so here we go with round number 1, dragsters. Red run stickers are the only ones that have been called so far. Dragster red run stickers. Well, the only ones that have been called so far, so red run stickers at this time. We'll take in the lanes. So first pair, Ricky Boggs and Jake Hodge. Boggs over on the left side, dialed in at 484.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Hodge right side, dialed in at 483.
Okay, so go tell them back over there. Yeah. So I'll put an X in the front.
I got you all set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seven thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Hodge. Win light Hodge. 13, dead 7, 20 total. Ricky Boggs, 020 reaction time. Goes 485 with a 2 on the 484 dial in. Leaves him 12 thou behind. So Jake the Snake. Moving on to round number 2. Bob Alexander. I believe that's actually Michael Valley over on the left-hand side. And Travis Laster. Alexander dialed in at 461 and getting chased by Travis Laster, who's dialed in at 416. Five thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Laster. Win light Laster. 011, 1 above 0. 21 pack. And Bob Alexander, 016 on the tree. 460 with a 1. Breaks out 9 thou. Gets there 14 thou. Gets there but too much. So Travis Laster moving on to round number 2. So Michael Smith and Tim Crone going to be our next pair. Smith left side dialed in at 502. Tim Crone right side dialed in at 499. So let's go. Remember, our racer registration is where you can get your buybacks taken care of. So Scott and Missy Crosby, appreciate the snacks and whatnot for the announcers up here. We will consume those throughout the weekend. Thank you again to Scott and Missy Crosby. Identical double 09 reaction times. At the finish line, winner going to be Michael Smith. 504 with a 3 on the 502 dial in. As Tim Crone goes 501 with a 4 on the 499 dial in. Smith, 9, take a thou. And we'll move on to round number 2. Patrick Miller and Billy Ferraro, we call him Thug. Over on the right hand side, Ferraro dialed in at 450. Patrick Miller, left side dialed in at 477. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Miller. Win light Ferraro. 013. 451 with a 2 on the 450 dial in. Miller had the better 008 reaction time, but goes 475 with a 1 on the 477 dial in. So Miller breaking out. And Ferraro moving on. We'll see Patrick Miller over at Racer Registration, where $250 will get you bought back in to the re-entry round. Michael Ruark and Jeff Keane going to be our next pair. Ruark left side dialed in at 456. Keane over on the right hand side dialed in at 470 for that Hellcat dragster. 4 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Ruark. Win like Keen. 036, 472 with a 2 on the 470 dial in. Ruark had the better 032 light, but goes 461 with an 8 on the 456. Leaves him 32 thou behind at the stripe. Jeff Keen moving on. McKenna Kitterman and John Siegel going to be our next pair. Kitterman left side dialed in at 445. John Siegel right side dialed in at 443. Going to be the winner as Kitterman turns it red. So John Siegel 442 with a 0 on the 443 dial in. Kitterman after the red light goes dead on with a 7, no good. So John Siegel moving on. Alan Elliott and Mike Gentile going to be our next pair. Elliott left side, dialed in at 447. Gentile over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 5 flat. Six thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Gentile. Win light. Gentile. 10 total for Mike G. 004 dead at 6. As Alan Elliott was 010 reaction time. He goes 449 with a 4 on a 447 dial in, and that's good enough for 24 thou behind. So Mike Gentile moving on. John Sloan and Mark Davis. Gonna be our next pair. Sloan left side dialed in at 463. Mark Davis over on the right-hand side dialed in at 478. Davis is going to be the winner as Sloan turns at 008 on the red side. So Davis 043, dead on with a 9. Going to take the win. Elizabeth Keene and Miss Randy Lynn Ship going to be our next pair. Keene over on the left side dialed in at 484. And Miss Randy Lynn over on the right-hand side dialed in at 458. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Ship right side. Winline, however, going to go to Keene on the left-hand side. 484 with a 7 on the 484 dial in. Ship had the better of the two for the reaction time at 027, but looks like she gave it up and got a foul behind at the finish line. So Elizabeth Keene moving on. So Jason Rich over here on the left-hand side, dialed in at 435. No driver information over on the right-hand side. The dragster over there dialed in at 451. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to the right lane. Going to take the win as well. 452 with an 8 on a 451 dial in. Nice 002 reaction time. Jason Rich was 041 on the tree. Goes 433 on the 435 dial in. Right side, 2, take 4, and moves on to round number 2. Rich going to move over to racer registration. We'll have to fork out $250 to get him into the re-entry round. Charles Melnick looks like driving John Boat's dragster. Going to be the winner, 023 on the tree, 477 with a 6. On that 473 dial in. His right side, 449 was a dial in and goes 453 with an 8. No good. So Melnick moving on. Kevin Burkett and Joe David. Going to be our next pair. Burkett, left side dialed in at 482. Joe David, right side dialed in at 480. So just a couple of hundredths, the difference in reaction times, or I'm sorry, in dial-ins. Joe David going to be the winner as Burkett for the 032 red. So David, 479 with a 0 on the 480 dial in after an 012 reaction time. Burkett after the red light, 480 with a 6 on the 482 dial in. So Joe David moving on. Michael Carpenter and Tripman McCarty. Gonna be our next pair. This ought to be pretty good. Carpenter left side dialed in at 488. And McCarty over on the right hand side dialed in at 478. Carpenter, go be your winner. McCarty turns at 702 on the red side. Carpenter, 026, 486 with a 2 on the 488. McCarty after the red light, 475 with a 9 on the 478 dial in. Timmy Miller and Tebow, Tyler Bohannon, gonna be our next pair. Miller left side, 476 gonna be the dial in for him. And 464 going to be the dial in for Tebow over on the right hand side. And there's up the starting line, going to go to Bohannon. We're going to turn that to a win. 003, 474 with a 6 on a 464 dial in. Miller goes 477 with an 8 on the 476 dial in with a reaction time. That started with a 2. So Tebow moving on. Claudio DeBonis and Tom Dauber are going to be our next pair. DeBonis left side dialed in at 457. Dauber, right side dialed in at 461. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Dauber about 9,000ths of a second. Going to turn that to a win. 5 dead 8. Going to take the win. The bonus was 014 on the tree. Dead 5. Good enough for 6 thou behind. So Tom Dauber, 5, take 6. Going to move on. Frank Angé and Larry Hamby going to be our next pair. Angé left side dialed in at 461. Hambone over on the right hand side dialed in at 488. Hamby going to be the winner as Angé turns at 005 on the right side. So Hamby, 035, 490 with a 3, on a 488 dial in. Angé after the red light, 459 with a 9, on a 461 dial in. Well, this ought to be a pretty good matchup. Steve McCrory and Adam Russell. McCrory left side dialed in at 482. Adam Russell, right side dialed in at 440. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage McCrory. Russell already working the throttle down there. He knew what was going to happen. 015 on the tree, 444 with a 3 on a 440 dial in. Something happening with Champ. Could only go 489 with a 6 on that 482 dial in. Crossed at 130 miles an hour. So Adam Russell going to be moving on to round number 2. Steve McCrory going to be moving on to racer registration. Howard Westbury and Michael Scott going to be our next pair. Westbury left side dialed in at 454. Michael Scott right side dialed in at 460. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Westbury. Win light. Going to go to Westbury. 012 on the tree. 456 with a 3 on a 454 dial in. Scott goes 461 with a 4 on the 460 dial in. Good enough for 30 behind at the stripe. Corey Galletti and Carson Brown are going to be our next pair. A couple of second gen racers. Galletti over on the left side dialed in at 452. Brown over on the right hand side dialed in at 466. Galletti going to be the winner is Carson Brown turns at 008 red. So Galletti 016, 448 with a 9 on the 452 dial in. Brown after the red light goes 467 with a 4 on a 466 dial in. So Corey Galletti moving on. So Robbie Gear and Alexandria Christmas going to be our next pair. Gear left side dialed in at 443. Christmas right side dialed in at 507. starting line. We're going to go to here, left side. Going to be the winner as well. 466 with a 1 on the 443 dial in. Christmas goes dead on with a 1, but when you have a reaction time that starts with a 6, usually doesn't work out too well for you. So Robbie Gear, moving on to round number 2. Carl Sosi and BT Brandon Taylor are going to be our next pair. Sosi left side dialed in at 467. BT dialed in right side at 459.
So we got some good news and some bad news. The bad news, no event t-shirts for this particular race. They did not make it on the boat. So yeah, but we do have t-shirts in the bottom of the tower from previous SFG events. It's a garage sale, fire prices. Shirts are $10 until they're gone. Hats and tank tops are $20. They're down in the bottom of the tower. Come see Big Bob Riley. Cash only. Bob likes cash. Him and Uncle Sam are tight. So come see Big Bob down in the base of the tower. Get an SFG previous / past event t-shirt for $10. That's a cheap t-shirt for $10. Good quality shirts. Tanks for women and hats are $20. And Big Bob Riley in the bottom of the tower. Cash only, please. Come on, see Bob. Come get some shirts.
Adam Mitzanis and Travis Laster are going to be our next pair. Mitzanis got that Formula One wing on the back of that thing. I think looks pretty cool. 480 going to be the dial in for Mitzanis. And Travis Laster right side dialed in at 434. Mitzanis going to be the winner. Laster turns at 007 red. 480 with a 7. 004 reaction time. 11 total. Travis Laster after the red light, 433 with a 4 or a 434 dial in. So Mitzanis moving on. Baby Gaps, Lake Cummings, right side. He is dialed in at 447. Over on the left-hand side, no driver information, but dialed in at 476. Carla Puntillo is going to be who is over on the left-hand side. Well, no matter what, she turned at 003 on the red side, so Baby Gap. 011 on the tree, 445 with a 7 on the 447 dial in. Hack Mulligan with all the information up here in the tower. He's got it, he's got it. JT, Johnny Talisano, going to be up next on the left-hand side. He is dialed in at 453. And Derek Barnes, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 469. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Barnes, red light Barnes, 008, 472 with a 4 on a 469 dial in. Talisano, 020 on the tree, 3 above, and 8 down behind at the finish line. Derek Barnes, 8 in front, 8, and will take the win. Chris Rowe and Brian Gasper are going to be our next pair. Rowe left side dialed in at 471. Gasper right side dialed in at 489. So once again, this is round number 1 of Dragsters. Red run stickers. You have been called. And that's it so far. Please, please, please. We have plenty of you. Red run stickers and red run stickers only. $13 thousandths of a second separates them up front. One of them was 013. Brian Gasper, how about 000? 490 with a 3 on the 489 dial in. Going to take the win as Rowe was 013 on the tree. 470 with an 8 on the 471 dial in. He had a tiny, and I mean tiny, bit of room to work with. Gets there 2 thou, breaks out 2 thou, had to take pretty much nothing at the finish line. So Gasper, moving on to round number 2. Cole Powell and Kayla Costello going to be our next pair. Powell left side dialed in at 467. Costello right side dialed in at 466. Kayla Costello going to be the winner as Powell throws a 004 on the red side. Costello, a thou away from a perfect run. How about 000? Breaks out a thou and didn't even need it. Cole Powell after the red light, 466 with a 9. Both of them break out a thou. Wow. So Kayla Costello moving on. Keith Russell and Anthony D'Agostino going to be our next pair. Russell left side dialed in at 469. D'Agostino right side dialed in at 475. Is that a real city for D'Agostino? Tuckahoe, New York. Tuckahoe, New York. I'm getting clarification from Joe Kerner in the back. Tuckahoe, New York. 24 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage D'Agostino. Winner, however, going to be Russell. 025, dead 3, and in front at the stripe by .0005. D'Agostino had the better 001 reaction time. Goes 477, and looks like got 5/10 out behind at the finish line. Jason Folk and Isaac Harris. Folk driving that dragster from stuck in the 90s. Got the chrome cage, got the Borla chrome mufflers on it. Dialed in at 482. And Isaac Harris over on the right hand side dialed in at 460. I believe that's an original Mullis paint job too. Yeah. Folk going to be the winner as Harris turns at 4 red, Folk 4 green, and goes 481 with a 3 on the 482 dial in. Harris after the red light breaks out by 5 thou, 459 with a 5 on a 460 dial in. So Jason, Larry, Smoke, whatever you want to call them, moving on to round number 2. So both dragsters next up taking their time getting backed up. Lou Hawthorne over on the right hand side stopped on the track. Sounded like he didn't want to go into reverse and finally getting it back up, it looks like. Had some issues during his time run today as well, so we'll see how this goes. 440 going to be the dial in for Mr. Hawthorne over on the right hand side, and Miss Katie Sloat, our 2021 Junior Dragster Track Champion for the advanced class as well. She is dialed in left side at 489.
Ooh, a dry hop. Awesome.
Mr. Hawthorne with the dry hop.
We're racing now.
thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Hawthorne. Winlight Hawthorne. How about 001? 445 with a 9 on the 440 dial in. Take one after that issue backing up. Miss Sloat, 009 on the tree, 494 with a 2 on the 489 dial in, and a thou behind at the finish line. Dry hops matter. Maybe we'll see that one on the old 00 show later on today.
Not like my dog. My dog will fake limp just to get treats. Like he'll just start limping all over. He's really an actor. My dad's like, hey, your dog's limping. I'm like, no, he ain't. He's faking it.
Joel LaPierre and Kyle Cotrera are going to be our next pair. LaPierre, left side, dialed in at 472. Kyle Cotrera driving T-Rock's dragster over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 463. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Slide advantage, Coltrera. Winlight, Coltrera. 7, dead 5, 12 total. LaPierre, 009 on the tree, dead on with an 8. At 5 thou behind at the finish line. Coltrera, 7, take 5, and moves to round number 2. Gerald Thompson and Will Holloman going to be our next pair. Thompson, left side, dialed in at 468. And Will Holloman over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 453. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We will take you into lanes now, please. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We will take you into lanes now, please. And not the ones that already came up when we called reds. We'll take the actual white run sticker, please. 2 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Holloman, Winlight Holloman, 012, 454 with a 5 on the 453 dial in. Thompson was 014 on the tree, goes 470 with a 6 on the 468 dial in, leaves him 13 thou behind at the stripe. So Will Holloman moving on. Dave Saludo.
That's Allen Hall. Can't be Allen Hall. 02 months.
Right hand side dialed in at 470. Dave Saludo. Left hand side dialed in at 479. Saludo going to be the winner. Right side turns at 023 on the red side. So Saludo 481 with a 2 on the 479 dial in. Nice 006 reaction time. Going to take the win. Right side 466 with a 6 on the 470 dial in. So Dave Saludo moving on. Once again, red and white run stickers. Dragsters, round number 1, you have been called. Red and white run sticker dragsters. Round number 1, you have been called. Amy Farrow over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 463. No driver information as of yet on the left-hand side, but 485 going to be the dial in. Seven thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Farrow. Winlight, left-hand side, 019, 486 with a 2 on the 485 dial in. Farrow was 012 on the tree, goes 467 with a 5 on a 463 dial in. So left side going to be the winner in that pair. Terrell Sinkler and Nick Ferraro going to be our next pair. Sinkler left side dialed in at 516. And Nick Ferraro over on the right hand side dialed in at 473. Attention into pits, attention into pits. Got ourselves a parts call. Jeremy West is looking for a Holley blue pump. So if you have or know somebody that has a Holley blue pump, Jeremy West is parked on the east side of the track next to the oil dump station. Once again, Jeremy West is looking for a Holley blue pump.
Thank you, sir. What kind of car you guys are?
Nick Ferraro, the winner in that last pair, 004, dead 8. Gonna take the win. Gunboat, Johnny Brandon over on the left-hand side. Driving one of the Folks dragsters. 458 going to be the dial-in, and Stephen Farrow. Over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 453. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. They are 007 combined, leaving the starting line. Winner going to be Stephen Farrow, 002, 454 with a 2 on the 453 dial in. Brandon was 005 on the tree, 459 with a 1 on the 458 dial in. Stephen Farrow, 2, take 2, and we'll take the round win.
Once again, we got a Jegs parts call. Jeremy West looking for a Holley blue pump. Anybody with a Holley blue pump, help him out. You can either bring it up here to the tower, we'll get it to Jeremy, or else Jeremy is pitted down by the oil dump on the east side of the track. He's got a red S10. And once again, a Jegs parts call looking for a Holley blue pump for Jeremy West. If you got one, try and get it to him.
All Chambers and Eric Mann going to be our next pair. Chambers left side dialed in at 444, and Eric Mann driving the High Five Energy Drink dragster right side down to that 463. Folks, once again, buybacks, re-entries. If you suffer the misfortune of your win line not coming on first round, have no fear, we have buybacks available. $250 will get you bought back into the re-entry round. So please, if you suffer the misfortune of your win line not coming on, we have buybacks available. Racer registration, $250. We'll get you bought back in. So please. So Quan Spain and Curtis Allen going to be our next pair. So Spain over on the left-hand side, 455 going to be the dial-in for him. And 5 flat going to be the dial-in for Curtis Allen over on the right-hand side. Parked on the right lane just before the 60-foot. So getting it pushed back there. Don't know if the bat signal may have ran the batteries low on the car or what, but so pushing Curtis Allen back. So Juan Spain going to get the stress-free ride to round number 2. LS powered dragster, 456 with an 8 on a 455 dial in. Curtis Allen, if we can get his car figured out, racer registration will be open for him for $250. We'll get his Fuel Tech Thursday hopes still alive. So once again, red and white run stickers. You have been called for dragster round number 1. Red and white run sticker dragsters. You have been called for round number 1. All right, back to racing now. Timmy Miller and McKenna Brown. Give me our next pair. Miller left side dialed in at 477. And McKenna Brown, our $15,000 Thursday warm-up that was held from Wednesday. Dialed in here at 459. Advantage on the starting line is going to go to Miller left side. Will be the winner as well. 006, 1 above 1, 17 total. Locks out McKenna Brown, who was 034 in the reaction time. Goes 457 with an 8 on the 459 dial in. Still leaves her 5 thou behind at the finish line. Kelly Smith and Steve Mueller are going to be our next pair. Smith over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 497. And Steve Mueller over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 461. Six thousandths of a second separates them on the starting line. Advantage Smith. Win light Smith. 020 on the tree. Dead 3. 23 total. Locks out Steve Mueller, who was 026 on the reaction time. 460 with a 4. On the 461 dial in. No good. Kelly Smith moving on. Got another Jegs parts call. Another Jegs parts call. Troy Williams. Looking for a set of 1432 Mickey Thompson radials for their Chevy 2-door car. So if you have a set of 1432 Pro Bracket radials, Troy Williams looking for a set. They are parked over on the west side of the track, I believe. So Troy Williams looking for a set of 1432 Mickey Thompson radials. Steve Dweck going to be the winner of the last pair. 1 take 8, 490 with a 4 on the 488 dial in. Brianna Costello was 007, 475 with a 6 on the 473 dial in. Steve Dweck moving on. Bruce Lieberman and Scott Sanders. Lieberman left side dialed in at 452. And OK Cod. Scott Sanders right side dialed in at 467. Sanders going to be the winner as Lieberman turns it 006 red. Sanders, 021 green, 464 with an 8. On the 467 dial in. Lieberman after the red light goes 453 with a 5. On the 452 dial in. Next pair, James Cavanaugh and Mikey Bloomfield. Bloomfield brought the shorty dragster back out for the 50 grander today. Had some decent luck so far with the S10 as he was our $15,000 winner on Thursday that was held on Wednesday. Keep up with me though, keep up with me. I had to reread the screen. This is Mikey Bloomfield, senior. So Big Mike over on the right-hand side. 468 the dial in for him. And James Kavanaugh, 469, will be the dial in over on the right-hand side. 14 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Bloomfield, Winlight Bloomfield, 014, 473 with a 0. Gets there by, call it nothing, might as well. 0.0002 at the finish line. Locks out Kavanaugh, who was 028 on the tree, and goes 472 with a 6. Marshall Grooms and Mike Larkin going to be our next pair. Grooms left side dialed in at 469, and Mike Larkin over on the right-hand side dialed in at 489. You'll be on hold just a second, right past the finish line over on the right-hand lane. Center of the groove, I see a spot of debris on the racing surface, so gonna run out there and retrieve that real quick. Get back to racing here momentarily. So Michael Grooms and Mike Larkin gonna be our next pair of grooms out of Washington, D.C. Down in at 469. And Mike Larkin over on the right-hand side calls Salisbury, Maryland home for him.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags! Into the game for $50,000 on this beautiful, slightly breezy Fuel Tech Thursday. So we have re-entries available at racer registration. $250. We'll get you bought back in to the re-entry round. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. They're 009 combined, leaving the starting line. That's the finish line. Mike Larkin going to be the winner. 3 dead 2, 5 total. Locks out Marshall Grooms, who was 006 on the reaction time. Grooms 470 with a 1 on the 469. Good enough for a trip to the re-entry room. Nice pat on the back and a thanks for playing. $250 will get you back in the game, though. Michael Smith and Derek Hubbard, our next pair. Smith left side dialed in at 504. And Derek Hubbard over on the right-hand side dialed in at 445. Thousandth of a second separates them up front. Advantage Hubbard. Winlight Hubbard 002, 447 with a 4 on a 445 dial in. Smith was 016 on the tree, goes 2 above, 506 with a 0 on a 504 dial in. Good enough for 10th out behind at the finish line. Derek Hubbard moving on. Alan Elliott and Scotty Gibson gonna be our next pair. Elliott left side dialed in at 448. Scotty Gibson got down to quarterfinals, I believe, in the $15,000 warm-up yesterday that we finished up this morning. Come on, keep up, keep up. Gibson left side, or I'm sorry, Gibson right side dialed in at 453. Three thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Elliott, Winlight Elliott, 450 with a 2. On a 448 dial in. Nice 010 light. As Gibson was 013 reaction time. Goes 457 with a 4. And no good. Alan Elliott moving on. Dave Triplett and Billy Dunn going to be our next pair. Not the first time Billy Dunn and Dave Triplett have ran each other, as they are both local Floridians. Triplett, left side dialed in at 462. Billy Dunn, right side dialed in at 476. Billy Dunn going to be the winner as Triplett turns the 014 on the red side. How about Billy Dunn with a perfect run and didn't even need it? 000, 476 with a 0 on the 476 dial in. And didn't even need it as Triplett was 014 on the tree and goes 463 with a 2 on the 462 dial in. Joe Kerner in my ear tells me that's the first perfect run for the weekend by Mr. Billy Dunn. Nice work. Nice work. Jason Rich and Jay Adams going to be our next pair. Rich, left side dialed in at 436. Jay Adams, right side dialed in at 490. Rich going to be the winner as he was 015 on the tree, dead 2, 17 total. Jay Adams was 001 on the red side, breaks out by 5 thou. So Jason Rich, 436 with a 2, and moves on to round number next. Michael Yarnall and John L. Gerber are going to be our next pair. Yarnall, left side dialed in at 514. And John L. Gerber, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 458. Racers, please keep in mind, you cannot change your dial-in once you are past the head of staging. There is a line at the head of staging. Once you cross it, the dial-in that is on the car, that's what you're committed to. Cannot change your dial-ins once you have crossed the head of the staging lanes. 1/1000th of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage at Yarnall. Win light, Gerber, 010 on the tree, 461 with a 4 on the 458 dial in. As Yarnall was 009 on the tree, 518 with a 9 on the 514 dial in. Good enough for 14 thou behind. John L. Gerber moving on. John Sloan and Jason Bator. Gonna be our next pair. Sloan, left side dialed in at 463. Bator, right side dialed in at 455. John Sloan going to be the winner as Bator turned at 005 red. Sloan 016 of 464 with a 4 on a 463 dial in. Bator after the red light goes 454 with a 5 on the 455 dial in. So John Sloan moving on. John Douglas, left side, dialed in at 480, and George E. Bell, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 449. Georgie Bell sitting on the starting line still, so John Douglas is going to get the stress-free ride to round number 2. 022 on the tree. Shutting it down early to prevent baking out. 497 with a 1. On the 480 dial in is Bell. Not sure what happened there. Has a reaction time of 18.906 for those of you scoring at home. So we will see Mr. Georgie Bell over at Racer Registration, where $250 will get him into the re-entry round. Just like the rest of you whose win line did not show up like you wanted it to, $250 will get you back in the running for $50,000. I mean, what else are you going to do on a Thursday? Might as well sit here and race, right? You're here. Jonathan DeApril and SAJ, Stanley Albritton Jr. Over on the right-hand side, he is dialed in at 492. And DeApril over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 456. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. They are 001 total leaving the starting line. Wow. SAJ 7 total, gonna get the win. 000 dead 7, as Jonathan DeApril was 001 dead 7. Finish line margin, a thou going to SAJ. Wow. And this is round number 1. Both of them ripping to the stripe. It's SAJ moving on. Gary Carboni and William Hamilton going to be our next pair. Carboni left side dialed in at 511, and Hamilton over on the right hand side dialed in at 459. Once again, dial-ins on your board. Once you get up to the front of the staging lanes, once you get to that white line, that dial-in that is on your car, you are committed to it. Cannot change your dial-in once you are past the white line at the front of the staging lanes. Please, 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 help us out. So Gary Carbone going to be the winner. As William Hamilton goes 461 with a 2 on the 459 dial in. Aaron Williams and Jeff Serra going to be our next pair. Williams left side dialed in at 507, and Jeff Serra over on the right hand side dialed in at 456. For the Team W and InMotion Solutions, FTI and Jegs.com dragster over on the right hand side. Well, looks like he was blinking it in and rolled through the beam as he got up on the converter, and Jeff wasn't even in yet. So Jeff Serra wisely waiting to get on the two-step to get a time run out of it. Goes 450 with a 2 on the 456 dial in. Not very rare that you can have a reaction time that starts with a 9 and then the decimal points, and then have the wind light come on in your lane, but happens sometimes. Mark Kelly and Gary Sturgeon going to be our next pair. Sturgeon over on the left-hand side dialed in at 503, and Mark Kelly over on the right-hand side dialed in at 470. Gary Sturgeon going to be the winner as Kelly turns in 002 on the red side. So Sturgeon 505 with a 9 on a 503 dial in. Nice 007 reaction time. Kelly after the red light goes 471 with a 5 on a 470 dial in. So Gary Sturgeon moving on. JT, Johnny Talisano. And Jake Hodge going to be our next pair. Talisano left side dialed in at 456. Jake Hodge over on the right-hand side dialed in at 479. Eleven thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Talisano. Winlight Hodge. 018 on the tree. 479 with an 8. On a 479 dial in. He will take the win as Talisano had the better 007 reaction time. Goes 458 with a 2. On a 456 dial in. So Jake Hodge moving on. Carl Sosi and Mike Gentili. How about that, Chris Davis? Watching on at home. Mike Gentili. Right side dialed in, F5 flat. And Carl Susi over on the left-hand side dialed in, F466. Four thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Gentili. Going to turn that into a win as well. 12 total. 011, dead 1 for Gentili. Carl Susi was 015 on the tree and locked out from the start. Goes 468 with a 6 on the 466 dial in. So Mike Gentili moving on to round number 2. Elizabeth Keene and Bob Butner. Butner over on the right-hand side. Dialed in at 452. Keene over on the left-hand side. Dialed in at 484. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Slide advantage, Butner. Win light, Keene. 028, dead 1, 029 total. Butner, 027, dead 2, good enough for 29 total. Finish line margin, 0.0002 to Elizabeth Keene. So Miss Keene moving on. Kelly Smith and Madison McCormick going to be our next pair. Smith left side dialed in at 446. And McCormick over on the right-hand side dialed in at 443. 0.04 of a second separates them up front. Advantage Smith. Win light McCormick. 009, 446 with a 4 on the 443 dial in. Smith had better 005 reaction time. Cannot run the number. Goes 451 with a 2 on the 446 dial in. Good enough for 14th out behind. Miss McCormick moving on. McKenna Kitterman and Michael Carpenter are going to be our next pair. Kitterman left side dialed in at 445. Carpenter right side dialed in at 488. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Kitterman. Win light Kitterman. 008. Dead 8. 16 total. Michael Carpenter. 010 on the tree. 489 with a 2. On a 488 dial in. Good enough for 6th thou behind. McKenna Kitterman moving on. Ricky Boggs and Chris Turner are going to be our next pair. Boggs left side dialed in at 484. Turner right side dialed in at 464. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Boggs, left side. Going to be the winner as well. 010 on the tree, 486 with a 0. On the 484 dial in. Turner was 071 on the tree. Goes 466 with a 3 on the 464 dial in. Ricky Boggs moving on. Patrick Miller and Aaron McCullough going to be our next pair. Miller left side dialed in at 476. McCullough right side also dialed in at 476. Miller going to be the winner. It's McCullough turned in a Heartbreaker 001 red. So Miller 007, 475 with a 1 on the 476. McCullough after the red light, dead on with a 6, and no good. Again, after you turn it red, don't run it out. You know it's going to be dead on. Don't even bother. Corey Galletti and Justin Fordyce. Going to be our next pair. Going to be the last pair for me for a little bit, as I'm going to turn the mic over to Mr. Joe Kerner here, next pair. So Galletti, left side dialed in at 452. Fordyce, right side dialed in at 473. Galletti going to be the winner as Fordyce turns at 029 on the red side. So Galletti 019, shutting it down a little bit early. Now need to show his hand at 472 on a 452 dial in. Fordyce after the red light, 474 with a 9 on the 473 dial in. Take it away, Joe Kerner.
Thank you, James Thompson, for pitching in, helping us out here at the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Next pair out, left side, Brian Stevenson, Kankakee, Illinois, dialed in 473. Right side, Ray Connolly, dialed 453.
I remember watching that. I was looking at the screen like that. Hamilton was supposed to leave first, but it dropped this guy first. So Hamilton was like 4 red. Yeah, I was like 187 green. I remember I was like, I'm keeping that one in mind. Somebody's going to talk here about that one. They have it down. Next guy is
Away they go. Reaction time advantage going to Stevenson. He's 6 on the tree, runs it 2 over with a 4, takes 21. Ray Connolly, tardy off the dial, on his way to the re-entry round for only $250 to get back in to the Fuel Tech $50,000 race here today on day 2, Thursday, Christmas Bracket Bash. Kevin Burkett, left side, dials 481, heads up with Todd Osting. Osting making the lane change from left to right. And away they go. They both may not like it. Not great lights, but the reaction time advantage goes to Burkett. He's 56 on the tree, 1 over 3, gets there by 5 thou. Your winner, Osting, not 56. Dead 2, 5 thou behind. Left side, Joe LaPierre in his second entry, 472, his dial. Trip McCarty on the right side, 479, his dial. Drops and away they go, separated by only 1 thou. Advantage to LaPierre, but Trip McCarty gets the win. He's 21, dead 0. LaPierre 20, 1/4 needed to be dead zero for the win. Canadians aplenty in the left lane. Frank Anger dials 461 over here. He's going to take on Claude DeBonis in the all-international round. Now, yeah, they're thousands of miles apart. Claude DeBonis dials 457. DeBonis out of Fort Lauderdale. DeBonis uncharacteristically goes 10 red. Anger's getting dialed in. He's 4 on the tree, 3 thou under for the win. DeBonis, after going 10 red, breaks it out 2 thou. He'll get to the re-entry window and be back. He's not giving up. No way, no how. Left side, Johnny Brannon. John Boat, they call him, dialed 474. Going to give about half a wheel head start to Brian Gasper. Gasper dialed 489 on the right side. And away they go. Brannon, 4 thou red. Gasper gets a good break. Gasper 63 on the tree, dead zero. Usually not good enough, a 63 package, but it gets him through to round 2 and saves him $250. The call is going out. Red, white, and blue dragsters. Red, white, and blue dragsters. We need all of you to staging. Red, white, and blue dragsters. We need all of you to staging. On the starting line now, Michael Ruark. Dials 455 left side. Silver Fox Jr. That's a handful right there. Right side, Jerry Sims dials in with a 476. Separated by only 2 thou. Who's going to get there first without breaking out? Well, that's Michael Ruark. He's 3 over with a 3, taking 4 thou after being 11 on the tree. Sims 13 on the tree, 3 over 5, 4 thou behind. Getting out the wallet or the credit card. Left side, Troy Williams Jr. up next. 468 the dial. Heads up with Tony Pontillo. Pontillo can't wait. He's 6 thou red. Williams 10 green. Runs at 37 under. Moving on. Pontillo, taking our advice, doesn't run it through. Goes 3 over. I'm making us sound good. Next pair, Keith Russell, Arden, North Carolina. He's dialed in 469, going to be chasing down Terry Hutchins. Hutchins out of East Bend, North Carolina. These two have probably tangled before. Hutchins dialed 502 on the right side. Hutchins 12 red. Russell on the left side 31 green. 5 thou under. Hutchins 200 over. Hutchins will readjust the delay box, spend $250 and bring it on back for $50,000 on Fuel Tech Thursday here at the SFG Hansen Global Christmas Bracket Bash. Bailey Ferraro up now in the left lane, dial 474. Ed Richardson, right side. Nope. Not Ed Richardson, right side, dialed 452. reaction time advantage going to the right side. 008. 2 over with a 6. Gets there in front. 18 thou as Bailey Ferraro bails out at the end of the run. Goes 31. 2 over 1. Ryan Barnes, your winner. Up next, Derek Barnes out of Drayden, Maryland in the JR1 Racing Oil Special. He's dialed in 471. John Brown, right side, dialed 464. And away they go. John Brown, 7 red. Derek Barnes, the automatic winner. He's 38 on the tree, dead 2. John Brown runs it out, goes a 10th under. Left side now, Gerald Thompson, 470 his dial. Travis Laster Jr. was dialed 408 last night, broke it out 5 thou, going 407 at 168. He's backed off on the dial today. He's dialed 414 out of Browns Mill, New Jersey. Slight crosswind turning to a headwind. It's gone from cloudless day to partly cloudy. It's just gorgeous here to be in Florida racing this week. I highly recommend it to anybody that has the ability to do it. Big reaction time advantage going to Gerald Thompson. If he doesn't break out, he's going to win. He doesn't, and he does. He's 17 on the tree, dead 4. Laster, 42 on the tree, 2 over 5, 46 thou behind, going 168.98 miles an hour. Left side up next, Lori Shapiro, sending out thanks to her neighbor for helping them out. They had some issues with some lifters last night. They got it all taken care of. She's back on the track today, dialed 483. Going to get chased by Kevin Abbott in the right side, dialed 465. Breaks it out 6 thou. Kevin Abbott, 11 on the tree, 4 over with a 2, lets out as he sees the automatic win in his lane. Up next, left side, Bruce Lieberman. Lieberman dialed 431. He's going to be chasing right side, dialed 453.
There's catfish on the side of the car.
Reaction time advantage going to the right lane. Cuts Lieberman's light in half. He's 12 on the tree. Dead 1. 13 total, taken 5 hundredths. 52 thou. Lieberman 24 on the tree. 4 over. And no good. Left side now, Carlos Diaz, dialed 471. Right side, Tom Dwaba, out of Medford, New Jersey, dials up a 461. Check that, James Kavanaugh in the left lane, not Carlos Diaz. Kavanaugh means business. He lets go 001, breaks it out 9 thou as Dauber goes 5 red, dead 6. Right side, Slate Cummings dials up a 449. Left side, Alan Glatt, 455 in his supercharged Zoomies equipped rear engine dragster. No baby blower on this dragster.
Make more money here.
Both drivers in and stage. The tree comes down and off they go. Alan Glatt, sick and tired of not getting to the final. He goes 002, 1 over 0, shuts out Slate Cummings, who's 18 on the tree, 6 thou under. Margin at the finish line, trip 3. We'll call it air, doesn't matter. Up now, left side, Katie Sloat. Dials in 489, going to be chasing we got a JEGS parts call going out for a radiator pressure tester. Radiator pressure tester. Anybody got one of those? Cameron Thomas looking for a radiator pressure tester. Cameron's just down from the bleachers on the left side, fourth trailer down, facing the track. Easy to find. Katie Sloat, 5 thou red. The American flag dragster gets a gift going 112 green and then backing it up by going 6 over. Katie Sloat, 005 red, dead 2. That'll cost you $250. Sadly. Up next, Stephen Farrow out of Rossville, Georgia. Left side, dialed 453. Bubba Hawthorne, right side, dialed 480. Bubba is out of Mims, Florida. goes 15 on the tree, but breaks it out. One stinking thou. Getting there by 200ths, which is about 5 feet. Doesn't sound like much, but that's a lot. Stephen Farrow, 20 on the tree, advancing to the next round. Eric Mann in the Extreme High Five Energy entry. Left side, dialed 464, going to be chasing down Mike Stasky. Stasky out of Vero Beach, Florida, dialed in at a 510 on the right side. Separated by 18 thou. The math is getting harder to do as the reaction times climb up there, but Eric Mann with the better of the two lights. He's 21, 1/2, gets there first by 29 thou. Your winner, Eric Mann, left side. Up now, Amy Farrow on the left side. Dials in 465. She's heads up with Zach Cook. Cook on the right side. It's no wonder they're both dialed in the same. They both have tunnel rams with single 4 barrels on their big block Chevys. One's got a big bottle on it though. That may be a secret weapon about to be deployed. And away they go, 21 to a 12. 12 on Zach Cook's side. But the 21 gets the job done. Amy Farrow, 21, dead one, gets there first by 0049.
How old were you when you came up missing and no one could find you in the track and they found you up in the camera?
Up next, left side, Terrell Sinkler out of Baltimore, Maryland. Dials up a 474, taking on Kayla Costello. Kayla dialed 467. I believe this is her second entry. Wasn't Kayla trip zip earlier this round? We'll go with that. Why would anybody dispute it? Backs up the trip zip with a 005. Terrell Sinkler goes 007 red. He runs one over with a 6. Costello dead 3, 8 total. Takes 1 thou at the finish line. Everything working on that run for Kayla Costello. Now it's time to go find Bandit and take him for a quick walk. Mr. Pennington isn't here, so Kayla can't walk Bandit through his pit. Adam Russell, right side, dialed 440. Ed Nunez, 443, left lane. Russell been wearing out the throttle cable all weekend long. Off they go. Russell, red. Nunez, 14 green, dead 0, your winner. Cameron Thomas looking for a torque wrench now to go along with the coolant pressure tester for the radiator. Anybody with a torque wrench, please stop by Cameron's pit. And help him out. Up next, Donovan Williams, left lane, dialed 469. Lunch does sound good. Randy Lynn Ship with a new Bullet. Nope, that's a different car. dials 456, right side.
Well, if you gambled when you were 6 years old, maybe you could afford that. Yeah, don't get
Tree comes down, away they go. Randy Lynn Ship, 2,000 red. Donovan Williams goes 20 on the tree. Lets it rip all the way through to go 58 under. Williams moving on. John Bodie up next, left side, dialed 476. Melissa Kelly, right side, out of Southampton, New Jersey, dialed 461.
When is lunch? When was lunch? Did we miss lunch? We missed it. Oh, man.
Tree comes down, away they go. 008 for Bodie. That's good enough for the win already as Melissa Kelly goes 13 red. Bodie runs it through to go 1/6. Melissa Kelly, dead 3 after going 13 red. Left side now, James Adams out of Mayaca City, Florida, in the Exhaust Solutions rear engine dragster, dialed 490. Going to get chased by Kyle Coltrera. Coltrera in the Troy Williams from Virginia dragster, dialed 444. Coltrera cuts Adams Light in half. Coltrera goes 9, 1/9, gets their second, I should say, as he drops out. Jay Adams, 18 on the tree, 3 thou under. Getting there 13 thou, needed to take 10 thou or less to get by Coltrera, but Coltrera advances on the breakout.
Davide? Davide? It's not David. David, thank you.
Joe David left side, 479. Going to get chased by Travis Laster. Laster dialed 435 in his supercharged entry in the right lane. Double O to double O, but David goes 004 green, Laster 002 red. He runs it through to go 14 under, 433 with a 6 on the 435. David, dead 7, 11 total. Got to be feeling pretty good now. Heading back to the pit once he picks up his time slip. Tim Miller out of Bradenton, Florida, dialed 485 in his Mopar powered rear engine dragster. Thank goodness there's one here. He's on the left lane. He's taking on Brandon Taylor. Taylor dialed 459. In the drag coverage dragster right side. Taylor with a significant reaction time advantage. 009. 2/4. Taking 007. Tim Miller, 35 on the tree. Dead 5. Good enough for 7 thou behind in second place.
Kondratic? Good Lord.
Jeff Kondratic, left side, dialed 478. McKenna Brown, 458 on the right side. Today's runner-up from yesterday's 15K warm-up.
Where they sell them downstairs? Yeah, first one.
Straight downstairs from the tower, if you want a fire sale t-shirt, any of the old SFG shirts on sale now, bring some cash down to the bottom of the tower and pick yourself up some Christmas presents to hand out to your friends and or family. McKenna Brown back on pace. She's 005 on the tree. And on the double breakout, she breaks it out a thou. Jeff Kondratic on the 478 goes 19 green and breaks it out by 26. McKenna Brown off that 30 light train she was riding the last couple runs, back to a 005. Moving on. Paul Skinzer out of Middleton, New York, dials up a 463 in the left lane. He's going to get chased by Will Holloman, dialed 452 on the right lane.
Sheriff's roll towards the 8 Lori. What'd you do?
Identical 004 reaction time. Getting there first, taking 3 thou. Will Holloman goes 452 with a 6. Couple that with his 4 light, he's 10 total. Skinzer 14 total, well 13 total, 3 thou behind. Up next, left side, Matt Ferraro dials 491. Going to be chasing Brandon Jones. Jones on the right side, dialed 415. Check that, 515. Separated by 11 thou, reaction time advantage going to Brandon Jones. He turns it into a win. He's 3/3, getting there first by 14 thou, as Ferraro must have had some trouble getting down the track. He's a 16 on the tree, but 3 over with a 6. Anthony D'Agostino, left side, dialed 475. Going to leave just behind Randy Kraus, right side, dialed 480. Kraus out of Orfield, Pennsylvania.
Re-entry round, no box, the lane 1 and 2.
Re-entry round, no box. Re-entry round, no box to lanes 1 and 2, please. Re-entry round, no box to lanes 1 and 2. D'Agostino goes 13 red. Your winner, Randy Kraus, 11, 2 over 5, getting the job done.
Maybe card number 3, buy round, no box, card number 3.
Left side now, Marshall Grooms dials 470. Right side, Stacy Carpenter, 474.
Where you gonna be? I kinda know where you're at.
Probably in the
0000, Marshall Grooms 003. 1 over 5, 18 total, taking 4 thou. Stacy Carpenter 009, 1 over 3, 4 thou behind. Coming up next,
I
know it's not Marshall Grooms. He just went down the track.
Right side, Isaac Harris, dialed 459. And it's either Jeff Keane or Steve Dustin making a lap in the Holly fuel-injected Hellcat dragster left side, dialed 470. Isaac Harris, 003, gets the job done, running 2/3, taking 11 at the finish line as the Hellcat entry falls short. Carla Pontillo, left side, dialed 475. Derek Hubbard, right side, dialed 447. We have called all dragsters. We are nearing the end of round 1. If you have not made one or both of your runs in a dragster for round 1, you're way late. Re-entry, no box. You have been called to staging lanes 1 and 2. Carla Pontillo goes 3 thou red, which is before and worse than Derek Hubbard's 22 red. Carla runs it out, dead 7, but she'll be headed to the buyback window with that entry. I doubt highly this is Nick Folk unless he just flew in this morning. But it is a Folk-owned entry. We'll go with that. Dialed 460 left side. Carson Brown dialed 470 on the right side. Double O, both red. Carson Brown first to go red. He's 001 red, 27 under. Nick, well, not Nick Folk, but the Folk entry, 004 red, 26 under. Gary Williams, left side, dials 477. Marie Muller dials up a 457 in the right lane. Marie Muller out of Pinellas Park, Florida. Advanced Motors sponsoring that entry. And they're off. Reaction time advantage favoring Williams, rocking the scoop all the way down. 16 dead 5 to get 3 thou behind as Marie Muller goes 22, 4 thou under, taking 3 thou stripe. No chance. No box re-entry round. We need you to staging lanes 1 and 2. No box re-entries. Standby call for red run sticker door car re-entries. You are on high alert. Red only, please. Red only. High alert. Brianna Costello, left side, dials 475. CJ Keene dials 451, right side. 000. CJ Keene with the advantage, 002, but gets behind. He runs a 10th over. Brianna Costello, 008, 1/8, gets there by 84 thousandths. Your winner, Brianna Costello. Tyler Bohannon, I believe this is his second entry, dials up 464, the left side. Jeremy West, 478, out of Port Charlotte, Florida, right lane. And here we go. Double O, double O. Tyler Bohannon, 008, taking the win, dead 1. Jeremy West had a shot at it. He was 006, but 1 over 3 leaves him 10 thou behind. Bohannon moving on. Mike Bloomfield Sr. in his second entry dials up 471 in the shorty on the left lane. Billy Dunn, or as we now call him, Mr. Perfect, dials up a 476 again. He was perfect on his last run, trip zip 76 with a 0. Dunn, 008. Gets it done again. 476-0 for the second run in a row. On fire is Mr. Perfect, Billy Dunn. Lays down 0 total, then 8 total. Bloomfield Sr., 14. 4 thou under, 2 thou behind, still no good. Stanley Albritton Jr., 454 on the left side. Jano Gerber, 458 right side. Red run sticker re-entry door cars and red only re-entry door cars, lanes 3 and 4 please. No box re-entry, lanes 1 and 2. Final call. Jano Gerber goes Bond with a nice pop a wheelie, but breaks it out 5 thou, taking 46 thou. Needed to take 41 thou or less. Stanley Albritton Jr., 29, 1 over 9, gets the job done. Barry Brown, left side, dialed 442. Mark Kelly, right side, dialed 471. I'm going to guess that is Burns, Jeff Burns, drags her in the left lane. Anyways, he cuts them in half, 11 on the tree. Runs 1 over 7, but gets behind trip 02. Mark Kelly, 22 on the tree, dead 6. Advancing by 2 10,000ths of a second. Michael Scott up next, left side, dialed 460. Right trailer's entry. Don't forget, if you stop on by the right trailer's pit, you get an estimate on a trailer, talk something about trailers, they'll give you a free hat just for stopping by and talking some business. Lori McGowan Sr. dialed 534 right lane. Once again, the final call has gone out for dragsters. If you haven't been down the track, you're done. You may as well just head over to the buyback window and get it done. Lori McGowan Sr. goes 2 on the tree. Dead 3, 5 total. Forcing Michael Scott to break it out to be in front. Nice package, 5 thou. Lori McGowan Sr. Wasn't that? Anyways, close enough. McGowan winning. Next pair out, W.R. Ketterman, left side, Salisbury, Maryland, dialed 462. Aaron McCullough, dialed 477, right lane. Separated by only 4 thou. It's a battle. McCullough breaks it out 5 thou, getting there first by 14 thou. Needed to take 8th thou or less. Ketterman, 15 on the tree, 1/3, your winner. Mike Larkin, right side, dialed 489. Kendall DeApril, dialed also 489 in the heads-up match. She's on the left side. Or he. Sorry. Kendall goes, could be man or woman. We'll try and get some more information on that. Here we go. Kendall is a she. Now we know. 0000. Kendall goes 005. She's ahead by 3 thou at the hit. Turns it into a win running dead 4. Getting there by 1 thou. Brett Sloat. I'm sorry. It was Mike Larkin, 008, dead 2. 10 total, 1 thou behind. Thanks for playing. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wow. Very late in the round. Yeah, oof is right. That's a tough one. Next up, left side, that's Corey LeClaire out of Dade City, Florida, dialed 491. Dave Edwards, right side, dialed 484 out of Port Charlotte, Florida.
What?
3 thou separate them. Advantage going to Corey LeClaire. He turns it into a win going 11, 1/0. Dave Edwards, 14, 4 thou under. Had to take 1 thou or less, didn't do it. Breaks it out. Well, I was wrong before. This is the Jeff Burns dragster out of Lebanon, Tennessee, dialed 438, left side. Jeff Burns driving the Jeff Burns entry. Right side, James Hill Jr., dialed 515 in the Corvettes West entry in the right lane. James Hill Jr., a little greedy. 83 red, Burnsy. 15 on the green side, dead 4. A feel-good lap for him. They're all hitters at this level, but a couple of well-known hitters on the starting line now. Tim Butler, left side, dials 490. Jeff Serra, right side, 451. Age and experience versus youth and exuberance. And they're off. Butler 4, Serra 10. Butler tries to get, or Serra tries to get behind and does. But on the double breakout, Tim Butler, your winner. 4 thou on the tree, 4 thou under. Jeff Serra, 10 on the tree, 8 thou under. Butler gets their first 2 thou.
Final Terra dragster coming at you.
Last pair out of dragsters, left side Michael Valley, dials 460. David Bird Jones in the American Pride Golf Cart Services entry, dialed 455 on the right side. time advantage going to David Bird Jones. He's 008 and then gets behind. Rips it to be 9 over almost, 4 thou behind. Michael Valley, 60 on the tree, 3 over with a 2, ahead by 4 thou. Your winner.
Jags. Jags. Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
For your local distributor or order online at hansenglobalinc.com. S&W has been a worldwide leader in drag race chassis design and development for 62 years. Their race cars and components are made in the USA and have been the choice of champions since 1959. Professional and sportsman racers know horsepower means nothing without a consistent and properly working chassis. That's why over 4,000 S&W made components have been designed to exceed industry quality, performance, and safety standards. At S&W, you'll find everything you need to perform your weekly maintenance to building your next new race car. They also distribute premium quality products from Strange, Willwood, Sander, Mosier, Stroud, Pengrade, and many more. S&W backs up every sale with one of the most knowledgeable sales and technical support departments in racing. At the end of the work week, they go racing too. Racers helping racers win. For cars, chassis components, and service you can trust, call S&W at 1-800-523-3353. Shop at www.swracecars.com or visit their social pages at SW Racecars.
So just to go over the facts, currently there is nobody on the property that cannot win 50 grand yet tonight. So if you lost today, I always say it, the diesel fuel, the time off work, the RV, trailer payment, race cars, all that stuff is going to remain the same. You came to win 50,000 bucks. The only way you make your day or weekend better when you go home to your wife who's upset because you left her all the Christmas wrapping and shopping to do by herself is maybe to take some money home. So 250 bucks, buy back today. See the girls at the registration trailer. Jackie, Jessica, Amanda, Jasmine. Austin's not a girl, but you can see him if he's over there. 250 bucks. There's only two people over there, so there's no line. Invest in yourself. Trust your car, trust in you. You had something goofy glitch or something that first round, that's why buybacks are there for. Car stumbled, car spun, you know the problem, you fixed it. You'd like a shot at 50 grand today. So hit the buyback window. Jeg's tent, white trailer over here at the back of staging by the fuel tanks. And good luck. Door cars, red and white run stickers. Re-entry to the lanes, please. Carly Holbrook, 698 in the left. Gene, the cooking machine, Milton, 654 in the right. My buddy Teresa Ulmer, she's at home. That is a rare thing. 4 or 5 years I've been coming to these SFG races. Never not had a Ulmer there at the track. Gene Milton, 29, and 1 over the dial for the 2018 Dodge Demon Pilot out of Somerset, Wisconsin. Picks up the win. Carly Holbrook, 7th thou red and dead. Red and dead 6. Gotta quit. Turn it red, quit. Nikki Thomas, last night's no box winner, 617 the dial for the young lady in the right lane. Robert Hyclack, 664 in the 87 Corvette in the left lane. They're close. 23 separates them up front. 37 and 2 over for Nikki Thomas to get the win in the right. 59 and 2 over in the left, no good for Robert. The 91 S10 picks up the win light. Karaoke, he's out there doing work. It's not all fun and games on the guitar. Gary's trying to sell some pictures so he can buy some more karaoke music for us. Right, Gary? Dallas Cherry, to your car. How can you not be at your car at a race? Mike Shoulders, shout out, watching at home. Because he doesn't work. It's a Thursday, Mike. Get a job. We're all jealous. Get a job, Mike. No, I hope Mike got hurt at work and pretty severe neck injury. So I hope you're getting better, Mike. I hope that's all working out for you. Makes it worse when you have that race car in the garage. You can't even get it out and go anywhere. I heard we had some crazy weather back home last night. 50-some mile-an-hour winds and power going out and power coming on. Aaron Milton gets the DragRaceSolutions.com competition buy run in the left lane. I think that's going to end our no box re-entry round. Now we're going into door cars re-entry. Jegs, FTI, Wright Trailers, the man, the myth, the legend, Steve Cohen on property. It's not the deal you get, it's the deal you think you got. Steve sold us a trailer, my two brothers, Sean and KJ and I. Ooh. Max Brewer 72 Vega, GT Vega, Mount Plymouth, Florida. There is no mount anywhere in Florida. What's the highest piece of land in Florida? That's a good fun fact. Dale Thaxton, right side 535 in the Ford Mustang. I'm going to look it up now. I'm going to Google it. Highest point in Florida. 006 in the left, 005 in the right. That's flat, nasty. One's double breakout, one's under 5 thou. Max Brewer in the left gets the win. His opponent, Thaxton, 6 thou under. Ouch. 1 thou MOB. Darren Rotten, left lane, 599. Chad Duke, right lane, 545. 007 in the left, 23 in the right. More breakouts. Double breakout, 7 thou under the left lane. He gets the win. Right lane was 321 thou under, no good. Winner left lane. Garrett Browning, 623 in the left. Paige Sosa, 608 in the right. Robbie Glenn, he's listening on the Motor Mania, and he says the highest point in Florida is definitely a bridge. Actually, it's called, let's see here. Britton Hill, 345 feet. Trip Zip in the left, 008 in the right. Trip Zip, Garrett Browning, 3 over, gets the win. Right side, 008, 3 over, gets the loss. And today, for the rest of the day, 2 go down, 1 comes back. Mike Mockney, 570 on the motorcycle. Nick Ferraro, 618 in the truck. Right side, Nick Ferraro. Left side, Mike Mockney. Yeah, it even says Hagedorn on the leathers. So it's Roy Hagedorn on the left, excuse me. One of them's Trip Zip, one of them's 10. Another double breakout. Right side, Trip Zip, 1 thou under the dial for the win for Nick Ferraro. Left side was 10, 16 thou under, no good. Nick Ferraro gets back in the main game, goes to round number 2 for $50,000 to win tonight. Caroline McCarty, 609, the dial on the right. John Joins, left lane, 590. Caroline just purchased a bag of ice. I give all the news. If I see it happen, I report it. Dial-ins on the left side of your car, driver's side of your car. Car numbers also. Dial-ins cannot be changed after you pull out of the staging lanes. At the front of the staging lanes, there's a painted stripe. You change the dial-in after that, it's not going to count. Still a lot of smoke in that Chevelle. Danny Bastianelli at home, the Delaware Destroyer. Why are you not down here? You could have just come down and hung out. 28 red in the left, 10 green for Caroline in the right. Caroline, they both go under. So every car that's gone down this round has broke out. If you guys are listening at all, back in the pits, there's not been a car that has gone above the predicted dial-in. Tim Martin, 637 in the left. Glenn Dilday, 546 in the right. Now separates them up front, and it's a double breakout. Imagine that. Winner right side, 12 thou under the dial for Glenn Dilday in the right lane. Left lane, 15 thou under the dial with a 25 light, no good. Dwayne Roberts, left side, $5.99. Matt Daddis, right side, $6.20. If anybody is in the market for a used washer or dryer or any piece of junk, basically, Matt Daddis is your boy. He's got it in stock. You look intent, Brad. No, thank you, dear. I just went over and spent $15 with you. Yeah. Yeah, I covered you. 12 yesterday. Double breakout. That makes every car so far. I'm perfect. 24 green in the right gives Matt Daddis the win. Red light in the left, no good. Leon Neon Robertson, 632 in the left. Darwin Garcia, right side, 616 the nine. The time to beat, the time to do it. One foul separates him at the hit. This is unbelievable. Double breakout again, both cars. 13 in the right and 5 thou under gets the win for Darwin Garcia. Red, white, and blue door car re-entries to the lanes. Carlos Arroyo Jr., Puerto Rico, 590 the dial in the right lane. Carlos celebrated his wedding anniversary yesterday. Doug Milner, 545 in the left lane. Fuel Tech 50K door car, red, white, and blue. All colors, run stickers to the lanes. Please and thank you. That is our first competitor this round that did not break out. Carlos, 004 and one above in the right for the win. Double 02 and 2 over for the win in the right lane for AJ Ash. John Bodie left side 18 and 1 over, no good. Scott Stillings right side 10 and dead 3 for the win. Josh Gannett left side 15, 2 over, no good in the left. Winner right side Scott Stillings. I call him Scotty. His dad Joe, I heard Joe's back home watching. Surprised. Never see those two not racing together. Tom Orr, the Canadian, 2019 Corvette Roadster, 531 the dial. Left lane, Todd Burks, 640 the dial. Angela Shannon, Tim Crone, Todd Burks, all out of Michigan. We all raced when we were much younger. Crone's back. 002, 1 over for the win for Todd Burks. 14, 3 thou under in the right. Took 3 thou, had to take nothing. That's tough. Winner left lane, Todd Burks. Terrell Biddle, 624 the dial on the left. John Laster, 578 in the right. Driving his sister-in-law's race car or his brother's, however you want to look at it. I'm going to go with sister-in-law's car because I would say the sister-in-law owns everything. That's how it works in most relationships. Probably. Yeah. Dead 9-19 total for the win in the left. John Laster took a thou in the right, but he only did that because he was 21 thou under. No good in the right. Winner left lane. My boy Alfredo Ortiz, he sent me that cup that we were talking about. I got a really neat cup with him, microphone on it, a picture of his car on it, one of those stainless tumblers. That was nice. 615 the dial on the right, 548 for Ryan Harem, Huntington Beach, California. We are coast to coast here this weekend racing, California to Florida. We got them all. Whew. 007, 1 above 9 for the win in the left. 17 and 4 thou under. Took 13, had to take 9 or less. Winner left lane, Ryan Harem. Ouch. BJ McClintock, left lane, 637 the dial. Bo Butner, right side, 498 the dial. Bo Nose, 22, dead 4 for the win in the right. Left lane, 33, 1 over with the 7. No good. Bo Butner, Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, your winner. Which I believe is just on the other side of the Kentucky border, just north of Louisville. There's a casino there, Brad. I do know that. I threw the bonus. I hit every point, $5,000 bonus that night. Edwin Giovanni, 27, dead 6 for the win in the left. Carlos Diaz in the right, 2 thou red, 8 thou under. Right side, James Bunner, 20 and 3 over for the win in the right. Austin Logan left, 33 and 2 over, no good. Winner right side, James Bunner. Door cars, all colors, re-entry round. This is your final call, please. Mark Talmadge, left lane, 005, one above for the win in the left. Isaac Wild, right side, 25, dead, 0. No good, winner left lane. Cameron Fredrickson, left side, 606 the dial. Tucker Creech, right side, 595 the dial. .005, 2 over for the win in the left lane for Cameron Fredrickson. Tucker Creech, 31 and dead 7, no good in the right. Michael Yarnall, Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, left-hand side. Larry Hambone Hamby, right side. 576 in the right, 654 in the left. Red in the left, no good. Larry Hambone Hamby, 006, 13 thou under. Gonna get the win in the right lane. Listen very carefully. I'm gonna call red run sticker re-entry round dragsters to the lanes. If you do not have the red run sticker on your car, you will get turned around. This is simple, simple stuff, kids. Red run stickered re-entry dragsters only to the lanes. There's a method to our madness of why we do this. So please respect that. Red run sticker dragsters only. Re-entry round to the lanes, please. Jason Wilson, 19 dead 4, taking 37 win stripe for the win in the left. Scott Popple, 61 and 1 thou under, no good for my Lumina. I like that Lumina, it's a sharp car. Dylan Mudd, left lane, 638 for the Ford Ranger. Right side, Taylor Boudry, 595.
You're a mulligan, you're bound for dribble.
$19 and 1 over for the win in the left. 28 and 4 thou under, no good in the right. Took 11, had to take 7 or less. Winner left lane. Travis Logan, left side, 618 the dial. Jarrett Nauman, right side, 562 the dial. Ouch. 21, 3 thou under for the win in the right lane. Left lane, Travis was 002, 8 thou under, taking 24. He breaks out. He loses. The 2020 Super Pro champion here at Bradenton goes down in the re-entry round. .586 in the left for Matt Brewer, 626 in the right for Vinny Guido. 78 Malibu in the left. 70 Nova in the right. .001 red in the left, perfect in the right. Trip zip, 27 under the dial for the win for Guido in the right lane. Mike Ledford in the left, 614, all the way from Greenville, Michigan. He's no dummy. He says we get snow, wind, tornadoes. We've had it all in the last week. Hank Usselton, 597, Salisbury, Maryland. The Black Magic Chevy 2. Goes 9 thou red in the right, gives the win to Mike Ledford in the left. Penn and Van Long, you got some family down here. Dustin Long. Left-hand lane, 511 the dial. Gage Birch, right side, 587 the dial. Where's Gage Silver Mustang this week, Toby?
I don't know.
That's his car of choice normally. 3 foul separates them. 13 and dead 0 for the win in the left. Gage Birch, the right side, taking 18 to be 15 under. No good. Winner, Dustin Long. We need the golf carts out of lane 1, please. Man, you guys make this hard on me. Every week, every race, it's the same. No pit vehicles in the staging lanes. Not difficult. Your parents did not beat you enough as a child. Right, pit vehicle race that we, fully expect them as. David Braskett in the Opal, 615 on a 616, 005 on the reaction. Ed Nunez turned it 10 red. Win left lane, David Braskett. FTI Nova versus FTI Nova. How'd they manage that? They got to know each other, right? It's all right. Brian Folk gets that award this year. He pulled up on his own brother. First round at the million. The guaranteed million, $3,000 entry fee. Can't count to 6. Hey, I think I'll race Nick. Nice job, B-Folk. No, they didn't. Yeah, because Mom and Dad own everything. Stevie Dustin in the left, Vince Costa in the right. 0085 over for the win in the left. Vince Costa 49 and 5 thou under, not even close. Winner left lane, Stevie Dustin. We'll say hi to Ron and Vicky if they got the TV on today. They're building their own dragsters this year, Toby. They're building 5 in-house dragsters. I saw some pictures. The tubing is on the jig. They have been started. So if you're in the market for a dragster, call Brian Folk, Ron Folk, Nick Folk, Vicky Folk. Call them up. Troy Williams, left lane, 13, 2 over, wearing the throttle out. Gets the win. Right side, Rich Price, 31, 1 over, no good. MOV 10. Final call for door car re-entry round. If you're re-entering and you're not up here yet, it's your time to shine. Come on. Dragster red run stickers only. You don't have a red run sticker, you're going to get turned around. John Platt, 18 and 28 thou under the dial for the win on the double breakout. Bug McCarty in the right, 18 also, and 28 under also. Wow, that one was tough.
How you doing, man? How are you? He has 2 entries for tomorrow. Okay.
Uh-oh, Pete DeNova is in trouble. Jonathan McCandless, 003 and 4 over for the Volare wagon. Pete DeNova was tardy and 13 over. I'm going to say there's a mechanical issue going on there. Sharp looking car. Darren Roten, 598 the dial. Michael Pinder, 495.
Thank you, bud. You guys have fun. Good luck.
One thou red in the right lane ends his re-entry chances. Darren, 13 and 13 thou under. Putting his hot rod back in the main event. That was his plan all along. Onyx Gonzalez, 689 in the left. Chad Duke, right side, 542. James, you know, you can grab that mic whenever you want and just jump on in. You're bigger than me, just knock me down. Spikes out, separates him at the hit. Winner on the double breakout affair goes to the right lane. 21 and a thou under is better than 16 and 16 thou under. Winner right side. Chad Duke. Terrell Biddle, left side, 623. Kerry Bradley, right side, 693.
Next thing is going to be like somebody's like right over here.
Really?
Loud when you're at a racetrack.
Winner, right side. Carey getting it done. Caroline McCarty, left side, 609. Fred Ange. I don't know if that's right. Angers, but it's Ange. All right. French Canadian. There's a lot of them up there. 574 in the right, 609 in the left. Red and white re-entry round dragsters to the lanes, please. Red and white only. If you don't have a red or white sticker, you're going to get turned around. KJ and Lee are on it. No more traffic jams. No more waiting an hour and a half. Red and white only. Double 09, 3 thou under on the double breakout win for Fred. 16 in the left and 4 thou. 14 thou. Who knew you were going to have to do all this math once you got older? You know, it should just come up on the screen and tell you what that, subtract it for you. Nah, we could get robotic announcers. They could just read the numbers and say left lane or right lane. Don't get any ideas, Law.
It doesn't have the entertainment document.
Yeah, look at Law over there. She's like, they got those? We can do that? Glenn Dilday, force out red and the right. That entry is done. Austin Logan, 16. Wow. He holding 61 thou under.
Wow, we had a robotic outfit for
For the announcer, right?
That's the only one so far. We had a robotic outfit.
Law, are you saying you don't like me? She didn't answer. That's not good. Ed Nunez, left lane. Marilyn Lasser, right side. 7th out. Separates them. Quick little rip. 27 and a 10th over in the left lane for the win. Right lane 34, 2 thou under, taking a bus length.
A lot more than we should have.
96 is not good.
A lot more than we should have.
Yeah, that's a she. That's Marilyn. That's the boss lady.
96. Have to tighten it up.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, almost got it.
Keep in mind, I am currently supposed to be watching Dylan Carr. Now, I don't know if that's him watching me watching him, but we could both end up at the casino together. He's probably got a fake ID. Yeah. I'm sure he knows where there's a couple private poker games.
All right, Hank, I'll take over from here. Gage Birch and Jarrett Nauman going to be our next pair. Birch, left side dialed in at 569. And Jared Nauman, right side dialed in at 567. This is door car re-entry round. Red and white dragsters. Run stickers, not just the colors of cars. Red run stickers and white run stickers. You have been called for re-entry round. We'll need you to the lanes, please. .23 of a second separates them up front. Advantage Birch, win light, Birch, 570 with a 1 on the 569. As Nauman was 039 on the tree, 564 with a 2 on the 567 dial in. Gets there by 16 thou. Had no shot. Gage Birch moving on. So wrapping up this re-entry round for the door cars. Got SAJ over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 548. Driving Jerry Norton's Roadster. And Dallas Sherry over on the right-hand side. That 68 Camaro dialed in at 587. Al Brennan going to be your winner as Cherry turns it. Cherry on the tree. 032 on the red side. Goes 589 with a 2 on the losing effort. SAJ moving on. 544 with a 5. On the 548 dial in after a 009 reaction time.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jegs.
Mike Forsyth. Mike Forsyth. The starter would like to speak to you. So Mike Forsyth, our starter on the starting line in between the two lanes, would like to speak to you, please. As we open up our re-entry round for dragsters, red and white run stickers have been called. Red and white only run stickers have been called at this time. First pair brings us Joel LaPierre and Adam Russell. This ought to be a good pair. 473 going to be the dial in for LaPierre on the left side. And Russell over on the right hand side dialed in at 441. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everybody checking in on MotorMania TV. Glad you could join us in this beautiful, let's see, let's check to see what the temperature is down here in Florida to make everybody up north jealous. 84 degrees down here in Bradenton, Florida currently. Adam Russell was 013 on the tree, 442 with a 4 on the 441 dial in. LaPierre was 028, one above. Good for our 11th thou behind at the stripe. So Adam Russell moving on. Next pair, JT, Johnny Tolosano over on the left-hand side. He is dialed in at 458. Goes up against Baby Gap, Slate Cummings over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 450. So currently, ladies and gentlemen, 84 degrees outside. Down to the mid-60s at night. As we do apologize to everybody up north, but not really. 8 thousandths of a second separates them off the starting line. Advantage Tolosano. Win light Cummings 021, 458 with an 8 on a 450 dial in. Something going on with Tolosano's car. Only goes 504 with a 9 on that 458 dial in. So Slate Clemmings moving on to round number 2. JT with that entry, going to be done for the day. Kevin Burkett and Jeff Keane going to be next pair. Burkett left side dialed in at 481. Jeff Keane right side dialed in at 472. Three thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Burkett. Win light Burkett. 12 take 3 is in double breakouts. As Burkett goes 480 with a 9 on the 481 dial in. Keane was 015 on the tree. Breaks out by a foul as well. Goes 471 with a 9 on the 472. Left side Burkett winner in that pair. Patrick Miller and Bailey Ferraro going to be next up. Miller left side dialed in at 476. Fug over on the right side also dialed in at 476. Miller going to be the winner as Ferraro turns a 002 red. So Miller 006, 474 with a 0 on the 476 dial in. Ferraro after that 002 red light goes 475 with a 1 on the 476 dial in. Miller moving on. Carl Susie and Kelly Smith going to be our next pair. Susie left side dialed in at 467. Smith right side dialed in at 450. Smith going to be the winner as Susie shows at 007 red. Smith 012 on the green side goes 446 with a 6 on a 450 dial in. Susie after the red light 469 with a 4 on the 467 dial in. So Kelly Smith moving on. Michael Ruark and Randy Lynn Ship going to be our next pair. Ruark left side dialed in at 456. And Randy Lynn Ship over on the right-hand side dialed in at 458. All entry dragsters, red, white, and blue. We will take you in the lanes at this time. Red, white, and blue run sticker dragsters. We will take all of you at this time. Randy Lynn Ship, your winner in that last pair, 023, dead on with a 6. As Ruark had the better 007 reaction time, but cannot run the number. It goes 458 with an 8. No good. Randy Lynn Ship moving on. Jeremy West and Claude DeBonis going to be our next pair. West left side, 479 going to be the dial in for him. DeBonis right side dialed in at 458. So once again, all run sticker dragsters for re-entry round. All run sticker dragsters for re-entry round. You have been called to the lanes. We will take you at this point in time. 19 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, DeBonis. Win light, DeBonis. 8, dead 7. Going to take the win is Jeremy West. Goes 005 on the tree. Oh, I'm sorry, 005. Dead on with a 5. And 17th out behind at the finish line. Claude DeBonis moving on. Amy Farrow and Travis Laster, our next pair. Farrow left side dialed in at 465. Laster right side dialed in at 435. 13 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Farrow. Red light, Farrow. 10 total for Amy Farrow. 003, dead 7. Locks out Travis Laster, who was 017 off the reaction time. Goes dead 5 and 12th out behind at the finish line. So Amy Farrow moving on to round number 2. Eric Mann and Carson Brown, our next pair. Mann left side dialed in at 464. And Carson Brown over on the right-hand side dialed in at 469. Eric Mann going to be the winner. Brown turns at 009 red. Eric Mann, 016. 463 with a 4 on the 464 dial in. Brown after the red light goes 466 with a 4 on the 469 dial in. So Eric Mann moving on. Jason Rich and Jerry Sims going to be our next pair. Rich left side dialed in at 432. Sims right side dialed in at 476. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Slide advantage, Rich. Red light, Sims. 017, dead 7, 24 total. Jason Rich, 016 on the tree, goes 434 with a 0. On the 432 dial in, good enough for 12th out behind at the finish line. Jerry Sims moving on. Katie Sloat and Jason Bator are going to be our next pair. Sloat left side, she is dialed in at 489. Bator right side dialed in at 456. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Bator. Red light, Bator. 003. 2 above 1. For 24 total. Locks out Katie Sloat, who was 027 on the reaction time. Gets there at 13th thou. Breaks out, goes 487 with a 4 on the 489 dial in. So no good, no good, and no good, Hank.
Re-entry round dragsters, red, white, and blue. That's all colors. Run stickers to the lanes, please. Re-entry round dragsters, all colors. You've been called to the lanes, please. Doing a fabulous job, Toby. Enjoy it. That sunshine's hot down here.
Toby or just James? That's what I'm calling Toby. Whatever.
Right side, Travis Laster Jr., 29 and 3 thou under for the win. Left lane, 13, 8 thou under, no good. James Barnes is here in the house. I'm going with Barnes. I got Toby and Barnes. I got both of them wrong. How can you go? 005 in the left, no good. 26 green, dead 4 for the win in the right for Jay Adams. There's all kinds of tests around here. I guess James Thompson wants to be called James Thompson. Well, I've failed them all. But I hadn't. I got up too early. That's true. And this daylight is way too much daylight for me. Mike Bloomfield, senior left side. Georgie Bell, right side. Senior 113 on the react. Seemed like a long tree though. And 4 over the dial for the win. Right side 21 red and dead 3. Red and dead. Yeah, you gotta let go. You gotta let out. Just quit. You don't want to see that. Yeah, you can still. Yeah, it was going dead on. And you're still gonna be upset. Slate. Put those awnings out, man. That air conditioning ain't free. Get that motorhome cooled off.
They got it.
One bow separates them up front. Trip McCarty 11-1 over with a 1 for the win in the right. Frank Angers 12-1 above 4. No good in the left. MOV 4 thou. Joey Ship watching online at home today. Baby brother to Randy Lynn. Their dad Randy Ship celebrating a birthday today up there in the Greenwood, Whiteland, Indiana area. John Boat, Johnny Brandon, left side. Isaac Harris, right side. 006 green in the left, 006 red in the right. Winner, left lane, John Boat. Jonathan DeApril, left-hand lane. McKenna Brown, right side. Mom and Dad coming tomorrow. Mom's bringing Christmas candy. I can't even have it. Maybe it's sugar-free. No, I have done really well, Law, on the pop and no sugar at all. No pop, just water, taking my medication. You know why? Because if I don't get my surgery done before December 31st, I got another deductible next year. So it's important Hank passes the A1C when I get home. And then I get a new ankle, bionic ankle, couple 2 ligaments torn, some muscle between the 2 bones. Right. I can fly when I'm done. Joni will have a new hip and I'll have a new ankle. We're going to be good. One of them is 4, one of them is 26. 4 dead, 4 gets the win in the left. 26 and 4 under, and the right, no good, 4th thou. So winner, Jonathan DeApril. Barry Brown in the left. Brianna Costello in the right. The Costello sisters were going some rounds last night. .443 in the left, 475 in the right. And George Hoff, he's out in a machine somewhere cutting trees. Double breakout victory goes to Barry Brown. He is 2 thou under for the win. Right side was 4 thou under. Brianna, no good. Barry Brown, your winner. Double B gets the win in the left lane. James, you're up.
Aaron Williams and CJ Keene going to be our next pair. Williams left side, dialed in at 5:07. CJ Keene right side, dialed in at 4:52. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to CJ Keene right side. Going to parlay that into a win as well. 4:57. With a 0 on the 4:52 dial in, 0:15 on the reaction time. Williams goes 5:11 on the 5:07 dial in, and 32 thou behind at the stripe still. So CJ Keene moving on. Matt Ferraro and Heavy D, Donovan Williams, over on the right hand side. He is dialed in at 4:69. Ferraro left side dialed in at 4:91. So once again, all color dragsters, all color run sticker dragsters. These in the lanes, please, for your re-entry round. All color run stickers for dragsters. These in the lanes, please. Last chance to go to race for registration to get your last minute buybacks. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Williams. Win light Williams, 018. 470 with a 4 on the 469 dial in. Ferraro was 035 on the tree. Goes 489 with a 2 on the 491 dial in. Heavy D moving on. Terrell Sinkler and Aaron McCullough next pair. Sinkler left side dialed in at 516. McCullough right side dialed in at 476. Two thousandths of a second, so let's go from up front. There's Hank Williams. Terrell Sinkler gonna be a winner. How about 15 total for Sinkler? Aaron McCullough, 17 dead 8, and 10 thou behind at the finish line. As Hank all of a sudden had his eyes drawn towards the first set of bleachers, as he saw a couple of dollar bills getting passed around over there, so we might lose Hank here in a little bit, so it might just be me and Joe Kerner here in a couple of minutes. As Hank has to say, where is Dylan?
Yeah, Dylan is my man.
Dave Triplett and Tony Pontillo. Triplet going to be the winner. 038 on the tree, 463 with a 1 on the 465 dial in. Pontillo turns at 012 on the red side and breaks out by 3 thou, so we'll call that almost dead on. Guys, if you turn it red, just lift. Just lift. It's going to go dead on anyways.
No parade laps.
Yeah, no parade laps. We don't want nobody going down and have to speed the smell to the first turnoff. We got cars to run. Bruce Lieberman and John L. Gerber are going to be our next pair. Lieberman left side dialed in at 454. Gerber right side dialed in at 458. .27 thousandths of a second separates them up front, and one of them was 027. Woodlight gonna go to Gerber. How about 000? How about getting there by 2 thousandths of a second? That'll get her done. 460 with a 3 on the 458 dial in. Lieberman was 027 on the tree, breaks out by 2 thou, and still 2 thou behind at the finish line. So John L. Gerber moving on. Next pair, Michael Yarnall and Bubba Hawthorne. Yarnall left side dialed in at 518. Hawthorne right side dialed in at 479. as we are slowly but surely winding down our re-entry round. Bubba Hawthorne going into round number 2. Jarnall turns the 010 on the red side. The Hawthorne 477 with a 9 on the 479 dial in. Jarnall, I'm telling you. Goes red and dead on 2. Aye. Final call dragsters. Reach to the lanes, please, for your re-entry round. Final call dragsters. Reach to the lanes, please, for your re-entry round. Gerald Thompson and Bo Butner. Thompson left side dialed in at 470. Butner right side dialed in at 450. So exactly 0.2 of a second. The difference in dial-ins. Butner going to be the winner as Thompson turns the 010 on the red side. So Butner, how about 17 total? 11, dead 6. And how about Thompson after the red light? Dead on. No good. So Bo Butner moving on to round number 2. James Cavanaugh and Todd Osteen bring up our next pair. Cavanaugh left side dialed in at 471. Osteen right side dialed in at 481. Attention into pits. Round number 2, no box. We will take you in the lanes, please. Round number 2, no box. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2. Jeff Gatlin, you are the wait and see by run. So once again, no box. Round number 2, we will take you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Jeff Gatlin, you are the wait and see by run. As Todd Osteen's winner in that last pair, and the screen goes blank before I can read the numbers. Nobody went red or dead on, did they? No? Okay. All right. Timmy Miller and Mark Larkin going to be our next pair. Miller, left side, dialed in at 478. And Mark Larkin driving Brett Slutt's dragster over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 488. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Miller left side. Winner, however, going to be Larkin on the right-hand side. 031, dead 9 for 40 total. As Timmy Miller was 017 on the tree, gets there 26 thou, breaks out 3 thou, needed to take 23 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light, but to no avail. Mark Larkin moving on. Alan Elliott and Justin Fordyce going to be our next pair. Elliott left side, dialed in at 448. Fordyce right side, dialed in at 474. So once again, round number 2, no box. We'll take you in lanes 1 and 2, please. Round number 2, no box. We will take you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. Advantage on the starting line. Going to go to Fordyce on the right side. Winner, however, going to go to Elliott on the left side. 024 reaction time. Dead on with a 3. Going to take the win as Fordyce had the better 009 reaction time. Goes 473 with a 7 on the 474 dial in. Gets there 21 thousandths. Needed to take 18 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light. So Alan Elliott moving on.
Jegs parts call. We need a Felpro 1027 head gasket and a 1275 S-3 intake manifold for a big block Chevrolet. Jegs parts call. Felpro 1027 head gasket for a big block Chevy and a 1275 S-3 intake manifold gasket. Thank you.
John Sloan and Michael Carpenter, next pair. Sloan left side dialed in at 464. Carpenter, right side dialed in at 488. Sloan's going to be the winner as Carpenter turns at 003 red. So Sloan, 024 on the tree, dead on with a 2, 26 total. It's Michael Carpenter after the red light. Breaks out fourth out, we call that dead on. So continuing trend of dead on, dead on, dead on after red, red, red. John Boat, Johnny Brennan, left side dialed in at 458. Mark Kelly, right side dialed in at 471. So don't know if this is John Boat, don't know if this is John Yachts. One thousandth of a second separates them out front. They are 009 combined, leaving the starting line. Mark Kelly, 6 total, 004, dead 2. As Johnny Brandon was 005, dead 2. You do the math on that, that leaves Kelly in front by 1,000th of a second. 4, take 1. Yes, sir. That's earning your way in to round number 2. Steve Dweck and Zach Cook, next pair. Dweck, left side, dialed in at 488. Zach Cook, right side, dialed in at 465. Dweck going to be the winner. Is Zach Cook on his way to a dead-on run? No. Wisely, somebody's been listening, finally. 001 and lifts, so he does not go dead on. But judging by the 330, yeah, he probably was going to go dead on. So Steve Dweck going to be the winner, 485 with a 2 on the 488 dial-in. So Steve Dweck moving on to round number 2. Joel Lapierre and Marie Mueller going to be our next pair. Lapierre, left side, dialed in at 473. Marie Mueller, right side, dialed in at 457. As Mr. Lou Crouch is on the starting line, taking pictures as he has been for past few seasons for all the SFG races. Advantage on the starting line is going to go to LaPierre on the left side. Winner, however, going to go to Mueller on the right-hand side. 032, 1 above 0. As LaPierre had the better 004 reaction time. Breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Takes 40, needed to take 38 or less. And that would have gotten him the win lights. But Marie Mueller going to be moving on. Paul Skinger and Alexandria Christmas. Fitting for this time of the year. Skinger left side dialed in at 464. And Christmas right side dialed in at 508. Second separates them up front. Advantage Skinger going to turn that into a win as well. 13 dead 2, 15 total. Locks out Christmas, who was 029 reaction time. Goes 506 with a 3 on the 508 dial in. Skinger moving on. Jeff Serra and John Brown, our next pair. Serra left side dialed in at 450. Brown right side dialed in at 455. 4/1000th of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Sarah. Win light, Sarah. 010 on the tree. 449 with a 2 on the 450 dialed in as it is a double breakout. Brown, 014 on the tree. 452 with a 7 on the 455 dial in. So Jeff, Sarah moving on. No driver info on the left side. Butt dial in is 475. And Anthony D'Agostino over on the right-hand side dialed in at 478. Red, run sticker, door cars. We need you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Red, run sticker, door cars. We will take you in the lanes at this time to lanes 3 and 4. So Anthony D'Agostino taking the stress-free ride down to round number 2. Doug Milner, you are the wait-and-see buy run for door car round at number 2. Doug Milner, you are the wait-and-see buy run for door car round number 2. Jay Adams out of Mayaca City, Florida. Over on the left-hand side, 490 going to be the dial-in for him. And Scotty Gibson. Over on the right-hand side, he was down to the quarterfinals in the 15 grand warm-up. Over there on the right-hand side, dialed in at 456. Advantage, Gibson. Win light, Gibson. 009, 458 with a 4 on the 456 dial in. Jay Adams was 039 on the tree, dead on with a 2, and still leaves him 8 down behind at the finish line. Scotty Gibson moving on. Johnny Talisano and Tim Crone, our next pair. Talisano left side dialed in at 458. Crone right side dialed in at 499. So once again, no box round number 2. We need you in lanes 1 and 2 at this time. And also red run sticker door cars. We will take you in lanes 3 and 4 at this time. 0.10 of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Crone. Win light, Crone. 005, dead 4, 9 total. Locks out Johnny Talisano, who was 015 on the reaction time. Goes dead on with a 9 and leaves him 15 down behind at the finish line. Tim Crone moving on. Katie Sloat and Stacy Carpenter, our next pair. Sloat left side dialed in at 487. Carpenter right side dialed in at 475. Identical 0.29 reaction times off the starting line. One light going to go to Stacy Carpenter. 474 with a 3 on the 475 as it is a double breakout. Sloat when 486 with a 2 on the 487 dial in. So Stacy Carpenter moving on. Carson Brown and Melissa Kelly. Brown left side dialed in at 469. Kelly right side dialed in at 461. Brown going to be the winner as Kelly turns it 012 red. And dead on again. Y'all, work with us. 461 with an 8 on a 461 dial in. It's almost laughable at this point. Carson Brown going to be the winner, 466 with an 8 on the 469 dial in. And we'll move on to round number 2. Travis Laster and Claude DeBonis, our next pair. Laster left side dialed in at 435. DeBonis right side dialed in at 457. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to DeBonis. Win light, going to go to DeBonis. 007, 1 above 0, 17 total. Locks out Travis Laster, who was 032 on the reaction time. Goes dead on with a 5, and still 20 behind at the finish line. So Claude DeBonis moving on. Randy Lynn Ship and David Bird Jones going to be our next pair. Ship over on the left-hand side dialed in at 458. Bird right side dialed in at 461. If you ever wonder how he got the nickname Bird, watch him stand up. He's like 9'2" or something like that. Thousandths of a second separates them up front, and one of them was 017. Jones, 000, take a thou. Yikes. That's with authority. 463 with a 6 on the 461 dial in. Randy Lynn Ship was 017 on the tree. 1 above 0 and a thou behind. So Bird, triple, take a thou. And gets into round number 2 with authority. Terrell Sinkler and Aaron McCullough. Sinkler left side dialed in at 476. McCullough right side also dialed in at 476. On the starting line, going to go to McCullough right side. Going to turn that to a win as well. 017, 477 with a 4 on the 476. The Sinkler was 025 on the tree. Goes 475 with an 8 on the 476 dial in. Gets there 8 thou. Breaks out, 2 thou. Needed to take 6 thou or less. So right lane, moving on. Let's get it. Scotty Gibson and Bruce Lieberman going to be our next pair. Gibson over on the left-hand side dialed in at 456. And Lieberman over on the right-hand side dialed in at 432. As we are wrapping up our dragster re-entry rounds. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Gibson going to take the win as well. 22 dead 6 for 28 total. Going to lock out Bruce Lieberman, who was 038 on the reaction time. Goes 433 with a 7. No good. Scotty Gibson moving on to round number 2. This will be our legal buy run for this round of dragster re-entry round.
DragRaceSolutions.com buy run coming at you right now. Carl Sosi dials up 467.
Susie 010 on the reaction time, 467 to dial in. That goes 468 with a 1. That's going to do it for re-entry round for all the classes.
Jags. Jags. Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
We drive Sport Compact, designed for the elite and the garage build. Information is power, because data is the difference between winning and losing. We give you the options, versatility, and power to come out on top. Complacent isn't in our vocabulary. We drive you, and that's why Fuel Tech is everywhere.
Trusted by all since 1960. Jags.
587. Advantage off the starting line. Going to go to Butler left side. Going to be the winner as well. 016 on the tree, 607 with a 1. On a 606 dial in. Knight was 053 on the tree, goes 591 with a 6. On a 587 dial in, so Tim Butler doing what Tim Butler does. Turns on win lights. We'll see him in round number 3. Next pair brings us Gene Milton and Brian Cerudu. Or Chiridu, or however Jared Pennington announced it. Milton left side dialed in at 6:55. This was a rematch of round number 1. You are correct, Joe Kerner. And it's Rudy, 6:39, gonna be the dial in over on the right hand side. 0.05 of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage Milton. Win light, Cerruti, 33, dead 4. Getting there by 5 thou. He will move on as Milton was 0.28 on the tree, goes 6.56 with a 4. On a 6.55 dial in, good enough for 5 thou behind. Brian Cerruti moving on. Chris Knapp and Tucker Creech going to be our next pair. Knapp left side dialed in at 6.48. Creech right side dialed in at 5.95. Chris Knapp, of course, gets my vote for best looking motorhome, as he took a old school bus and is customizing the inside of it. Pretty cool looking piece. He'll have a lot of time to spend in the motorhome now as he just turns to 0.45 on the red side. So Creech goes dead on with a 0, and we'll move on to round number 3. Knapp after the red light, 6.47 with a 6, on a 6.48 dial in. Tucker Creech moving on to round number 3. This ought to be a good matchup. Nicky Thomas, last night's no box winner, left side dialed in at 6.19, taking on KP, Kevin Pollard. Over on the right hand side, dialed in at 5.49. I think I can still count on one hand KP's reaction times so far today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nicky Thomas going to be the winner as Pollard turns at 0.08 on the red side. So Thomas, 0.18 on the tree, 6.16 with a 2 on the 6.19 dial in. She will take the win as KP. I guess the trend is continuing over into no box. Joe Kerner, red light and dead on. This time, dead on with a 2. So Ben Knight coming back around with his second entry. So Knight left side dialed in at 5.85. Goes up against Aaron Milton over on the right-hand side, who is also dialed in at 5.85. Aaron Milton going to be the winner as Knight turns at 0.23 on the red side. So Knight, unfortunately, done for the day. So Aaron Milton, 5.85 with a 3 on that 5.85 dial in. So we'll see Aaron Milton back in round number 3. This will be our legal buy run for this round of no box. Mr. Jeff Gatlin, right-hand side dialed in at 6.18. Yes, Joe Kerner.
This is our DragRaceSolutions.com buy run.
Door car, red run stickers. Door car, red run stickers. If you're not there, you're late, as we are coming to your class next. Jeff Gatlin, 6.15 with a 4 on the 6.18 dial in. We'll see him back for round number 3 of no box.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jegs.
That's $50,000. It's going to be on the line for racing here today. Round number 2, door cars. Pulling up, Roy Hagedorn and AJ Ash. Gonna be our first pair. Hagedorn left side dialed in at 567, and AJ Ash over on the right hand side dialed in at 573. Red and white run sticker door cars. Red and white run sticker door cars. 6 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Ash. Win light going to go to Hagedorn. 0-11 on the tree. Dead 7. 18 total. As AJ Ash had the better 005 reaction time. Goes 572 with a 9 on the 573 dial in. Gets there by 14 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 13 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light. So Roy Hagedorn. Moving on to round number 3. Garrett Browning and Scott Stillings, our next pair. Browning left side dialed in at 623, and Scott Stillings right side dialed in at 515. Stillings going to be the winner as Browning turns at 013 on the red side. Stillings 012, dead 7. Good enough for 19 total and the win light. Garrett Browning after the red light. Yep, once again, red and dead on. This time, dead 4. Darren Roughton and Matt Daddis going to be our next pair. Roten left side dialed in at 596. And Matt Daddis over on the right hand side dialed in at 620. Once again, door car, red and white run stickers. You have been called. Door car, red and white run stickers. We will take you in the lanes now, please. This one goes without saying. It is all Matt Daddis. As he has 002 reaction time and goes 634 with a 3 on a 620 dial in. Roten had a reaction time that started with a 1. An ET that started with a 7, and that is no good when your dial in is 596. Matt Daddis moving on to round number 3. Dave Connolly and Dwayne Roberts. Gonna be our next pair. Connolly in the wagon, left side dialed in at 568. And Dwayne Roberts, right side dialed in at 605. Advantage on the starting line going to go to Dave Connolly. Win light going to go to Dave Connolly. 8, dead 8, 16 total. Locks out Dwayne Roberts, who was 021 on the reaction time. Goes 608 with a 7 on the 605 dial in. Good enough for 32 thou behind. Dave Connolly moving on. Jason McCandless and Rick Eaton going to be our next pair. McCandless in the Roadster, left side, dialed in at 590. Eaton on the two-wheeler. Over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 573. 15 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Roadster. Win Light Motorcycle. 030 on the tree, a dead 7, 37 total. He will take the win as McCandless had the better 015 reaction time. Goes 589 with an 8 on the 590 dial in. Gets there 24, breaks out 2. Needed to take 22 or less. And that would have gotten him the win light. But not this time. Motorcycle moving on. Tyler McMillan and Doughboy Gary Williams over on the right-hand side. Williams dialed in at 529. McMillan left side dialed in at 589. Williams going to be the winner as McMillan turns at 047 on the red side. So Williams, 001, 525 with a 3 on a 529 dial in. McMillan, after the red light, almost dead on. But we'll let him slide this time as he was one above. Gary Williams moving on. Ryan Hiram and Glenn Dilday going to be our next pair. Hiram, left side, dialed in at 549. He was our semifinalist. I believe he was semifinals, earlier today, Joe?
Yes, absolutely.
Got a confirmation from Joe. He was our semifinalist. And Glenn Dilday over on the right-hand side. 544 going to be the dial-in for him. 549, the dial-in for Hiram.
Just a reminder, concessions will be closing today at 5:30. If there's anything you want to eat and or drink, head on down to the concession stand. They'll be closing at 5:30. So you got an hour and a half to get down there, get something good to eat.
Nice lap there. Glenn Dilday going to be the winner. 003, 545 with a 3 on the 544 dial in. As Hiram had the better 002 reaction time. Gets there by 18 thou. Breaks out by 4 thou. Needed to take 14 or less, and that would have gotten him the win light. Right side, winner in that pair. Allison Bodie and Nick Ferraro, our next pair. Bodie, left side, dialed in at 583. Nick Ferraro, right side, dialed in at 616. Advantage off the starting line, going to go to Bodie, left side. Winlight, however, going to go to Ferraro on the right side. 027 on the tree, dead on 7, 34 total. He will take the win as Bodie had the better 009 reaction time. Goes 582 with a 4 on a 583 dial in. Gets there 31 thou, breaks out 6 thou. No good. Nick Ferraro moving on. Mark Talmadge and SAJ. Talmadge left side dialed in at 603. And Stanley Albritton Jr. over on the right-hand side dialed in at 546. Advantage on the front line, going to go to Talmadge, left side. Going to be the winner as well. 19, dead 3. Good enough for 22 total as SAJ was 052 on the tree, 544 with a 6 on a 546 dial in. So Mark Talmadge moving on. What you got, Joe Kerner?
Jake's parts call.
Jeg's parts call. Cameron Thomas now is looking for a 170 rocker arm for a big block Chev. Looked like it might have been something like a Scorpion, something basic. If you got a 170 rocker arm, shuttle it on down, help out Cameron Thomas, our Jeg's parts call.
Those guys are not quitting. They've asked for a head gasket, they've asked for a torque wrench, they've asked for an intake gasket, they're asking for a rocker arm now, so don't quit attitude, I like it. Rick Schaefer, winner in that last pair, 539 with a 3 on the 537 dial in, 023 reaction time. Isaac Wild was 028 on the tree, breaks out, 599 on the 6 flat dial in. Manuel Solar and Ryan Barnes, our next pair, Solar left side dialed in at 645. Ryan Barnes over on the right-hand side dialed in at 516. As Hank Mulligan's babysitter has entered the tower, Mr. Dylan Carr. What's up, sir?
Yeah, he lost Hank. Who's going to take care of Hank?
Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Solar. Win light Solar. It is the double breakout 007. 644 with a 7 on the 645 dial in. He will take the win as Barnes was 020 on the tree. Goes 514 with a 3 on the 516 dial in. Getting there by a thou. We're breaking out by 14 thou. So Manuel Solar moving on. Tom Heath and Mike White going to be our next pair. Heath left side dialed in at 658. Mike White right side dialed in at 477. Heath going to be your winner as Mike White turns at 004 on the red side. Heath 008, 659 with a 2 on the 658 dial in. White after the red light goes 480 with a 0 on the 477 dial in. So Tom Heath moving on. Robbie Joins and Vinny Guido going to be our next pair. Joins left side dialed in at 529. Guido right side dialed in at 625. Thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Guido. Win light Guido. 6 total for Vinny Guido. 001 dead 5. Going to take the win as Robbie Joins was 017 on the tree. Dead 2, 19 total, and good enough for 13 thou behind. Vinny Guido in the Nova. Moving on to round number 3. Jonathan McCandless and Gus Mascarenas. Try saying those last words 3 times fast. No. McCandless left side dialed in at 703. And Mascarenas right side dialed in at 522. Six thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Mascarenas. Red light McCandless. 12 dead 1, 13 total. McCandless going to take the win as Mascarenas had the better. 006 reaction time goes 524 with a 4 on the 522 dial in. Good enough for 17 thou behind. McCandless moving on. Mikey Bloomfield already $15,000 richer from being Wednesday's warm-up winner. 617 going to be the dial in for him as he's got Bonos. Bill Butner over on the right-hand side dialed in at 497. One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Advantage Butner. Win light Butner. 006. 1 above 0. 16 total. Bloomfield was 007 on the tree. Goes 616 with a 9 on a 617 dial in. Getting there 10. Breaking out 1. Needed to take 9 or less. So we've gotten the win light. So Bo Butner moving on. Gage Birch and Fred Anjay. Gonna be our next pair. Birch left side. Dialed in at 570. Anjay right side dialed in at 573. thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Birch, Winlight, Birch. 6 takes 7. It was a double breakout. Birch goes 569 with a 7 on the 570 dial in. On Jay was 016 on the tree, goes 572 with a 4 on the 573 dial in. Good enough for 7 thou behind. Gage Birch. Moving on to round number 3. Sean Sarah and Bill Powell. Sarah driving the Kick Booty Motorsports Chevy 2. Left side dialed in at 560. Bill Powell, right side dialed in at 546. Thousandths of a second separates them out front. Woo, baby. Sean Sarah drag it on the bumper past the 300-foot mark. Finally had to set it down and used up a perfect 000 reaction time. So Bill Powell, 013 on the tree, 550 with an 8 on the 546 dial in. Going to be your winner. But what a spectacular show by Sean Sarah. 000, dragging the bumper to the 330 cone. It finally had to set it down. And Howard Westbury's going, damn, I wish that thing would do that when I was driving it.
We're going to run on down. We got a piece of debris out there. We'll check that out. And from all of us here at SFG and BMP, we want to wish Marilyn Laster a happy 29th birthday. Happy birthday, Marilyn Laster. From all of us here racing with you today.
Santa has a new sleigh this year, trusted by all since 1960. Jays!
Oh, these guys really need to pick better spots in the lanes. Jay White and Manny Souza. Gonna be our next pair. White over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 642. And Manny Souza over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 633. Eight thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Souza. Win light Souza. 007, 635 with a 2 on the 633 dial in. It will take the win as White was 015 on the tree. Goes 641 with a 1 on the 642 dial in. Breaks out 9 thou. Got there a lot more than that. So Manny Souza. Moving on to round number 3. Antonio Santiago. Left side dialed in at 697. And Kelly Smith. Over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 598. Advantage on the starting line. It's going to go to Santiago. It's Kelly Smith's car. Sounds like it went from first gear to neutral. So don't know if the shifter went to neutral or if it broke an input shaft or something like that. Something going on in the drivetrain. So Kelly Smith wisely pulling over and coming to a stop just past the quarter-mile mark. We appreciate Kelly Smith for doing that, just in case there's any fluid out. Nothing from what we can see from our vantage point, but we're going to check the track out just to be on the safe side. Antonio Santiago, your winner in that pair. See, wisely lifted, goes 713 with an 8. We're at 697 dial in. So be on hold for just a moment while we check out the Camaro over on the McFarland Racing side of the track.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay. Jays!
Side of the track. You'll be closing at 5:30 today, so about a little over an hour from now. Hour and about 20 minutes. If you want to get those last beverages or food for the day, 5:30 is when they will close today. We have called door car round number 2, red run stickers and white run stickers, and that is all so far. So Fuel Tech Thursday, $50,000 to win. One of 3 50-granders. But thank you to each and every one of you for participating and making the long haul down to Bradenton Motorsports Park for the SFG Christmas Bracket Bash. Got lots of racing to do this weekend. Lots of racing down here in the upcoming weeks. A lot to do with bracket racing as well, so check out the Bradenton Motorsports Park website, www.racebmp.com, for our future schedules. SFG going to be back here in March of 2022 to kick off the 2022 season. Once again, this is round number 2 of door car. We'll be back to racing here in just a few minutes. So our next pair, David Braskett and Corey Kramer. Ongoing discussions in the tower on if this is an Opel GT or if this is a Opel Manta. So if you have any suggestions or comments, we'd love to read about them over on the Motor Mania Chat Bleachers session. So if you are part of the live chat, what body style is this? Because apparently there's no Opel experts up here in the tower at this point in time.
74 Opel Manta.
74 Opel Manta is what the official tech card says. So we'll go with Opel Manta.
A high gear only Manta.
It is a high gear only Opel Manta too. 60 foot in the 150 range. 154 with a 7, but hey, it's working for him as Corey Kramer turns at 009 on the red side. So Braskett was 010 on the tree and goes 615 with a 7 at 122 miles an hour. Kramer after the red light goes 546 with a 2 on the 544 dial in. It's a high gear Braskett. Moving on. Cameron Fredrickson over on the left side dialed in at 607. And Darwin Garcia over on the right hand side dialed in at 614. So here we go, Fredrickson and Garcia. Another wheelie, but this one is a little bit more controlled by Fredrickson. 005 to 008, who's going to win it? Give it to Fredrickson. 005, 609 with a 2 on the 607 dial in. Garcia, 008, 617 with a 1 on the 614 dial in. Good enough for 12, foul behind at the finish line. Fredrickson, 5 in front, 12. And moving on to round number 3. Skinny Kenny Underwood and Raymond Keown going to be our next pair. Underwood left side dialed in at 6 flat. And Keown dialed in at 577.
Attention in the pits. We need red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue door cars. We need you to the staging lanes at this time. All colors, all door cars. Round 2. We need you to the staging lanes as soon as possible.
Thousandths of a second separates them up front, and one of them was 018. At the finish line, win light. How about Underwood? 000, one above 7, 17 total. Locks out Keown, who was 018 on the reaction time. He goes 576 with a 1 on the 577 dial in and had nothing to work with. Skinny Kenny Underwood moving on to round number 3. Todd Burks and Carlos Arroyo next pair. Burks left side dialed in at 640. And Carlos Arroyo over on the right-hand side dialed in at 591. Red, white, and blue run sticker door cars. Red, white, and blue run sticker door cars. You have been called to the lanes. All color door cars. All color paint jobs as well. I guess we'll take those. Get to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Burks going to be the winner as Arroyo turns a 17 red. The Todd Burks, 009. 4 above the dial, 49 total. It's Arroyo after the red light. Dead on with an 8. dead on, dead on, dead on, and dead on after the red light. Steve Dustin and Tom Heath, our next pair. Dustin, left side, dialed in at 616. And Tom Heath, over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 643. Four thousandths of a second separates them up front, and they are 004 combined, leaving the starting line. Win light gonna go to Stevie Dustin, 004, 615 with a 1 on the 616 dial in. Heath was perfect, 000, goes 641 with a 4 on the 643 dial in. Wow. And this is only round number 2. Josh Gant and Rick McDonough, our next pair. Gant over on the left-hand side, that beautiful Nova. Got the vinyl top and the aqua green and the SS stripes on it, dialed in at 601. And Rick McDonough over on the right-hand side, dialed in at 525. 9 thousandths of a second total when they leave the starting line. 3 thousandths of a second separates them. Winner going to be Gant, 006, 1 above 1 for 17 total. As McDonough was 003, goes 528 with a 4, cannot get there. Good enough for 20 behind at the finish line. Left side moving on. Randy Folk and Dallas Cherry, next pair. Folk left side dialed in at 588. Dallas Cherry on the right-hand side also dialed in at 588. Couple of wheel standing 60s classics on the starting line. Gotta love it. Randy Folk, the better wheel stand up to 2, but 004 on the red side. So Dallas Cherry, 021 on the green side, gonna be the winner. 587 with a 7 on the 588 dial in. I didn't even need to look at the screen. I could see Joe Kerner's face start to turn beet red as after Randy turned it red, he went down with a 0. As has been the running theme for everybody so far, that has turned it red. Y'all, run to the 330, shut it down, please. You're not doing yourself any favors by adding insult to injury. Sean Lingerfelt and Raphael Mamie. Lingerfelt, left side dialed in at 520, and Raphael Mamie over on the right-hand side dialed in at 610. So 14 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Mamie, win light Mamie, 007, 612 with an 8 on a 610 dial in. 7, take 2. Sean Lingerfelt was 521 with a 4 on the 520 dial in. So Mamie moving on. Caroline McCarty and Andrew Turner, next pair. Miss McCarty left side dialed in at 607. And Turner on the right hand side dialed in at 588. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Turner, right side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 9, dead 9, 18 total. Turner going to take the win and locks out McCarty, who was 022 on the reaction time. Goes dead on with a 0, and still 4th thou behind Turner at the stripe. So Andrew Turner moving on. Garrett Griffith and Dale Thaxton, next pair. Griffith left side dialed in at 624, and Thaxton right side dialed in at 533. Advantage on the starting line, going to go to Thaxton right side. Going to turn that into a win as well. 013, 1 above 4. 13, take 11. As Garrett Griffith was 030 on the tree, goes dead on with an 8, and 11th out behind at the finish line. So right lane moving on. Tim Martin and Kerry Bradley, next pair. Martin left side dialed in at 634. And Kerry Bradley, right-hand side, dialed in at 695. 1/1000th of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage, Martin. Down to the finish line, win light, Bradley. 0-12 on the tree, dead 5, 17 total. Martin had the better 0-11 reaction time, goes 1 above 1, good enough for 5 thou behind. Kerry Bradley moving on to round number 3. Austin Logan and Jeff Turner, our next pair. Logan left side dialed in at 644. Turner on the right hand side dialed in at 589. Logan going to be the winner as Turner turns at 020 on the red side. So Austin Logan, 643 with a 3. On a 644 dial in. So as we have said and said and said, Turner 020 red and goes dead on with a 2 after the red light. So Austin Logan moving on. Carly Holbrook and Jared Nauman going to be our next pair. Holbrook left side dialed in at 698 and Jared Nauman right side dialed in at 561. .02 of a second separates them up front. One of them was 020 on the reaction time. Down to the finish line. How about Holbrook with a perfect run? That's the second one of the day. Holbrook off the bottom, perfect, 000, 698 with a 0, perfect run. Jared Nauman was 020 on the tree, breaks out by a thou and 19th thou behind at the stripe. Carly Holbrook, perfect run off the bottom in round number 2. Scotty Richardson and Jeremy Popple going to be our next pair. Hank, what you got?
I've been perfect every run this week so far. SR1, 641 in the left. Jeremy Popple, 520 in the right. SR1 has his work cut out. If anybody can do it, he can do it down at the finish line. And he does. 17, 1 above 8. Taking the win. Popple, 008. 525 on a 520 in the right lane. Winner left lane, Scott Richardson. Moving on, one entry to round 3. Have we said it yet this round, you guys? 2 go down, 1 comes back. Yeah, we are shortening up the field. Half of you right now get to go to dinner. Which is not all bad. I mean, it's a beautiful area of the country, and we got a lot of racing. So if you're at home, I bet you can find an entry or 2 for sale somewhere. There's been a couple that have broke and a couple that have said they wanted to sell. And look at that one, boys. 001 in the left, Trip Zip in the right. Trip Zip, dead 8. Carlos Diaz, Aguas Buenas, Puerto Rico for the win. He's 8 total in the right lane. Yeah, Jason Wilson in the left was 001 and 1 over 2. No good in the left lane. Winner, right lane, Carlos Diaz. Not who you race, but when you race them. Seems to always be who I race, but whatever. Those that can do, those that can't announce. Yeah, those that can do, those that can't teach. I was a teacher for several years in Lincoln Technical Institute. After I graduated from there, that was kind of weird, Joe. Graduated from tech school and went back and taught there for 7 years at night. They paid well. 4 nights a week. Sometimes we had field trips out to Hank's house to put trannies and stuff in. 20 in the left for Travis Logan. He's holding 200s, goes under, gets the win. Kevin Pollard was 4th out red in the right lane, no good. And George Hoff, he's in a machine somewhere cutting trees. That's what he tells his wife every day. He probably goes out in that machine, sleeps all day, and comes back. George Hoff, you ain't cutting no trees. But I really wish you'd bring that thing over to Hank's house, because I got 6.45 acres that needs cleared. Wonder if that'd be worth his time. Diesel fuel to get it there from Maryland. Brandon Gerald in the left, in control. Chad Duke in the right. 006 in the left. One above 6. Nice lap. Ashland City, Tennessee driver. Brandon Gerald for the win in the left. Chad Duke, 26 and 1 over. No good in the right. AJ, I played midget basketball. 573 in the right. He was. Well, what is he, like 4'1", 4'1.5"? He did, seriously. He's about 6'7" or something. He's a pretty big, tall guy. Well, and he says that the pedals are not far away. He says I could drive it. He says, oh, his knees are up in his chest. Oh, jeez. Edwin Giovanni in the left, 686. AJ Ash in the right, 573. AJ did play Division I basketball. I'm not sure of the school. I know he was recruited. Well, he lives right by New Orleans. Oh, yeah. AJ 29, dead 7 for the win in the right lane. AJ Ash, left lane. Edwin Giovanni was 39 and 1 over and could not win.
Knows one way or the other. We just don't want to come up here every time. Yeah. And sometimes it's off. Sometimes not. Yeah, I'll talk to you.
In trouble for Dave Triplett, 001 in the right. 1 above for John Hudson in the right lane. New Smyrna Beach, Florida gets the win. Dave Triplett, 22 and 1,000. He was still a good 10th behind. Yeah, you're way over on the other side of the state. You don't even count Daytona. Everybody says Daytona, Florida, and they think it's hot and sunny there. You're not even, you're close to Georgia. Like, you're up towards the top of the state. It don't even get in the 70s there, does it?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
June and July.
We got we have our own place on the map now because we have a Buc-ee's at Daytona Beach now.
Whoa. Brewer has wheels up. 4th out separates him. Scotty Stillings, 11, dead 8 in the right for the win. Max Brewer, 15 and way under in the left, no good. Scotty Stillings, one of his entries, is moving on. So I'm not meaning to say anything bad, right? It looks like the door on the truck is open. You might want to close that.
No, Dylan's got it open.
Oh, Dylan's got it open. There you go. We got the dial-ins wrong.
36. 636.
Is it right? Dylan's not liking his.
It's at 638. I can't tell from this angle.
Got the binoculars. Can you see it?
You can only see it now. It's right on.
So Dylan Mudd in the left side. James Bunner Jr. in the right side. Make sure James knows the dial-in's changed there. We went up 200, so we don't want any issues. The door is now shut. So my next concern now is they used white lettering on a white truck. I'm not real quick, you know. 008 dead 2. James Bunner ain't playing. He's in the right lane. He gets the victory. Left lane 27. 2 over with Nate. Let's say 3 over and no good for Dylan Mudd. He should have put 640 on it instead of 638. Should have kept changing it. Fuel Tech 50K round 2 final door car. All colored run stickers you have been called to the lanes. Carl Baker is in trouble. Perkins, 002 and 10 over for the win in the right. Carl Baker in the left, 60 and 50 over. Not good.
You could have drove into that.
I would have broke out. Without a doubt, I would have been 1,000 under, taking a 10th mile a minute.
Taking 500.
Oh, yeah. I'd still be down there trying to drive the stripe at the turnoff. Mike Ledford in the left. Yeah, bring him in here, baby.
Almost there.
Come on.
Almost there.
I'll cut you in at that first corner. Matt Data, 620 in the right. Mike Ledford, 614 in the left. Michigan versus Ohio. Even if you lose this round, gentlemen, at least you were smart enough to leave the north and come to Florida to race.
Matt Daddis, a new fan of Bucky's. He stopped there on the way home and fell in love with the place.
They got him down south.
They get them down here. You only need about 900 acres to put one on, though.
Well, you got to have 90 parking spots. That's 90 acres. We have 003 in the left, 22 in the right. Winner, left lane, Mike Ledford, 003, dead 9-12 total. He ain't playing. Matt Daddis, 22, 6th out under in the right lane, no good. That entry is done. There goes a washer and dryer sale. Carly's always happy. That girl doesn't get down. She just smiles and just gives love to everybody. I think she might be onto the gummies or something. You know, as happy as she is, she's always in a. She loses and she's still smiling. Wheels up Thursday it is. Jason Smoke Folk, left-hand side, wins the double breakout. 15, 2,000 under, taking the win. John Brown, 21 and a lot under in the right, no good. Winner, left lane, Jason Folk. He's going to the third round. I don't know. Yeah, he went to 5th round yesterday. I think it's his cousin Nick driving the car or something. Nobody's telling us. Jason ain't been 3 and 5 rounds in 2 days in a row, ever.
It's cutting into his Bud Light time.
Right. One of them is perfect and one of them is 005. Perfect wins. Oh, yeah, he's a second over. Ed Nunez, right side, trip zip. 2/10 over for the win. John Platt Jr. up against the wall. Thank you so much, John, for getting over right away. John, let me make your day worse. You were 005. He was trip zip, though. You needed it.
Yeah.
So we got one on the wall.
Good news is you were 005. Bad news is you were 5,000 behind the other guy.
I think we need to mix this sport of bracket racing up. I think we need to put obstacles out there, you know, like how they do with paintballs, you know, big tractor tires and things. I think you should have to drive around some stuff. And then turn the wind light on.
Yeah.
Anybody can go straight. SRQparts.com. He's waiting to go. Mark Mullen, S&S Performance, 549 the dial. John Brown, 517 the dial.
It's kind of cold, but I mean.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
don't change just to call you mine. Tonight is all about to let it go. Pick another road. Tonight the bitter essence of our time has made our hearts alone. My mind is taken down. My mind is breaking down. What do I hit the ground? What do I let it out? My demons call me night. My demons hold me tight. How can I take the fight? Get up, don't let this take you down. Don't let this break you down. Don't ever lose your mind. Don't ever run and hide.
Here we go. Mark Mullen, 549 Northport, Florida in the left. John Brown, 517 in the right. Ah, 12 and 1 over, no good in the right. 22, dead zero. Winner in the left for Mark Mullen by 3 thou.
I thought Mark Mullen might have given it Scott. He was just chopping at that. Wow.
Left side, Mark Talmadge, Williamson, New York, 75 Vega, 603 the dial-in. Rick Schaefer in the right, 5.39.
That roaster is straight out of the 90s.
Super gas for sure. Yellow, orange,
And Borla mufflers.
aqua blue, teal.
That's straight out of 1996. I like it.
Yeah, he bought that car turnkey and ain't changed a thing.
I like it.
Good for him.
Heck yeah.
Whew. 1 thou separates him up front. 30 and 5 over for the win in the right for Rick Schaefer. Mark Talmadge, 58 win stripe to be 2 thou under. He drove like Hank. Terrell Biddle, left lane, 623 the dial. Darwin Garcia, right side, 6.16. Clean looking black Mustang over there.
Not bad. Sharp one for you.
I don't remember.
No, really. You might know a whole lot. I don't think so.
I just have to.
I've seen him. I mean, I've seen him theory.
One on the left, no way he runs the dial-in. Yeah. Darwin 005, 4 above for the win in the right. Terrell gets out of the groove there in the left for some reason. 27 and 35 over, no good. Chevy S10 Blazer. Lindsay back. 617 for Lindsay. Right side, Vinny Guido, 624. They're going to leave pretty close together. in the left, 11 in the right. Winner, left lane, 008 dead, 3-0. 11 total in the left, 11 leaving in the right. 11 dead 7 is not a bad lap. Winner, Lindsay back, left lane. Vinny Guido, Spotswood, New Jersey. You know he's under surveillance. There's no way with that name and from being from Jersey, you're not under surveillance.
Got a brother named Anthony, too.
Right.
He was under witness
Big,
protection.
Big Tony, they call him. Big Bob's downstairs selling T-shirts.
Like hotcakes.
Eat here or I'll kill you. Logan back, left lane, 616 the dial. David Jones, right side, 499. Oh. Winner, 003 and 7th out under. Logan back in the left lane. It was a double breakout race, and David Bird Jones going under by more in the right lane.
I think there was a power issue.
Jeff Gatlin, 617 in the left. Jason Kimbrell, 615 in the right.
Light turns green, away they go. Reaction time favors Jeff Gatlin. 15 on the tree. Dead 5. His opponent, 23, gets there first but has to break out to do it. Jeff Gatlin moving on. Jason Kimbrell headed to the cooler.
I see it. Law. They can't complain. Yep, they can't complain now.
Left lane, Bubba Browning, 629 the dial. Taking on Brian Pompado. No, Brian Cerrito. Dial 639 in the right. Cerrito cuts him in half, goes 9 on the tree. The Bubba Browning's 18, but Cerrito breaks it out 5 thou, taken 19. Had to take 14 or less, didn't. Bubba Browning, dead 5, your winner.
Fuel Tech 50K round 2 dragster, red run stickers only. If you don't have a red run sticker, you're going to get turned back. No more traffic jams this weekend. Today's lesson is red run stickers only. Come to the lanes.
Today's color is
Red.
All Chevy 2s all the time here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. This round right now. Ryan Harum left side, Bobby Ely right side. Almost identical dial-ins, but Harum 13 green wins. Bobby Ely 13 red doesn't win.
That serves more than 6,000 RPM for the burnout rule.
That's it. When you get a chance, do a burnout.
Please go burnout rule.
Left side, Greg Walker, dials 535, going to be chasing Jerry Sims. Sims in the right lane in the battle of Generation 1 Camaros, dial 6 flat.
So next golf cart that gets parked inside the staging lanes is getting a tow truck. You're going to pay the tow fee and you're going to pay to get it out of the impound. Or I'm going to drag it out to the other end of the track. No golf carts in the pit lane.
Greg Walker, 1 thou red, runs it out, does not go dead on, goes 1 over with a 1. Jerry Sims, 28, 17 thou under, moving on to round 3. We could get a raffle going too with these golf carts. If we confiscate them, we'll just raffle them off. Left lane now, Doug Browning, 651 the dial in his S10 pickup. Yeah, the proceeds from the raffles will go to the announcers fund. Right lane, Lisa Hutchins out of East Bend, North Carolina, in what I've said before is a sporty looking Camaro. right side, dialed 586. Trip Zip by Lisa Hutchins in the right lane. Runs it on down. Gets there first by 51. Going 2 over. Trip Zip 26 over. Your winner, Lisa Hutchins. Next pair out, left side, Stacy Carpenter. Dials up a 622. Gonna get chased by Donald Wiggins. Wiggins hasn't dialed between, 535 and 533 all weekend in that 78 Fairmont in the right lane, but now he's dialed 535. Nice wheel stand by Stacy Carpenter, 008, but that's not good enough. Donald Wiggins, Trip Zip. Runs it down, goes 1 over 4, 14 total. Stacy Carpenter, 8 on the tree, 3 over with a 2. Doesn't get the job done. Wiggins moving on. Matt Brewer up next in the Murder Malibu. Dials 586 in the left. Rob Peterson in the racy looking S10 with the fuel injection stacks sticking out of the hood. Right side, dialed 546. Separated by only 3 thou. Getting there first, not breaking out, that's Matt Brewer. He runs dead on with an 8.27 light. Rob Peterson was 24 on the tree. 2 over with a 7 and behind.
Dial in something on the line, Walt. What? Look, dial in. Yep. Dave was waving out the window. Oh, got grip on the track.
Dave Connolly next up, left side. Dials 567, going to be chasing Scott Bender. Bender in the 70 Cyclone, dials 676. As the sun is getting close to setting here in Bradenton. Identical reaction times. Both drivers go 12 on the tree. Getting there first without breaking out. Dave Connolly runs 1 over 0, takes 13. Which means Scott Bender was 23 over. No matter how you do the math, it always adds up here. Dave Connolly moving on. Tyler McMillan, left side, dials 589. Getting just a baby's head start from Larry Hamby. I like the nickname Hambone that he's got. 55 Chevy. Dialed 575, right side.
Think he had any. Hambone, right hand side, the 55 Chevy. Joe, you know who I like those Chevys that Bob Mandel builds. Those look like nice cars he builds. I think they're 57s. Oh gosh, look it up on the internet. Okay. Builds gorgeous cars. Hi Bob Mandel, Jr. Shout out, right?
There you go.
Nobody's going in. We got a door open on the S10. He's not putting it in. Hambone ain't putting it in. We're burning them down here in round 2. For the second time this week, I don't have my phone to start my timer.
I got it. I got it.
I just want to know how long they go. This could go on forever. If we're both on alcohol, I'd have shut mine off by now. Of course, when the rod's hanging out of it, you got to shut them off.
Only one.
Oh, they both go in simultaneously. This could be tricky. Hambone breaks. That's why he wasn't going in. Tyler McMillan goes 13 on the tree, lifts, coast. Hambone, we heard it all snap and crackle and pop up here. Something going wrong in that ride. That's too bad.
He's going to need help. That was bad.
Huh.
We'll take a quick break here, and hopefully we got, I don't see any liquid out there, but something gave up. And now Larry's stuck to the track. We're going to need a wrecker for the car and for Larry.
Hoist for Larry.
Spatula to get Larry off the truck.
So nice. Make fun of my family.
Watch out, he's going to dislocate a knee.
Yeah.
It's nice to see the guys in the bleachers are getting there early for Saturday morning's Racers for Christ chapel service. Going to happen at 8 in the morning on Saturday. Some of the guys are filling in the seats already. They want a good spot.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
We got Hambone hooked up. Doesn't look like there's anything on the track. Getting him towed off as we get ready to watch Bobby Keown getting out of cold Pennsylvania, coming down here to race with us. Thanks for doing that. Going to square off with Steve Witherow, also getting out of the cold. Not as cold, I guess, in Virginia than it is in Pennsylvania.
So we got a minute. We'll talk to Rodney Fincham, Fuzzy Dice, Brittany, 88 Pro Street. How's everybody doing in the Motor Mania chat room tonight? It's Thursday night football. Not sure what Larry broke, but it broke quick, made a little pop noise, and he pulled right over like a professional. Steve Cohen's over there in the corner working for Wright Trailers. Michael Scott makes some nice products, sells some nice products, and I will tell you from my personal experience, they were on top of it. We bought one earlier this summer, my two brothers and I, and through the Florida office, and Jessica, or Jessie, she does all your paperwork, and they handled the tax, the title, and the license, everything for me in Illinois. That was nice. Even sent me $45 back the other day because they title or something was cheaper than what they thought. So never would have expected that. So thank you to the Wright Trailer gang. Go see them in the corner if you go over there and talk to them and maybe ask some trailer questions, get a quote worked up, and get a free hat. They're nice hats.
Here we go. We got the track clear. We're going to find out if the drivers want to reburn or not. They're suiting up. If I got the chance, I'd reburn. Just because it's fun.
Right? Except you got to keep all the parts intact.
Yeah, well, you see what happens when I do a burnout, so.
Man, that is just an awesome photo of that wrist pin still being in the rod and nothing else attached to it.
Yeah, that's really neat. It's one of these things, it's like a magician's trick, I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
you don't think you could ever see that happen.
A little bitter, Joe. Jeez. You got 148 runs out of it. What more do you want?
Bobby Keown says, I don't need no stinking second burnout. He's dialed in 677. Steve Witherow dialed 589.
Hi, Kyle Julius. Took my job, Kyle. That should have been my shop in Indianapolis. Somehow you think your blood counts for something. It's because it's your dad. I still think you like me better.
Witherow creeps it in. Keown creeps it in. Tree comes down. Gone. Separated by 4th out. Couple of good lights. Keown goes 11, but Witherow goes 7. Witherow in control, makes it work. He's 3 over with a 4 on his dial, taking 7th thou. Your winner, Steve Witherow.
Mike Bloomfield Jr. already won himself $15,000 this morning. No. No.
He's taking on Fred Anger, coming all the way down from Canada, dialed 572, right side. Anger, 1. Runs 2 over 5, forces Mikey under. Mikey was 25, couldn't do it. Had to go dead zero and wish. Your winner, Fred Anger. Mikey out in that entry.
Kyle says I can have the shop now. A little late now. I had to live back in the frozen tundra. I'll take that shop. Don't think I won't. All 3 buildings, though.
Manuel Soleil, 645, dial left side. Raphael Mamie, 610, right side. Double red. Manuel goes red first, so he will not continue on. Mamie runs it out. Dead 9, coming back for round 3, I think.
Maybe we should see how you start acting.
Troy Williams Jr. left side in the overkill S10. Red Sonoma, actually. Dials 574. Going to chase down Tom Heath. Heath in the Deuces Wild Chevy 2. Heath has the reaction time advantage. He turns it into a win, running 1 over 9, 007, taking 3 thou, or being given 3 thou. I don't really know how that worked. Williams puts it dead on, but not good enough on the starting line to convert that into a win. Tom Heath, Mustang, left lane, dial 658. And this Monza I recognize as Neon Leon Robertson. Dial 611. Goes for red, handing the win back over to Tom Heath. Heath runs it out, goes almost 7 under. He'll be coming back for round 3. Left side, Jonathan McCandless. The 78 Volare dials up 703, been crushing it today. Taking on Carlos Arroyo. Arroyo dialed 591 right side in the Generation 2 Camaro. Is he leaving off the foot in the Volare? I don't know. Whatever he's doing, it's working. He's 15 to Arroyo's 48. But he breaks it out 3 thou, handing the win back over to Arroyo. He had him crushed on the tree by 30, but can't convert, takes 49, breaks out by 3. Needed to take, yes, 46 or less. We can all do the math. Another Mopar in the left lane. Boy, Mopars aplenty coming up here. Mike Mills, 67 Barracuda, dial 611.
Hey, help me out here. Gus?
Gus Mascarenas.
That sounds musical.
Dials 523, right side. Mike Mills hands the win over to him, goes 008 red. Mascarenas goes 007 green, 4 thou under, advancing to the next round. I think that's Antonio Santiago in the left lane. Dialed 697, and somehow Kenny ended up in the right lane, dialed 6 flat. He makes it work. He's got a thou to work with on the starting line. But on the double breakout, he breaks out 2 thou too many. Antonio Santiago advancing 14, 4 thou under. Kenny Underwood 13, 6 thou under.
There's a puddle out there in the left lane. Loft. Under the car. Under the car right now, there's a puddle in that left lane.
Dustin Long dials up 511, goes anything but straight as he goes down the track, so keep your eye on this one. Jason McCandless in the Roadster over in the right dials 587. Dustin Long takes it to the left and then straightens it out, runs it on down, takes the long way there, doesn't break out, 15 on the tree. 2 over with a 3, 300ths behind as McCandless goes under. Todd Burks in the Malibu left side, dials 642, going to get chased by Robbie Joins, dials 529 in the Firebird in the right lane. Big starting line advantage going to Burks. He's 6 on the tree. Converts it. Shuts him out. 642 with a 0. 6 on the tree. Let me do some math. Yeah, that's a 6-pack. Robbie Joins 32 on the tree. Headed to the cooler. Or the barbecue. There's still time to cook up a good dinner right now. A few more clouds out there. Sunset going to be beautiful. Another Mopar left side. 71 Challenger driven by Robert Joyner, dials 578. Different spelling, John Joyner in the right lane, dialed 543, and the Mopar goes 3 thou red.
Sunset's gonna be beautiful. What you getting romantic on me or something? Was like date night up here now on Thursday?
How do you not think this is, it's just beautiful to be here.
It's kind of weird though how that looks like Batman or something, that cloud, doesn't it?
It does. Randy Folk over in the right lane. What is going on? We must have run out of left lane cars and we're single file, I'm going to guess. Randy Folk dials 589. Going to see how big a wheelie he can do in the right lane. Bill Groten in the 66 GTO. 597 is his dial. Not bad, only separated by 7 fouls. Groten goes 9. I see a flash of brake lights. We see some brake lights from Randy. Groten gets there first by a hun. Going a hun over. Bill Groten moving on. David Braskett in the Opel Manta. 614 is the dial. Scotty Richardson in the right lane. Holy cow. There's been a big change going on. He's dialed 639.
SR1, Barberville, Kentucky, right-hand side. Cash, watching at home. My boy Cash.
Richardson in trouble as Braskett goes trip zip. 1 over 4. Richardson 23 can't get inside a 14 pack no matter how good a driver he is. He gets behind at the end for good measure, but he's not going to be there with this entry. Oh, here we have the kick booty car back. Not sure who's piloting it. Could be Howard. If Howard weighs more than Sean Serra, this should be good. Sean Serra put this thing on the bumper for 300 feet last time I went down the track in the left lane. Cameron Fredrickson, another wheelie wagon over in the right lane, dials 604. I'm going to guess they tighten the shocks up between rounds. I'm no chassis guy, but that's I might have been doing that. They might have had Jake Hodge over there giving him a hand. There, they got her. They tied the front end down a bunch. Fredrickson goes 6 on the tree, and on the double breakout goes 5 thou under. Howard goes 25 under. Cameron Fredrickson, your winner. Next up, Sean Lingerfeld in the Beretta, dialed 520 all day long. I think he's been here before, even though he's from Anderson, South Carolina. And in the right lane, Garrett Griffith dials down to a 621. Nice wheelie for Garrett Griffith. He's 23 on the tree. He's in control and moving on to the next round. Runs 1 over with a 4 on a 23 light, 2 over with a 4. 44 total, 50 light in the other lane. Jason Wilson in the Camaro, left side, dialed 624. Stevie Sidewinder Dustin, 616 right lane. Hails from Adamstown, Pennsylvania. In Motion Solutions, FTI, Mickey Thompson, Team W going on over there. Oh, you can't get much more shallow than that. Off they go. Big reaction time advantage going to the Nova in the right lane, turns it into a win, runs 2 over 3, takes 27. DragRaceSolution.com buy run coming at you right now. I think he had one earlier today. In Wednesday's race, I'm saying. That was continued this morning. Possibly, I'm not sure. Maybe he had one last night. Doug Milner in the 73 Pontiac Astra. Front end of this car looks crazy compared to a Vega. 544 the dial. He goes 31 on the tree, runs it out the back door. 46 with a 4. He'll make an adjustment and be back for round 3.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
Broke, fell off, snapped, something, but should be able to get it fixed, and should be really no other damage going on. So I don't know what's going on. I do know what's going on. Dragsters, and more dragsters. Right lane, Jake Hodge dials up 480. Left side, Corey Galletti dials 451. We're all ready to go. Everybody, let's go. Jake Hodge punishes the tree, goes 3. Runs 4 over with an 8 as he works the throttle pedal all the way down the track to be 4 over and win. Things get more complicated as the race goes on, but we're going to ask for white run sticker dragsters that are only running the left lane. We need some left lane cars, and we're asking our white run sticker dragsters to fill that void in the left lane only. So if you are a white run sticker dragster that wants the right lane, stay in the pits. The left lane is full. The right lane is full. We need left laners. Patrick Miller, Adam Russell. Patrick Miller gives the win over to Adam Russell. Russell goes Bond, and then 23 under. Like I say, they're picking out their favorite seats for Sundays or Saturdays chapel service for Racers for Christ. That's what they're doing. Kevin Burkett, left lane, dials 481. Get a 3/10 head start over Scott Neal. Neal dialed 451 in the Nesbitt Engines dragster in the right lane. And here we go. I'll separate them. Kevin Burkett goes 8 on the tree, runs 1 over with a 3, gets there first by 18 thousandths. Your winner, Kevin Burkett. Scott Neal, 10 on the tree, 29 over, 18 thou behind. Like I say, no matter how you do it, the math adds up.
Ineligible. No good.
Ricky Boggs. Hey, if you need a shirt, these things are selling like hotcakes. They're leftover shirts from previous events, but they're selling like hotcakes. So So get on down onto the table right by the tower. Get yourself a shirt. Wrap it up as a nice Christmas gift for one of your family members. You'll make them very happy.
They're $10. I mean,
$10
for a
yeah,
good
you can't
shirt.
beat it. You can't buy a shirt for that.
Cheap.
These are great shirts. Ricky Box Trip Zip runs 26 over. Tim Crone, sadly, 1 thou red. We'll give him the one above, but basically he went dead on. Yeah, basically he went dead on after going red. Concessions is only open for 10 more minutes, so if you want anything from the concessions, you better run on down there. They'll whip it up for you. Had the chicken fingers and fries earlier today. Fantastic. Had myself a chocolate shake. I am one happy dude behind the mic now. Oh, yeah, as sun's coming off the track, reaction times are going to pick up, so we'll see how this transition happens right here, right now. Keith Russell, dialed 469, Steve Farrell, 453 over in the right. Now it's Steve Farrell, and he goes 21 on the tree. Has a commanding lead off the starting line and turns that into a win, running 3 over, taking 27. Coming up now, Michael Ruark, dials 453. Kayla Costello, who's been murdering the tree, 466 in the right. Bandit's mother.
Bandit's mom too.
Bandit's mom, yep. Bandit is cool. But not as cool as Holly Dog. Holly Dog lets me pet her. I love Holly Dog. Nice pop a wheelie by Kayla, but they're both 15 on the tree. Getting way behind. Michael Ruark is your winner, running 10 over as Kayla breaks out. No, she doesn't break out. She runs way off too. Something happened to somebody's dragster. Nobody wanted the finish line. Ruark, your winner. Robbie Gear in the backlot cars dragster, left lane, dialed 442. Slate Cummings, 447 in the right. We're in, here we go. Robbie Gear, first zip. Slate 12, no good. Double breakout. Robbie Gear on the good side. Gets there first, breaks out least. Slate was 12 on the tree, but breaks it out more. Robbie Gear moving on. Frank Anger, left lane, dials 460. Travis Laster dials 415.
It must be down 462 for most of the time, but not here.
Laster has gone as quick as 169 miles an hour. And he goes 10 red, he'll probably run it out. And he does, goes 170, almost 171. Frank Anger goes 10 green, breaks it out 6 thou, but more importantly, he's coming back for the next round. As Laster was 10 red. Carl Sosi, left side, dials up 468. Mike Bloomfield Sr. dials 471 over in the right in the shorty. Sosi. He's 8th. Bloomfield has nothing to compare reaction time-wise. He gets out of it and just ducks in behind to make it look good. Sosi 2 over with a 2:30 total, crushing. Nope, we got a little issue going on now. Oh man, we got some fluid on the track. Scott Sanders did a burnout and something came undone. He noticed as he was backing up, he backed off the track, but by then it was out of whatever fluid was in it. Actually, it's coming from the front of the dragster. Is that oil? Is that water? Mechanic Kitterman's going to take a free pass down, dials up a 444, goes 17 on the tree, 445-1. And now we will start our cleanup with all the fluid we got out there. Like I say, not sure what that is.
We drive Sport Compact, designed for the elite and the garage build. Information is power, because data is the difference between winning and losing. We give you the options, versatility, and power to come out on top. Complacent isn't in our vocabulary. We drive you, and that's why Fuel Tech is everywhere.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
Once we've got our center line figured out on our engine and ground height, that's when we start making our motor mounts.
Santa has a new sleigh this year. Trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
Perform your weekly maintenance to building your next new race car. They also distribute premium quality products from Strange, Willwood, Sander, Mosier, Stroud, Pengrade, and many more. S&W backs up every sale with one of the most knowledgeable sales and technical support departments in racing. At the end of the work week, they go racing too. Racers helping racers win. For cars, chassis, components, and service you can trust, call S&W at 1-800-523-3353 or shop at www.swracecars.com. Visit their social pages at SW Racecars. Wright Trailers is an authorized dealership for many of the most respected brands and parts suppliers in North America, with locations serving Lakeland, Tampa, and Ocala, Florida, as well as our Kenosha, Wisconsin store. We are quickly becoming one of the leading trailer dealerships in North America. When you are ready to invest in a new or pre-owned trailer, our friendly, knowledgeable sales, financing, service, and parts departments are prepared to make sure your experience exceeds all of your expectations, from helping you select a trailer to ongoing maintenance and customization. At Wright Trailers, we value the opportunity to create a long-term relationship with our customers. Check out the right trailers display area in the corner of the staging lanes. FTI is quickly becoming the standard in the performance industry with our innovative, state-of-the-art torque converter and transmission design. The FTI Performance Research and Development team produce new products on a daily basis, from stock to top sportsman to products winning millions on the big money bracket racing circuit. Our attention to detail and forward thinking sets us apart from all other manufacturers. With the latest technology and design available, nowhere else it is clear to see why people are winning races everywhere in all categories of racing with FTI. Our customer-oriented technical support is the pride of our company and assures that you get the support you need when you need it. When a customer signs on with FTI, they become part of our family, the winning FTI family. It's not cheating, it's the competitive edge. Visit FTIperformance.com to get started today. Mickey Thompson has the best drag racing tires for the strip, but you don't have to own a race car to enjoy Mickey Thompson tires. Mickey Thompson has a wide range of long-wearing, hard-working tires for your truck, too. Mickey Thompson tires get you where you're going with uncompromised reliability and undisputed performance. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, undisputed performance since 1963. Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the inventor of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and do-it-yourself mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor, or order online at hansenglobalinc.com.
That's what he needs. $389 per gear for a 9-inch Ford 35.
We have a Jegs parts call. Listen up, anybody. Have a 389 Pro Gear for a 9-inch Ford 35 spline pinion. and that is for Mike White. Mike White is in need of a 389 Pro Gear for a 9-inch Ford 35 spline pinion. So help a racer out all the way down here in Florida. Good luck.
High performance, low prices. Get the parts you need now at Jegs High Performance. Free same-day shipping of an extensive selection.
It wasn't loud enough. Turn the volume all the way up.
Oh my god.
Selection of 1 million items.
Did you hear it that time?
Performance, low prices. Get the parts you need now at Jegs High Performance. Free same-day shipping of an extensive selection of 1 million items from over 600 brands. Jegs offers unmatched value through everyday low pricing. Find it cheaper and we'll match it. Click on jegs.com today. 100% satisfaction and lifetime support included with every order. The place for performance parts since 1960. Jegs.
We have the center section up here in the tower, so you just left on us. Could you come right back? We have your Jegs parts call 35 spline center section for you. That her on the golf cart? Yep. Come on up to the tower, young lady. We have your parts.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
So Big Bob Riley is shutting the t-shirt sales down for the evening. He will open back up tomorrow morning. We're getting pretty close to having the issue in the right lane cleaned up.
you know we're never letting go. This time we can reach the sky. On a prayer we go higher than high. Yeah, how wide awake, it's a big mistake, 'cause it's something we can deny. Oh, this time we can reach the sky. On a prayer we go higher than high. Yeah, how
I hear race cars warming up. That's good news. I think the tractor's back getting parked. We got a starter. Nope, we got a spray rig. That's the last stage. So I'd say a couple minutes here and we're gonna send some cars down. FTI 50K Thursday.
Jags. Jags.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
Derek Hubbard, right side, 445 the dial. Amy Farrow Fowler, 465 the dial in the left. Somerville, Georgia in the left. Brevard, Cylinder Head, Merritt Island, Florida.
Some of you will get that. Most of you won't, though.
Yeah, I think a lot.
Those of you that got that, y'all are cool.
Right? Amy Farrow Fowler. You're in my spot. Amy. 465 in the left, 445 in the right. Sing me soft, Kitty James.
As long as it doesn't get to the point where I rub vapor rub somewhere.
Sing me soft, Kitty James. So we were down 41 minutes, not too terribly bad. Double 05 and a couple tenths over in the left for the win for Amy Farrow Fowler. And Derek Hubbard, 7th out red. I'd say the track's good because he's 3 hundo under the dial.
That's my spot.
Elizabeth Keene, left side, 483. You do the right lane, I'll do the left lane.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Mike Gentile over on the right-hand side, 498. Going to be the dial-in for the Takash Racecraft dragster. Tim Takash, of course, builder in the Central Florida area. Built about, we'll say about a dozen or so of these Super Comp and bracket style chassis. So there's a few of them still around. Mike Gentile having, I think this is like the second or third one that he built, so good to see it's still around. Advantage on the tree, going to go to Gentile, but win light, however, going to go to Keene. 484 with a 1 on the 483 dial in. She was 076 on the tree. Mike Gentile had the better, and I mean a lot better, 008 reaction time. Goes 497 with an 8 on the 498 dial in. Gets there by 81, breaks out by 2. How much left, Dylan? Had to take what or less? About 79 or so?
That's a lot. Mark Davis in the left. Bailey Ferraro in the right.
Dylan Carr going to announce with Mr. Mulligan here for a few runs. Here we go.
What's Bailey's dial in?
447.
What's up, Hank?
Dylan Carr. I'm babysitting. Uncle Hank's babysitting Dylan today. Or Dylan's taking care of Hank. Which way is it?
Other
Dylan?
way around.
That's what I thought.
Dylan taking care of Hank.
Well, but I've done good. We haven't been up in the bleachers today, either one of us, so.
Oh, Bailey's 009. 20 thou separate them. And the win is going to go to Bailey on the double breakout.
Bailey Ferraro, 2 thou under in the right for the win. Mark Davis under 26. Took 4, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it.
Next up, we got Michael Smith and Isaac Harris. Michael down to 502. Isaac down to 458. So, Isaac gonna give Michael head start by about half a second.
Who needs schooling, right? You can add. I've seen you. You get the homeschooling this year. That's good. Dad get off work yet?
I don't know. Oh, advantage to Isaac. Win light. Oh, Michael. Go ahead, Hank.
Michael Smith, 12, 2 over for the win in the left lane. Isaac Herrick goes 009, goes 8 thou under, taking 33. Not good, winner left lane.
Next up, we got Timmy Miller in the right and Kyle Coltrera.
Timmy's in the left. You got it, though. You meant well. We picked up what you were laying down.
I said left.
You said right. Timmy Miller left, 475. Kyle Coltrera right, 461. I wouldn't make that up.
I said left.
We're going to be playing that video back.
Pull up the wire feed, Hank. Bet you $20.
You can't be gambling, dude. We just went over this.
Shut it.
Uncle Hank's babysitting today. We can't have gambling and bad language and up in the bleed. You know, this is best behavior, Dylan. This is a trial run. I thought you were going to come up and snowmobile with us one winter. You break that like you broke my four-wheeler. The one you left out in the woods, dead. Double 8 in the left, 13 in the right. 008 dead, 311 total for Timmy Miller, the winner in the left lane. Kyle Cotrera, 13, 4 thou under, took 2, he was locked out. Winner left lane, Timmy Miller. Marshall Grooms, 470 in the left. John Siegel, 443 in the right. Marshall is from Washington, D.C. and is a Vietnam veteran. Is, was, has been, still is. Say it on the air, Dylan. I want to hear it. Say, I'm sorry, Uncle Hank, you were right.
I'm sorry, Uncle Hank, you were right.
Thank you. Doesn't happen very often around my house that I'm right. Sometimes we got a video Joni saying that. They were close up front, double breakout win going to John Siegel in the right lane. John Siegel 100th under in the right lane. Marshall Grooms 21 thou under in the left lane. Double breakout win. John Siegel right lane. Any dragster that would like to race in the left lane here in this round, bring it up. Any dragster that wants the left lane, bring it up, please.
Next up, we got Johnny Brandon in the left lane, down to 473, taking on Donovan Williams in the right lane, down to 469. Think's gonna win this pair, Hank?
Well, I have to be politically correct and objective, sir, so I think the guy that does the best job is going to win this race.
No crap.
You're going to get bleeped on Motor Mania. .065 thou under in the left for John Boat to get the win. Donovan Williams in the right lane, 008 thou under. No good. Yeah, looks like it's gonna cool off, and we're gonna see a lot of double breakouts right now.
Next up, we got Alan Elliott and Claude DeBonez, old Claude, down at 455 on the right lane, and we got Alan Elliott down at 446. Go to Elliott with the 16 reaction time, and he is 2 over with the 7. Claude, you got him on the starting line, you didn't get him at the finish line.
Claude was 004 and 1 thou under, taking 40. He might have got some help with that one.
Next up, we got John Sloan and Brandon Teller. John down at 462. Brandon Taylor down at 457, 457.
Red and white run sticker dragsters to the lanes. Anybody that wants the left lane in a dragster, come on up, please.
Who do you think's gonna win this one, Hank? Whoever does the best job?
That's what I'm going with.
I think Brandon Taylor's gonna win.
Well, you got Maine or Alabama?
Alabama.
Alabama races year-round, so they get a little more seat time than we do.
Yep.
Maine. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You got to go, though. When the light turns green, you got to leave. So Brandon Taylor, 14, and lets out. And John Sloan is still here at the starting line and does not have a reaction time yet.
He's gonna have over 4 seconds.
Well, you got to have the car running. Yeah, there's a trick to it. Not anybody can just come up here and race. 27.47 on the React. That's a bummer. Hate to see a guy lose that way. 12:09 in the 8th mile. What are you running the 8th mile? 890. You better slow it down, buddy.
Next up, we got Adam Bitzanes. And Kelly Smith down to 449 in the right lane. Adam down to 480.
Cosmic Chrome.
I'm going with faster cars gonna win on this one.
That's not Kelly's normal car. He usually drives a Roadster and an S10 pickup. He's from Michigan. He's running for a political office back home. State representative, I believe. Double breakout victory goes to Kelly Smith in the right lane. He is 16 and 1 thou under. Left lane under by more, no good. Johnny Brandon Jr. 457 the dial on the left. Joe David right side 478. Johnny Brandon driving Randy Folks dragster.
No, that's old Smoke's dragster. Down to 457, JB. Down to 457, Joey David. Down to 478, Johnny Brandon's a pretty good racer out of Florida. They're both out of Florida. Oh, Joey has the advantage. Joe has the advantage. And the win light is going to go to Joe. 006, dead on 1, 7 total. And Johnny Brandon, Johnny, 21 up front and dead on 2. It's 23 total. Next up, we got Steve DeWeck. D-Rec.
Nope, you had it right. Steve DeWeck, left lane 486 the dial. Brian Gasper, right lane 489 the dial.
Barely separated. Got 2 thou separated them. And not 3 actually.
Red. Brian, 26 green and runs it out the back door. 14 thou under on the red light. Victory in the right lane for Brian Gasper.
Next up, we got Michael Carpenter and T-Rock, Troy Williams. That ain't Troy Williams Jr. That's Troy Williams. Michael down to 487. Troy down to 449. Separate them, and the win is going to go to Carpenter. We have the 4 thou advantage up front, and goes 1 over with the 1. He got it 20 total. T-Rock 23 and runs it out the back door.
Troy Williams 6 thou under in the right lane, no good. Michael Carpenter left lane, your winner. Dave Triplett driving a dragster 462 in the left. Sean Serra 484 in the right.
Oh, advantage going to Sean by 11 thou. And whoa, Triplett gonna get the win as Sean is 21 up front and 1 over 7. Triplett is 33 and dead on 4.
Gets there by a thou. Sean Serra gets behind 1 thou. Gary Sturgeon left lane 504. Nick Ferraro right lane 472.
Right side, 13 and 1 over for the Ferraro machine in the right lane to win. Gary in the left, 24th out under. Got there first by 12, had to get there by 8. Winner right side, the Ferraro machine.
Next up, we got Quan Spain down to 454. And Tyler Bohannon down to 463.
Tyler just won himself $1 million.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The final should be Tyler Bohannon against Adam Russell.
Oh.
Oh, 5 down, separate them up front. Winner gonna be, oh.
Double
Quan.
breakout. Left lane, Quan Spain, 10 and a thou under for the win. Right lane, Tyler Bohannon, 5. 2 thou. Ooh. One broke out by 1 thou, one broke out by 2 thou. Winner left lane, Tyler Bohannon.
Next up, we got Dave Shaludo down to 482, taking on Derek Barnes down to 470. We got Maryland versus Florida. Who do you think's gonna win, Hank?
I don't know, but I think we got to go to school, burnout schools again. 'Cause I really think 3 steps are just engine destroyers for a burnout.
Once I get in a big car, my first burnout will be all the way at 330.
Why not? Drive it like you stole it. Drive it like it's hot. That's how to do the burnouts in KJ's car. I just hold it. Yeah, lots of smoke.
Smoke all the way here to the 8th mile. Oh, woo! I hate to be Dave right now.
10 red for Dave in the left, 64 green in the right, and 2 under going to get the win. Derek Barnes, 64 green in the right, 200s under, and gets the win.
Next up, we got Gerald Thompson and Eric Mann. Gerald down 469. Eric down 463.
You ever drink the high energy extreme?
No.
You never had extreme high energy 5 or S? What is it, a 5?
No, I'm already high on energy enough. I don't need no more.
You don't need no more energy?
No.
No.
Oh, 27 and 13. Right lane has advantage, and the win is going to go to right lane on the double breakout. Eric, 463, 13 up front, goes 462 with the 9. Gerald goes 27 and 467 with the 8.
Tom, the Red Rocket Dauber, right side, Rupert Alki Carbs, Biondo Racing Products, rear Morrison Racing Engines. My brother KJ's got one of Dauber's rear Morrison engines in his car. 462 in the right, Howard Westbury, 450 in the left.
Who do you think's gonna win this? Tommy Dauber? Oh, and we got advantage to Dauber. Win right, not Dauber. Westbury gonna get the win as he's 24 up front, and he runs it out the back door, 9 thou.
Howard Westbury left side breaks out by 9 thou. Dauber breaks out by an even 100th. Winner goes to the left lane.
Next up, we got Gary Carbone down to 441, and old Triple McTardy over there down to 475.
McTardy.
Yeah.
You think he's gonna be McTardy?
No, he's gonna be McFlashy.
All right. New York in the left, Georgia in the right.
Woo!
004 in the left, 17 in the right.
Oh.
Right side goes under, left side goes over. Left side is your winner, Gary Carbone. 004 and 1 over with a 2. Gonna get the win in the left. Trip McCarty in the right, no good, 17 and under. He was McTardy.
Next up, we got Willie Will in the right lane down to 451, and Jason Smoke Folk.
That's Boom Boom in the right lane.
Boom Boom.
Will Boom Boom Holloman.
Boom Boom Jim Jim.
And Larry Smoke Folk. We didn't say, at least Folk's part of his name. But Larry? I don't know. I don't know where it came from. Nick calls him Larry Smoke Folk. Jason Smoke Folk, left side, right here in Bradenton in the wintertime. Summertime, he goes up to the Indianapolis area, owns a seal coating company up there that he actually sells the seal coat. He don't like really do a lot of seal coating.
Oh, and we got 3 down, separate them. Going to the right lane, Will Boom Boom is 1 over with a 6-19 up front. That gives you 25 total. Jason Smoke Folk, 15, and 2 above, no good.
3 above.
3 above.
James Cavanaugh, left side, and Aaron McCullough, right side.
Oh, and we got 21-39. Right lane does not have the advantage, and right lane will not get the win. James, 21 up front, dead on 9. That gives you 30 total. Aaron, you go, Hank.
Aaron McCullough's 39 in the right, 4th out under, no good. FTI, no, it's Fuel Tech 50K, excuse me. Round 2, dragsters, red, white, blue, all colors have been called to the lanes. All dragsters, Fuel Tech 50K, round 2, you have been called to the lanes.
Next up, we got Oral Chambers Jr. down to 442, and Lou Hammertone down to 445. 3,000 separate them up front on the dial. Let's see what they can do. I like the paint job in the car in the right lane.
Uh-oh. 009 in the left, 998 in the right. That's not the 60 foot. That's a good call. 009 and 7 over for the win in the left for Oral Chambers Jr. Lou Hawthorne had a 1-second reaction time. Not sure what's going on there.
He must have put too much in the box. Or just forgot to let go. Next up, we got Kelly Smith down to 497 and Jay Adams down to 489. Hey Hank. Yeah. Read the on Jay Adams.
Mayaca City, Florida. That ain't a fireboat.
Okay, we got 18,000 separate them. Winner is going to be with the advantage. Kelly Smith went down there 2 under with the 3. That is 25 total.
Brian Stevenson, Kankakee, Illinois. He made the trip to Florida. I think he lives, Kankakee's probably 45 minutes, an hour and 10 or so from Dixon, Illinois, where I'm. Well, I don't even live in Dixon anymore. Oh, Mount Morris.
Mount Morris.
Yeah.
Hi, Hank.
The metropolis. Hi, buddy.
I'm here.
Where have you been?
I made it.
If you want the left lane, you better get up here or we're going to start going back to back. Once we start going back to back, we stay going back to back.
That's right.
All colors have been called, so.
Right lane, Barry Brown, 442, the dial in. Right lane going to pick up the win. Well, 7th thou under the dial in for the win.
You sit down and your lane starts winning.
That's how it works.
Oh, you are lucky.
Thanks for letting me join you here. You've been a busy guy today, Hank.
It's a full house.
I know. We got all the announcers we need. I want to say thank you to everybody for showing up here to beautiful, sunny, well, dark now, but sunny during the day, Bradenton Motorsports Park. Awesome turnout, awesome group of racers here. Everybody wants to be here. This is pretty much one of the most premier SFG races we do every year. It's becoming a staple in the big money bracket racing world that you know that the week before Christmas, we are at Bradenton Motorsports Park. And right now, Kevin Burkett, left side, clicks it, 002 red hand win over Stanley Albritton, right side. 21 on the tree, 15th out under the dial in. Gonna move himself into round number 3.
I don't know how to think about it. I mean, the place is packed, so I'm happy for that, but I mean, it's the week before Christmas, so I'm thinking everybody's living right and they're budgeting because
I guess. I mean, I haven't started my Christmas shopping yet, so what am I going to do about that?
I don't have anything I'm going to buy because I got nowhere I can put it.
Did you get me anything, Hank?
I did. IOU's as good as cash.
That's right. Checks in the mail.
Yeah.
Right side, Brianna Costello, Seminole, Florida, 474 the dial in. Left side, Patrick Miller, going to stage his 06 American up from Haines City, Florida, 476 the dial in. I think an awesome thing about coming here is that we get a lot of SFG first timers. A lot of people have told me as they've been coming to register at the trailer that this is their first event, and hopefully we're showing them a good time, and hopefully they're going to take home some SFG big money.
And some Riley trophies?
Riley trophy is on the table for under 50K. So 14 thou, dead 14 up front, dead 8 for Brianna Costello. Right lane getting the win. Left lane, Patrick Miller, 11 red, way under the dial. He will bow out in round number 2.
Brianna's going to put the pressure on her sister.
That's right.
See who goes farther.
Who's in the left lane, Hank?
Keith Russell, not to be confused with Kurt Russell, the actor, and Goldie Hawn's husband, 468 from Arden, North Carolina.
Right side, Carson Brown, 466 the dial. Give the 200s head start over to Russell.
Not to be confused with downtown McKenna Brown.
Actually, McKenna just got put it one got broke single in the water.
Uh-oh. I guess so. Left lane, red again, 002. Carson Brown, right side, gonna get the win. Gets a bit of a gift. He's 30 up front, 24 thousandths under the dial-in. As I'm being told, we had a bit of drama in the water box. McKenna Brown and the Jegs.com machine not able to make the call. Crew chief,
she wore it out.
Fox, he's gonna go back there and get that thing dialed in for tomorrow, I'm sure. But McKenna put a lot of laps on that car yesterday and this morning.
Today, yeah, she wore it out.
So it maybe needs a little break, a little tune-up. So that's going to give Jonathan DeApril, left side here, the competition single. He'll move his way into round number 3. 456, the dial on the left side.
Over or under the 456? What do you think, Austin? I call under.
I guess I'll have to take over.
I know you won't bet any money.
Hopefully DeApril left side runs her to 330 and cuts it off. That's my plan. Although it is only second round, so I'm not sure if we're worried about showing our hand right now.
No, he's running it out. He's going 55 with a 4.
17 up front.
55 and 4.
Running it out the back.
Oh!
53-7.
I was closer.
So DeApril had 23 in the bank there. Hank's got my 100 in the bank now.
Yeah, right.
And
you haven't gambled 100 in your life total.
Yeah.
I did even 100 on black on Tuesday. I was waiting to get paid for it.
Yeah. He told you if it loses, I'm out. If it wins, I'll take the money.
That's right.
Tim Butler left side, he's in his dragster. JW Transmissions, Mickey Thompson Tires in the left lane. Mark Kelly, that's son-in-law to Tom Dauber right there. 470 to dial in the right.
Tim Butler timed out Mark Kelly right side, going to pick up the win. He is 1.35 seconds on the reaction time and goes 3 thousandths under the dial in.
I think he double crossed himself when he...
So Tim Butler timed out there using all and more of his 10 seconds that he was allotted. So he's going to take a little victory lap down the left side and
Alan Glatt, Westminster, Maryland, coming up in the left. Jono Gerber, Shreve, Ohio, 457 in the right. He was from Shreve, Ohio. Now he's not.
So I think Jono Gerber won here a year ago. Did he win? I think he won one of our races a year ago. Or maybe he was runner-up. He did very well. I know that.
I remember
Ohio.
Maureen Muller won, but she was in her dad's car, right?
Yeah.
She won, but that was a warm-up race, so she didn't get the trophy, right? Michael
That's right.
Carpenter won
That was
2 in a row, yeah.
Earlier in March at the season kickoff race.
I didn't pack my Santa suit this trip.
You didn't? No?
No, everything's in storage.
Oh boy, you'd be a little hot in it this year. The weather's a little better this year than last year.
Yeah,
last
it's
year I
cold.
told Law and Wade, I said I thought we were in Florida. We were wearing coats, but this year it's nice. So we're pre-staged. Alan Glatt bumping it in with the supercharged dragster on the left side. Hank, you like zoomies on a dragster?
I hate them.
No? Alright. Little double red light action here. 2 red in the right lane for the slower car, 7 red for Glatt in the left lane. He's the quicker car, so he picks up the win. 007 red and 7th out under the dial. Gerber was 2 red and under as well.
My question on the zoomies is, are they cheaper than headers or are they more expensive than headers?
I have no idea.
If they were cheaper than headers, I'd understand why somebody put them on their car. I fully support
like
people
they're
going
not
racing. But if they're more money than a header, put the header on, because they're loud, they're obnoxious, they have a rattly sound instead of a deep thump.
I mean, if they're any cheaper, it's got only a couple $100. When you've built a $70,000 dragster, you might as well.
Yeah.
I think people do it for the looks. They like it, unlike you. Left side, Kendall DeApril, 487. She clicks it, 008 red. Winner, Mike Larkin, right side. 24 green, dead 2 to be 26 total.
What was he telling JT?
Paul Skinger, left lane, 461, American Production Incorporated, Middletown, New York. Bo Butner, right side. That is not a 63 Corvette.
No, it's not.
I mean, I'm not too quick, but yeah.
Well, The Butner crew had their hands full last night, putting an engine in Randy Lynn's car.
Right?
It looks like they got it done.
Today's Randy Lynn's birthday, her dad's birthday, Randy.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Very nice. And it's also the Marilyn Laster's birthday?
Laster's 29th birthday.
That's right.
Marilyn took cake.
Birthday.
She took birthday cake to KJ.
Yes. KJ Mulligan, our back of the lanes man.
Yeah.
His birthday was yesterday.
He has a twin sister. She's a minute and a half older than him.
Really? All right.
So he is technically the baby of our family. Left lane, Paul Skinger, 009 and 1 above for the win in the left. Bo, 24 and fourth out, under, taking 5. He could have got it done.
Could have. You need to take 1 or less.
1 or less.
You could have done that. Hank.
Oh, yeah. Right.
One football field or less.
Right.
Yeah.
1 bus length.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
I was
Elizabeth Keene, left side. Bradenton, Florida is where she calls home. 483 the dial in. I have here that she was the 2018 Super Bro champion. So Elizabeth is one to watch. Jeff Sarah, right side, he's also one to watch. 450 the dial. He's won pretty much everything you can win at this point, especially this year. Got a big win in Darlington with us a couple months ago. 450 the dial in, right side for Jeff. Anybody's race here. Advantage Keene, win light Elizabeth Keene. How about 5 dead 0? Elizabeth Keene lays down 5 total on Jeff Sarah. Sarah's 12 and 1 above. Leaves him 17 thou behind at the finish line. So Elizabeth Keene, like I said, 2018 Super Bro champion.
She ain't playing.
She is not playing.
No.
That's right.
If you just lay down 5 total, you're bound to beat him eventually.
Right. So Jeff Sarah bows out in at least 1 entry in round number 2.
So that's a little gift for the rest of the field. You should all thank Elizabeth Keene. John Douglas Jr., 484 in the left. Billy Dunn, 475 in the right.
Rams and somebody else play tonight. Hank, who do you have? John Douglas, 18 red in the left lane. Winner, right side, Billy Dunn getting the gift. He is 53 on the tree and 14 thou under the dial-in.
How about the Chiefs and Chargers tonight?
Chiefs and Chargers tonight. That might be a good one.
I'm like an encyclopedia if I got my phone on me.
While Hank makes his responsible wagers. I'm not sure. Can you, is that legal in Florida? No, not in Florida. All right. So Corey LeClaire, left side, Dade City, Florida. 490 is his dial-in. Right side, Larry Hamby, Hambone, that's what they call him, dialed 489. So crew chief over there, Corey LeClaire, pulls him into the beams, gets his driver set and ready to go. A 1992 Schwindel dragster in the left. 5 years before I was born, that car was built.
Hush your mouth, son. Lord. You're a baby. Just 5 years before he was born.
Think of all the years you have left to work, and we don't.
That's right.
Yeah.
Money-making years. Anybody's race here, two thou separate them. At this end, winner, Corey LeClaire in the 92 Schwindel, 35 and 600ths above the dial-in. Something going wrong for Larry Hamby, right side. He's 37 in the tree and nearly a second over the dial-in.
All the yards you got to mow, all the laundry you have to do, all the dishes to wash, and I'm halfway to dead, so I've got mine in. Corey Galletti, left lane 454. Ryan Barnes, right lane 451. I have been to Brunswick, Georgia.
Have you?
I have.
How'd you enjoy your time there?
I was a little apprehensive because my uncle and my aunt work at the Homeland Security training thing for the
CIA or Treasury Department or something. He says, I want to take you on a tour of my work, Hank. So we walk into this building, and then the first thing they ask you is for identification. If you got any weapons, put it in the locker. And you got to do this Homeland Security paper. I'm like, I don't really know if I want to see where you work at that bad, because I really don't want to get on their radar. They don't really need to know my ID or where I'm at. So, yeah. But it's cool. It's like a fake city, and they do like fake bank robberies and hostage situations, you know what I mean?
Really? All right.
So it's a fake town.
You got involved in some of that? Red light start, Ryan Barnes, right side. He's 4 red, handing the win over to Corey Galletti in the left. How about 12 and 700ths under
Was
the
that
dial?
Joe Kerner burnout right there? It's still intact. I see.
Joe Kerner has taken a lot of
don't know how to do a burnout.
trouble this week.
There's no parts out there. There's no crying in baseball.
Joe, who are you going to call to get your parts when you need them to rebuild that engine?
Oh, I'm calling Jake.
Jegs.com. That's right. Jegs has everything you need. That's the first place I think people visit when they have a issue with their engine rods leaving the block. Jegs.com. Check them out. Good company. Left side, Amy Farrow, 465 the dial in. Right side, Scott Gibson Jr., 455 the dial.
That's Amy Farrah Fowler.
That's her name?
Yeah.
Amy Farrow. No. You're messing with me?
Big Bang Theory. Yeah.
Now I know what you're talking about. 6 red, left lane. Winner Scott Gibson Jr. in the right. 28 on the tree and 7 thousandths under the dial in.
The fat lady, Willie Hamilton, right-hand side. Jeff Hellcat Keen, left side. Good to see you could join us today and race. Yesterday, not so much. Well, yeah, he was playing cards with you, but we just don't know which game you were playing. Sean, my brother Sean Charles, he's at home. He's been down with COVID for a couple weeks, poor guy. He had to bring his big brother's driver's license halfway to the airport the other day, though. That didn't work out for me.
So you made your brother, who's not feeling well, drive halfway to the airport to bring your license, which you
lost. Which I lost.
All right. Sounds about right. Starting line advantage to Keen in the left, and he will turn that into a win. How about 11, 2 above with a 3, taking 0006. He wasn't letting that one get away.
No.
Right lane, Hamilton was 34, dead zero, but locked out.
There's Randy Lynn Ship, Bo No's fiance. I'm kind of hard on people about these wedding dates. I don't know what it is with me, but I really think I want everyone to be married.
He's the biggest proponent for marriage I've ever seen.
Man, I've been divorced like 9 times, and I fully support getting married. If Joni would have just gave up sooner instead of making me stalk her for all those years, you know.
When is Bo Butner going to make an honest woman out of Randy?
Yeah, Bo knows. Well, we want to know, Bo. The crowd wants to know.
Terrell Sinkler, left side. I'm going to cut in before Hank. Before Hank does anything up here. 515 for Sinkler in the left. 457 for Chip in the right. Advantage Ship, Winlight, Sinkler. Sinkler is 22 and 8 thou under the dial-in. Ship is 19 and 15 under the dial-in.
Well, Victoria doesn't watch the show, but I've been hard on you too, so.
You have. I don't think she's tuned in.
Good for you. You're lucky. My brother says, I haven't left the house in a month except to deliver your driver's license. How many times did you call? He said, you wouldn't answer. I just kept ringing.
I imagine you wouldn't answer.
Nah, most of my brothers, they won't answer if I call because they know I need something.
Right. Right. So Hank, if you were in the market to build a new race car, who would you go talk to that's at the track right now?
At the track, I probably wouldn't.
S&W race cars?
S&Ws, well, but yeah, but they're in Pennsylvania.
They can build whatever you need.
Right?
Though.
I would maybe buy one of their kits. That would be my
They've
next
got a lot of
endeavor.
kits. I think
would
they
like
do a
to.
lot of kits.
I'd like to buy a kit and put it together myself.
Steve Farrow, left lane. Kevin Abbott, right lane. Abbott, right side, gets the win. 003, 2 above with a 1. Steve Farrow, left side, is 13 and 4 thou under, taking 15. Needs to take 11 or less.
Stephen Farrow, I'm going to go is with Amy Farrow because they got the same last name in the same
I
hometown.
think that's a good assumption.
I'm not real quick, but I'm thinking they know each other.
Yeah. So anyway, as I'm trying to casually plug sponsors up here and see if you can catch on, Randy Kraus, S&W Race Cars, parked right on the other side of the track from the tower, orange tent. He would love to chat with you about whatever projects you've got going on.
See if you can keep up, Hank. Nice. I feel like Joni's still here when he's around, you know?
I'm
You
sorry.
pick on me.
Well, you know.
Pick on everybody. Pick on Joe. Pick on Hank.
Yeah, you kind of just got in a mood or something. You came up here and throw out the burnouts of Joe, yeah.
Who's in the next matchup here, Hank?
Joe David, left lane. Travis Laster Jr., right side. 412, that's the fastest lap we got in the house today. And happy birthday to his mother, Marilyn. 477, that's a Lucky Dialing in the left lane.
Joe David, left side picks up the win. He's 18 and 1 above with a 4. Take 2 thou, finish line margin. Laster was 34, dead 0, and 2 thou behind.
Derek Barnes, left side, 467, Drayden, Maryland. That is not a 99 Jerry Haas S10.
It doesn't look quite like
No. Yeah, that is a JR1 Racing Oil.
That's Nathan Jones' old car. I know the car.
But I like the car.
Yeah, that's nice.
Jake the Snake Hodge, right side. Jake from State Farm. Your boy's up, Ryan Gleghorn. Your boy Blue. 480 in the right. 5 thou separates him up front. Who does the finish line right? Hodge. Wow. 24 dead 0 for Jake Hodge in the right lane. 19 and 2 over, no good in the left. Hodge, your winner in the right side. He's rolling, Gleggy.
Dead 0 at 137.
Yeah.
That's
legit.
Pretty good.
Sure, that's legit.
I'm sure that was full out.
Oh yeah, he is the most honest dialer you'll find out here.
Ed Nunez, left side, 442 the dial in. Right side, Derek Hubbard, 443. So Andre Nunez isn't here with us this weekend, but Fuel Tech is very much with us and on board with SFG, and we are grateful for them. They've been releasing some awesome new products that are perfect for your bracket racing application. All-in-one built-in wiring harness, delay box, switch panel, everything all in one unit. Super cool. Check out Fuel Tech. See how you can fit that into your racing program. Right side, Derek Hubbard, 005, dead 6, 11 total. Gets him the win. Nunez, 27, 1 above 0. Not eligible for the win. Can I say that? Locked out?
Mathematically challenged, locked out.
You know what I haven't seen yet since I've sat here? A red and dead.
Well, I don't know why. Everybody in my lane red lighted when you sat down. It happened all day, huh, boys?
Do we have any gift certificates to give away?
We do.
We have anything? All right, how about the next red and dead? So you need to go
$500 Autometer gift certificate.
Wow.
I'm feeling good tonight.
All right, so the next person to be red and go dead on with a something will get a... What's it? What do you want to say? 3 or better?
No, we'll just
Nope.
give them... They just go dead on.
Red
They're
and
already
dead.
red light and long.
So you got to go red and then dead on with something. You will get a $500 Autometer gift card. Left side, Jeff Burns. Right side, Scott Neal. Advantage Burns. Win light, Jeff Burns. 16, 2 above 7. Take 4 thou margin for the win. Scott Neal 47, dead 0, but again challenged.
Team Slushy.
Not able to win that.
Team Slushy. Half of Team Slushy's missing though. We got no Lane Dickin this week.
That's what I saw.
What's going on, Lane Dickin? Where are you? He's got young kids though, and a wife. He's
That's
still
what to do that
happily,
to you?
yeah.
You can't come do this kind
You
of stuff?
gotta
I wouldn't
prioritize.
know.
You can happily married and Christmas shop, or you can be divorced and not afford to race during Christmas.
2 options. Oh, Anthony D'Agostino.
Life is full of choices.
Left side 473. Todd Osting, right side 479. New York is where Anthony in the left is from. The long ball. Winner, right side, Todd Osting. 16, 1 above 5.
Tuckahoe, New York did not win.
No, New York did not. Hopefully he wins enough money to pay for the fuel back.
He doesn't seem to be challenged for money because last year they had crab claws or whatever over there, remember, at my motorhome?
I didn't get any of those.
I did not get any either. I got to pick the mess up the next day. I had crab claw crumbs everywhere on the ground.
Whoops.
I said, B-folk, where's my crab claw? Oh, you didn't get any? Steve Dweck, 484 in the left. Jerry Sims, 475 in the right. Did that just change?
I think it did. It did.
Law. Seriously.
Let me tell you, Law up here in the tower is so quick with how she can control everything that she can make Hank not believe what he just saw. Because the name just changed and he doesn't know how.
Yeah. Okay, now it's Jeremy Popple. The guy was still staged.
Uh-oh, Steve Dweck. 4 red.
Can he do it? Yeah! The crowd goes wild.
Steve Dweck, left side, red and dead. 4 red, dead 1. $500 Autometer gift certificate headed his way. Unfortunately, he bows out. But Jeremy Popple, right side, picks up the win. 008 and 6 thou under the dial-in, moving him to round 3. But the real story of that round, Steve Dweck, red and dead. Unfortunately, he won't continue on in competition of this race, but he does get a gift certificate.
The next pair.
Yeah, that was quick.
The next pair, red and dead.
See, that's all I had to
$500
do.
he got.
Maybe I'm lucky.
You know, he's just got more money than they get to lose or win this round.
Yeah, that's true.
So anybody from the Steve Dweck camp, come on up to the tower. We have a $500 Autometer gift certificate for you.
Yeah, so thank you, Autometer, sponsor of the Red and Dead Award here in the Fuel Tech 50K at the Hansen Global SFG Bracket Bash, presented by Jag. Left side, Alan Elliott, 446 to dial. Marie Moeller, former SFG winner, right side. And she will win this round too. Marie is 008, 2 above with a 5. Take 004, finish margin for the win. Alan Elliott, left side, was 28, dead 9, but again, not able to win that round due to his reaction time disadvantage. I think that was the most excited we've been in the tower all day. Everybody was yelling up here over a red and dead. So John Sloan, left side, 462 the dial. Troy Williams Jr., 464 in the FTI powered machine. FTI on site, a new thing they started up this year where they are at many of the big money bracket races that many of you frequent. They've got parts, service, everything that you need from FTI is with FTI on site. Very cool initiative over there. How about a pair of 013 reaction times? Winlight, John Sloan, left side, 13, dead 8. Will pick up the win. Right side, also 13 for Troy Williams Jr., 1 above 2.
Well, that's kind of a bummer that he's home watching, but...
Who's next? Trip McCarty.
Honeywayne in the house.
On the chat room.
On the chat room. In the chat room, Austin said.
Trip McCarty, left side, 474 the dial. Adam Russell, right side, 441 the dial. Red light start for Adam Russell. Trip McCarty will pick up the win. 14.
Oh, not even close to dead on.
Tripp's 14 and way over, and Russell's 6 red and way under.
8 under. Don't be afraid to hold, Adam. They hold in Texas. Lena, Mississippi, it says.
All right, back to action now. Eric Mann, left side, Somerville, Georgia, in the high 5 energy, extreme high 5 energy. Have you ever had one of those, Hank?
Do you think an energy drink would be a good idea for me?
I don't, but I'm wondering. I think Brad used some to get home one night because he had about a 20-hour drive home. And
Extreme high energy is just not really my happy spot.
So left lane man, 462 dial in. Mike Gentile, right side, 496 the dial in. Advantage left side for Gentile. Win lights, right side for Eric Mann. 16 dead 3. 19 total, that gets it done.
Somerville, Georgia, moving on.
Yep.
Mike Gentile, back to Disney World.
That's right, Orlando, Florida.
Mm-hmm. Jeff Serra back around again. Going to try the left lane this time. Adamstown, Pennsylvania. 450 the dial in the left. So he got runner-up in a 50 grander, and you'd kind of be disappointed with that, I guess. But he also won that same 50 grander.
Right.
Yeah.
You'll have that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I won't, but
that happens to people like him. But
I got the 3 cars at a 50 grander, and you and Brad were my biggest supporters. You laughed ferociously every time I turned a wind light on.
We could not believe how
bad they were.
Yeah.
And how good Hank was getting by.
Yeah. Driver not on file, right side, 454.
Left lane, double breakout victory to Jeff Serra. 15 thou under with a 14 thou light gets the win. Right side, 27 and 16 thou under, no good. Winner left lane, Jeff Serra. You laughed in the background of the video, and
yeah, we might have gotten caught on a hot mic once or twice.
Brad says, "What's so funny? Hank won again." Woo! Yeah.
That was fun times in Tucson, Arizona. Not because of the weather or the number of entries, but Hank did well. Claude to bonus left side, 454 the dial. Brandon Jones right side, 515 the dial. Light starting line advantage to Claude. Win light, Claude. 454 with a 9 on the 454 dial in after an 025 reaction time. Brandon Jones, 400ths above the dial. Does not help him win that one.
Fuel Tech 50K round 3, no box to the lanes. The potential buy, dragracesolutions.com buy, Tim Butler 2X76. Round 3, no box to the lanes, please.
I'd like to make a friendly reminder to everybody out there. If you don't have an armband on, a wristband, that means that you need to go get one from the front booth where you pull into the track. You need to go up there and make sure that you've signed the waiver and get an armband put on your wrist, or we will politely ask you to go do that as soon as we see it. Randy Krause, left side S&W Race Cars. Was just talking about him and everything S&W can do. Maybe some of the S&W crew is watching on Motor Mania. If you are, hello. Thanks for tuning in. Randy dialed 480 in the left lane. Kayla Costello, right side dialed 466. Slight advantage to Kayla, but the win light to Randy Krause. He'll roll into round number 3, courtesy of an 0:15 reaction time, dead on with a 7:22 total. Kayla is 11 2/2 above the dial, and she will bow out in that entry. Left lane, name not on file quite yet. One of the only ones that's left to be entered. 504 in the left lane. CJ Keen, right side, 448 the dial. Big starting line advantage to the left, and the win light to the left lane. 007, 2/2 above. Take 009 for the win. CJ Kane, 65 at the hit, and runs 445.8 on the 448.
Jason Rich, left lane, 444 with the loud zoomies, my favorite. What you got in your lane?
So is this car fixed? Scott Sanders, this was our oil filter. Maybe you guys already talked about this, but first I've heard of it. So they got that fixed. Got, I imagine, about 7 more quarts of oil dumped in it.
Well, he had 41 minutes to fix it.
So Scott Sanders, right side, 467 the dial. Got that car fixed up. We did a successful burnout.
Still holding oil.
And 6/100 under, so maybe we were a little light on oil. Left side Jason Rich was 21 red and a 10th under.
Well, the motor just wanted some fresh oil.
Right.
It says Laurie McGowan Sr. I'm going to say Larry.
That's maybe. Sometimes penmanship isn't always.
Quit fighting with me, Law.
Tyler Bohannon, left side, 463 the dial, driving JP Schuster's car. Won a cool $1 million in that ride a few, months ago? 2 months ago? Something like that. So that's nice of JP to continue loaning that car out. This is a good one. 6 style, separate them on this end. Win lights, Tyler Bohannon. 007, 1 above 6 for the win. Larry, right side, was 001, so had the advantage on the starting line, but can't run the dial in.
So Mitch Clary phones in. That was not Scott. That was Donovan that lap. So there will be a fine to pay for that, Mitch Cleary. When you arrive, we'll just put it on your tab. Don't worry about it for not changing the car number that pass.
Don't worry, Mitch. I've got it all sorted out for you.
We're keeping tight records on your tab over there, little buddy.
Yeah. Always fun when Mitch's whole crew comes. Glad to have them at all of our events.
His dad, super nice guy. Kind of like me and my dad. Can't believe Mitch is his son, you know? That guy's super nice.
Brian Gasper, left side, 488 the dial. Port Charlotte, Florida is where he calls home. Right side, W.R. Ketterman clicks at 008 red, and Brian Gasper, left side, got a gift. He was 71 at the hit. But courtesy of that red light, Gasper advances into round number 3.
Fuel Tech 50K, round 3, door car, red run stickers only, lanes 1 and 2. I think you guys are getting better on the color spectrum of the rainbow there. And
Round dragsters was crazy.
Yeah, well, you know, red's a tough color to identify.
300 dragsters pull up for red.
For red run stickers, yeah.
I only ordered 100 red run stickers, so what's up with that?
Well, they've been eating their crayons or something back there.
Think they're coloring their run stickers red?
Yeah, they did.
Bubba Hawthorne, left side 477 the dial. Kyle Coltrera, right side 443.
Well, the good Cleary's on his way tonight.
Oh.
Papa Cleary's on his way tonight.
All
so
right.
that's everybody's favorite Cleary. We love it, man.
This is a good one. 1,000 separating him. Up here, down there, it's Kyle Coltrera, 008. One above 6, take 002 for the win. Bubba Hawthorne, 007, had a slight 1 thou advantage at the starting line. One above 9 leaves him 2 thou behind. Coltrera will advance.
Mitch said he's bringing his checkbook tomorrow for the gang. He'll touch base with you soon.
Perfect. Can't wait.
That's maybe we could have breakfast or something and settle up the tab from Wednesday and Thursday.
That's a good
and
idea.
Start a clean slate for Friday, Saturday, Mitch.
Here's 2 brand new, well, relatively brand new cars for these 2. Will Holloman just debuting this week, maybe, this new Miller car. In the left, 450 dial, Bailey Ferrero, this new American car. In the right, only a couple months old, 443, the dial in the right. He has. Bailey puts a lot of runs on the cars, so, but a couple of, I guess, the latest and greatest of what Miller and American have to offer. Advantage, Holloman left side, win lights. Will Holloman, 002, dead 3, 5 total. That new Miller car is working right.
Some of that could be the driver.
Well, you know.
Because I'm thinking if I bought a new Miller car, I'm not laying down 5 total, nothing.
Yeah, maybe, right?
500 in buyback, maybe I'm laying.
Right, could you be 28 or better? That's the question.
I was not. I could not be 28 or better. It only cost me like 15 grand. I pull up and AJ says, Hank, you got to buy, but you should probably really work a deal because there might be a buy next round and you're really no good. So, yeah, you really are really no good at racing. You probably should take whatever they offer.
Brandon Taylor, right side, 5 thou red. Win light, Stanley Albritton Jr. in the left. How about 006, 1 above 6 to roll his way into round 3. BT bows out in at least that entry.
I think I had to borrow money from Joni to pay our Waffle House bill that night from what I won.
Well, you know, Waffle House is a good deal.
We ate there every night. It's the only thing open for 16 miles or something.
How about that Waffle House in Darlington, South Carolina? Did you go with us to that one? This past time?
I don't know.
think you might have
I
missed
went
it.
to the one in Georgia at Halloween or whatever and I got thrown out. I was trying to do dishes. We took that new guy that worked for us for a couple of minutes. And he quit.
That was a different time.
Right.
You go to Waffle House too much.
that guy.
Yeah. Well, what was
Justin?
Justin went with us to Waffle House. I don't think he was very comfortable. He didn't know what was going on.
Mark Kelly, left side, 470 dial. Stacy Carpenter, right side, 473. Everybody was 019 on the starting line, but the win light goes to Stacy Carpenter, 19 dead 6. 25 total gets the win. Mark Kelly was 19 and 5 thou under, taking 11. Had to take 6 or less to be able to win that one.
Fuel Tech 50K round 3 door cars, red and white. Run stickers to the lanes, please.
David Jones, Bird, right? This is Bird.
That's Bird.
Bird Jones, left side.
We drove by him back. Remember that?
That's right.
Remember from before?
I remember from before.
You ever seen that? What was it? What is it? Cucumber or something? That comedian, Josh Bloom or whatever.
Bird left side, Gerber, Jono Gerber. Right side, 457, the dial in the right. Texas versus Ohio, take your pick. Texas, 003 red, left side for Bird, winner, Jono Gerber, 11 and 400ths under the dial.
It said Shreve, Ohio the whole time that time. Law didn't change it on me.
Yep, see?
Swing and a miss.
So I think dragsters are wrapping up here. Only a couple pairs left. We're moving right along.
G-Dub, Gary Williams in the left lane. FTI Performance Transmissions and Converters, and we thank them for being a supporter 4 or 5 years now, since day one of SFG, sent from God Promotions.
That's right.
You got to think he only sends you things you could handle, you know, like they say that, and I don't think him sending me as a race promoter would have.
If you were a race promoter?
Yeah, be a heck of a party. I don't know if anybody's checks would clear, but boy, we'd have a good time.
Yeah. I told Hank last night, maybe we should have a race in Las Vegas. Joking, of course. We're not headed to Las Vegas or anything, but he said he wouldn't work too well because he'd be in the casino all day.
Yeah, it doesn't go for me.
Wouldn't have an announcer.
My dad actually said I couldn't go out there for the divisional and the national event with his equipment. He didn't want to roll in and, hey, oh, you lost the motorhome?
Billy Dunn, right side. G-Dub left. Advantage G-Dub, win light. The FTI car. 18 dead 3, 21 total. Billy Dunn is 40. And dead 1. Allison Bode? We'll go with Bodie. Apologies, Allison. Left side 479, right side Slate Cummings 450 in the Mosier car. Left side Allison is 13 red. Slate Cummings will pick up the win. He's 21 and 600ths under the dial-in. Allison gets out of it in disgust. That might have ended her chances in this Fuel Tech $50,000 to win race. But don't worry, there's 2 more $50,000 races yet to be had this week. So if you have unfortunately bowed out in competition of this one, you still have 2 more cracks at it.
John Boat.
My sister smoked back then.
.004 and 13 up front. 004, 1 above, 9 for the win. Johnny Brannon, left lane. 13 for Mark Larkin in the right. He goes 4th out under, taking 14. He had to take 100th or less. He could have done that. Winner left lane, Johnny Brannon. I'm going to go with senior. We got another senior up. Mike Bloomfield, senior in the left, Fairfield, Ohio. 470 the dial. Scott Gibson, right side. Sanford, Florida. There's an airport there. 455 the dial-in the right. In the right and 7 over for the win in the right. Senior having some trouble in the left. 16 and 21 over, not sure what happened there. Scott Gibson, your winner in the right lane.
All right, Hank, I've got a test for you. You good at tests?
C.
Who sponsors the SFG buy runs?
DragRaceSolutions.com.
There it is.
You know it.
Bob Alexander going to take the DragRaceSolutions.com buy run. 459 is what he's got on the cart. Over or under?
Under.
All right. Come on, Bob, bring it to 330 and show your card.
458 with a 7.
The over. There we go.
Oh, Bob.
Bob is 9 and 1 above with an 8. Maybe a good time for a buy run. Not a bad lap, but
No, but good thing we're not betting any money.
yeah. So that's
Jags.
Search no more for loose sockets. Hansen Global, the innovator of the #1 requested socket organizer since 1995, is here to help. Socket sizes clearly marked on posts for instant identification to save you time and money. These 100% made in the USA organizers are perfect for both professionals and DIY mechanics. Contact Hansen Global by calling toll-free at 1-877-793-5213 for your local distributor.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
And here we go, James. We can do a little left lane, right lane action. I'll be right lane guy. You can be left lane guy. I'll let you start, and I'll follow.
Works for me. Jeff Gatlin opening this round of round number 3, no box.
Sure.
6-17.
And I can't pronounce this guy's name. No, Brian Cerruti. Brian Cerruti, dial 639, coming up in the right.
I got you messed up earlier when I said Jared Pennington announced it Chiradu.
Yeah, I know. That's all I can think of now is how to mispronounce his name instead of how to say it correctly.
So here we go, opening lap of round number 3. This is
no box.
The no box side. Here we go. Down to 6. Brad tells me to my left. Oh boy, 5 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Decent light to pair. Down to the finish line. Win light. Gatlin, double breakout. 616 with a 1. On a 617 dial in. 12. Taking, we'll call that air at the finish line.
That is air.
3 zeros and a 5. Margin of victory at the finish line. Knocks out Brian Cerruti. So Jeff Gatlin down to 3. Next pair, Nikki Thomas. Dialed in at 616 on the left-hand side. Who we got over on the right-hand side, Joe?
This is a replay, but switched lanes of last night's final in no box. Aaron Milton, right side, dialed 584.
39 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage, Thomas. Win lights, Thomas. 001, 1 above 8. Getting there by 14 thou. She will go down to 3. What happened over on the right-hand side, Joe?
Aaron was 40 on the tree, breaks it out 7 thou, and he'll drive it back to the trailer. I'm not sure if he's still alive.
DragRaceSolutions.com potential by run Tim Butler, but there was an even amount of cars this lap. Butler over on the left-hand side dialed in at 606. Over on the right-hand side, Joe?
Tucker Creech dials 595 in his 72 Nova. Creech out of Clayton, North Carolina.
So 11 hundredths of a second, the difference in dial-ins. I'd say this is all over from the start. Tim Butler, 003. Turning that into a win light.
I don't like this. My lane is broken, James. Nobody won in my lane that entire round, and they did not show well.
Butler, 003, 3 above, getting there by 45 thou. Kind of writes the book. But what happened on the other side?
Tucker Creech, 68, 1 over 0, 45 thou behind. And that ends this round of no box. And then that means Tim Butler will retain the DragRaceSolutions.com buy and use that next round with 3 cars remaining.
So Tim
in
Butler
no box.
carrying the bye to the final. Nikki Thomas and Jeff Gatlin will be the pair.
Trusted by all since 1960.
Jags.
We'll take all of you. Red, white, blue run stickers. All entries of door cars round number 3. All entries round number 3 of door car. Red, white, and blue run stickers. We'll take all of you. Come on down, the price is right.
And if I can make this comment right now, I do have to say, Hank, when the sun goes down, you come alive.
You know it.
You come alive when the sun goes down.
I don't like daylight. It works for me and my wife.
Hank wasn't a fan of the sunset that we were talking about earlier, Joe, so.
When the sunset goes, I don't know the last time I ever saw sunrise. Well, I think I'm going to go see reptile. I saw the sun come up there.
There you go.
Yeah, that was a tough day.
So we're getting things squared away with the computer here before we bring out our first pair box door car round 3. Winners get paid this round.
I wasn't racing at that race. I stayed up a little late. Kyle thanked me by going out and making me do raffles. What do they call it? Dialing for dollars was like 100. It's sunny, and I was dropping money out everywhere. Didn't I have remember I had the portable power and I was calling people because they didn't pay and everyone kept coming, Hank, I paid you, remember you had to make change. I'm like, oh, that's right. I shouldn't have been in charge of money then.
And here we go with our first pair in the burn box. Right side, Raphael Mamie dials up a 610.
Going to go up against Todd Burks. Burks over on the left-hand side. Dialed in at 642 in not his 96 Z28.
It's a pair of boos on the starting line.
This is the Malibu from Kalamazoo, as this is a car that Todd Burks works on from time to time. Owner actually from the great state of Michigan. Down here trying to cash in on this $50,000 payday we have here on Fuel Tech Thursday. Pretty close off the starting line, 1,000th of a second, separating them up front. Slight advantage to Mamie. Win light, however, going to go to Burks.
I still don't get a win.
No love so far for Mr. Joe Kerner.
Raphael Mamie goes 12 dead 6, not good enough.
13 dead 3, getting there 2 thou in favor of Todd Burks' left side. Next pair brings us Dave Connolly. Connolly over on the left-hand side. 567 going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Twice wagon.
Fred Ange dials up 573 in his beautiful Chevy 2 Super Sport sedan.
Got one going for you there.
There we go. I finally got a win in my lane. Ange 11, 1/8 as Connolly puts it. 1 red and runs.
Dead on with a 5, of
there
course. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
The Tom Heath going to be our next pair over on the left-hand side. At the Ford Notchback Mustang, dialed in at 656.
Rick Eaton completing his burnout, complete with dry hop. Dials up 571. Eaton out of Venice, Florida on a 01 Suzuki. Tree comes down. Here we go.
Looking pretty good for Joe Kerner's
Rick
side of
Eaton
the track.
looking good. Yeah, he's 26 on the tree. Gives a couple chicken wings. Gets done even though he finishes second as Heath breaks it out. Rick Eaton goes 26, 3/8. for the win.
Yeah, Tom Heath getting there by a whole lot and breaks out by a whole lot more, so no good. Two-wheeler winner in that pair. Next pair brings us Stevie Dustin.
Scotty Stillings driving for Chuck Ridenauer of Indianapolis. Chuck, longtime family friend for Scotty Stillings' family. And he also is driving for the Drive Nation. You need some cars? Scotty's the man to see.
5 thousandths of a second separates from up front. Advantage Dustin. One light, however.
Scott Stillings pulls it out. He's 18, 1 over 0. Taking the stripe by 5 thou or getting it received by 5 thou. In case Stevie Dustin may have made a mistake on the big end.
Yep, 13, 2 above for Stevie Dustin. No good. Next pair brings us Mr. And I mean Mr. capital letters. You respect this gentleman, Roy Hagedorn. Multi Super Pro bike champion here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. National champion, him and his wife as well. Son-in-law, Mike, was the Sportsman Division II champion, went out to Las Vegas this year. Big racing family, $565 to dial in for him.
He's getting chased by Dale Faxon, and Dale Faxon's going to chase the whole way unless he breaks it out a bunch. He doesn't. He gets behind.
Hagedorn going to be the winner. 0.26 on the tree. Dead on with a 5. Well above 5, I should say. Getting there in front by 39 thousandths of a second. Going to take the win. Next pair brings us Tyler McMillan. Over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 591.
On the right side, we got Darwin Garcia, dialed 613. In his 88 Mustang.
One thousandth of a second separates them up front. Slight advantage left side. I'm sorry, right side. Win light. Take it away, Joe.
Darwin Garcia way ahead the entire way as McMillan has problems getting down the track. Garcia 16, 4 over 7 and a mile ahead still as the other guy was tenths off his dial.
Mr. SR1 himself, Scotty Richardson over on the left-hand side. 641 going to be the dial in for the S10 on the left-hand side.
Rick Schaefer right side in the Roadster dials up 538.
I like that Roadster. Straight out of the 90s Super Gas era. Got the Borla mufflers on it, the pink, the yellow, the aqua green. Nice color selection.
Advantage Rick Schaefer. Scotty has his work cut out for him. Can't get it done. Schaefer 008 on the tree. 1 over 9, 27 total. Scotty Richardson locked out with a 28 light.
Cameron Fredrickson driving John Siegel's Wheelie Wagon. Going to be up next on the left-hand side of the track. Got a fresh bullet in the frame rails of the Malibu wagon, a 434-inch small block, and it is dialed at 605.
Dallas Cherry up next in the right lane, 68 Camaro. Really sporty looking. Dials 587. I guess when they take the bumpers off, maybe that's why I like the looks of that.
So I doubt we're going to do a dollar bet on the best wheelie of each lane on this one?
No.
Not this time.
The next round.
Not this time.
Yeah, I may as well just give you $1 right now. I know who's doing the best wheelie here. We all do.
Oh yeah, tripping to 60 foot with the back tires. Advantage way up front by Cameron Fredrickson. He'll be the winner as well. Turns at James Bond Green, 007. Goes 609 with a 3 on the 605 dial in as Cherry missing the tree over there.
The only way to describe it. Cherry missed the tree, went under, that's it.
Game, set, match.
Go cook a steak.
Exactly. Medium, please, medium. Gage Birch, left side. Driving the Overkill S10 truck. I'm sorry, it's an S15 GMC Sonoma.
It is a Sonoma.
Don't call it an S10.
Yeah, don't do that.
Birch on the left side dialed in, 569.
Nick Ferraro on the right side, he is in an S10, dialed 615.
Thousandths of a second separates them up front. One of them was 010 off the starting line. Down to the stripe. Wind light. Gage Birch. How about perfect 000? One above 6. Getting there. 9 thou. Triple take 9. Gonna take the round win.
I still think my lane is broken. A lot more winners over in the left lane than the right lane for this round so far. Maybe I'll mount a comeback starting with Glenn Dilday here, dialed up at a 544 right side.
Gonna have his work cut out for him as he has Josh Gant. Final call, door cars. Final call, door cars. Regional lanes for round number 3. Final call, door cars. All entries, all colors. For run stickers, regional lanes, please. So Josh Gant, left side dialed in at 602. $17 thousandths of a second separates them up front. Advantage Gant, win light Gant. 003, one above 0, 13 total. Locks out Glenn Dilday, who was 020 on the tree. Breaks out by 2 thou and still leaves him 5 thou behind at the finish line. So Josh Gant, 3, take 5, and goes into round number next. Ryan.
I like my chances this round. AJ Ash coming out. Dials up 573. Although in the left lane.
Got Ryan Harem over here on the left-hand side. Been down to semifinals, I believe, in the $15,000 warm-up. That was, yeah, I gotta explain it again. It was today, but it was yesterday. It was complicated.
Time warp, yeah.
545 gonna be the dial-in for Harem on the left-hand side.
And magically, AJ Ash, 14 in the tree. He'll run it on down, break it out 4 thou, but Ryan Herron goes red, 9 thou red. Lets out at the end. AJ Ash puts one on the board for the right lane in this round of box door cars. Round 3 we are in. Kerry Bradley up next in the S10. Right side, dialed 694.
Going to be taking on David Braskett in the high gear Opal over on the left-hand side. 613 going to be the dial-in for the Marengo, Ohio 74 Opal. Don't see too many of these out here, especially with end-of fuel injection, wheelie bars, a parachute, big tires, and nitrous oxide to boot.
I like to purge a nitrous before he stages every round.
Whether he uses it or not.
Doesn't matter. As long as you can purge it, people know you got it.
That's it.
If they think it's hooked up, it might just be a purge.
Very interesting how this car leaves. It's dialed in at 613, but the 60 foots have been in the mid 150 range so far all day today, by virtue of it leaving in high gear on purpose. We'll see what happens here in round number 3.
Separated by 5 thou. Kerry Bradley with the advantage, going 11 on the tree, but doesn't get it down on the big end. Runs two over with an 8, gets 1 thou behind.
The high gear must be working for Braskett. 016 on the tree, getting there by a thou at the finish line. So the Opal Mantra gonna be moving on to round number next. Mark Talmadge over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 603 for the 75 Vega from Williamson, New York.
Now let's put $1 on the wheelies. Carlos Diaz dials up 542. This has been a great leaving car all week long. That was about equal on the wheel stance. Diaz, though, leaves a bunch on the table on the reaction time and gets behind and stays behind. He's 36 on the tree, 1 over 6, 300ths behind.
14 at dead 8 for Mark Talmadge by 300ths at the finish line. Moving on to round number next. Antonio Santiago over here on the left-hand side. At 91 Mustang dialed in at 695.
Andrew Turner, right side, dials up 586. He's out of Georgetown, Delaware. Right side with the advantage on the tree goes 20 to Antonio Santiago's 34. It opens every time. Yeah, it opens halfway and closes by itself by like 200 feet. Andrew Turner getting it done by virtue of Antonio Santiago breaking it out. Took too much stripe, had room, not enough to close it up.
Yeah, 26 dial at the finish line he took. Broke out by 3. Needed to take 23 or less. So no good.
Matt Daddis, right side, dials up his Olds Starfire at a 619.
Yep, don't call it a Chevy Vega. That's an old Starfire. Taking on Double G, Garrett Griffith. Over on the left-hand side, he is dialed in at 624.
Pretty good matchup here. Both racers been very good for a while. Garrett Griffith having a great season. Pretty sure Matt Daddis won one of these 50 granders last year at this race. And he'll advance to the next round this time as he goes 17 green. Runs 19 under as Griffith lights it up 2 stinking thou red. Lets out at the end, goes 655 on a 624 dial. He'll retire that entry for the evening.
Probably not the first time these two gentlemen have raced each other, as they live in the same town, basically. Jason, Larry, Smoke, Folk. Over on the left-hand side, that wagon, 65 Nova Vintage, dialed in at 622.
Manny Sousa over here in the right lane, dial 634. And away we go. Sousa, huge advantage on the starting line. Turns it into a win at the finish line. He's 008, 1 over 4. Taking 15 as Jason Folk was slow on the tree and way under, trying to make it look good. But he'll park that entry for the evening.
Brandon Gerald from Ashland City, Tennessee, over on the left-hand side, driving Trip McCarty's Chevrolet S10. 605 going to be the dial in on the left-hand side.
Carlos Arroyo in the right. In his 70 Camaro, dials up 589. Gets the delay box set, shuts the door.
What do you want? You want dragster 5 and 6?
Red run sticker only dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. Red run stickers only staging lanes 5 and 6. Ricky Boggs, potential wait and see buy run.
Carlos Arroyo was the winner in that last pair. Next pair up brings us Austin Logan over on the left-hand side, driving Mike Carpenter's Vega wagon. 644 going to be the dial-in for him on the left-hand side.
Bill Powell right side in a 90 Mustang, dials up 546. And away we go. Powell, 25 on the tree, has to break it out to be in front. As Austin Logan, 18 on the tree, 1 over 3, doesn't leave enough room for Powell to get in.
All right, next pair up brings us Mike Ledford. Ledford from Greenville, Michigan, over on the left-hand side, that 95 S10, 613 going to be dialing for him.
Vinny Guido, and I think is his 72 Nova on the right side, dials 625. Pretty close matchup here. Nice wheelie out of Ledford's pickup. Each round, I think he gauges performance by the wheel stand. Does a good job doing it, round after round.
Keeping Nova.
Separated by only 5 thou on the starting line. Guido goes 6 on the tree, but runs it too slow, probably trying to regulate the finish line. He's 3 over with a 4, leaves the door open for Ledford. Ledford 11 on the tree, 2 over 2, taking 7 thou. Mike Ledford moving on. Steve Witherow, right side, dials 588. Witherow out of Summerduck, Virginia.
Doug Milner over on the left-hand side from Laurel, Delaware. Looks like a Chevy Vega. Don't you dare call it a Chevrolet Vega. That is a Pontiac Astra, 1973 vintage, dialed in at 544. Looking pretty good so far for Mr. Doug Milner. In front by a few thou. Woodlight, however.
Steve Witherow pulls one out of the hat. He's 21 on the tree, dead 2, taking 10 thou at the finish line as Milner opened the door with his 9 light, running 24 over.
Mark Mullen coming up next on the left-hand side. Now that is a Chevrolet Vega, 1976 vintage, dialed in here at 549.
Ed Nunez in his S10 dials a 760, getting over a 2-second head start.
.34 thousandths of a second separates them off the starting line. Advantage Mullen, going to turn that into a win as well. Double 02, a 550 with a 6 on the 549 dial then. Locks out Nunez, who was 036 on the reaction time. He goes down with a 6, Joe, and still is 24 thou behind at the finish line. So
no, my lane is still broken. We need to pep it up, guys. I might have to go down there and give a pep talk to my right lane guys.
Well, you're gonna have a pretty good shot at it here on the right-hand side.
Bo Putner dials up his Corvette Roadster, 496 in the right lane.
Travis Logan over on the left-hand side, 616. Gonna be the dial in for the Camaro on the left-hand side.
Keeps loosening up the front end on that. It's getting a little bit bigger wheelie each time, it seems like, going down the track. Fun to watch. Nice wheelie by Logan. He's got a 3 thou advantage on the starting line, turns it into a win, running 13 over, taking 2 thou as Butner tries to regulate the finish line and misses. He's 12, 1 over 2, 2 thou behind.
Skinny Kenny Underwood going to be in our next pair. He is coming up on the left-hand side. That 92 Firebird dialed in at 599.
John Hudson out of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, in his 56 Chev, dialed 574. Has a huge starting line advantage. Kenny misses the tree, and on the double breakout, John Hudson turns it into a win. That's a surprise right there.
Yeah, Underwood was 042 on the tree, goes 597 with a 9. Hudson 24, take 18 for the round win. Now here's a cool car. Jonathan McCandless over on the left-hand side of the track. That is a 78 Belair station wagon. Comes complete with the wood paneling on it. $699 the dial in for the wagon on the left side.
Perkins right side in his Chevy 2 dials up a 572. Perkins out of Parrish, Florida.
Of a second separates them up front. Advantage McCandless, Winlight, McCandless, 008, 701 with a 2 on a 699 dial in. Gets there 13 thousandths of a second. Perkins was 030 on the tree, cannot run the number. So the wagon moving on to round number next.
Donald Wiggins up next in the right lane in that 78 Fairmont. Ford Fairmont, how's that? Dialed 535.
Gonna be taking on Gus Mascarenas from Deerfield Beach, Florida. Got his Chevy 2 left side dialed in at 5 at 22. Advantage off the starting line by about 12 thousandths of a second. Going to go to Mascarenas. He's going to turn that to a win as well. 017, 524 with an 8 on a 522 dial in. As Wiggins was 029 on the tree. Cannot run the number. Only goes 550 with a 5 on the 535 dial in.
This is turning into a left lane slaughter here, but it might turn around right now. G-Dub in the right lane in the Boss Lady Camaro dials up 527.
Going up against Lindsey Back in that Chevrolet Blazer, left-hand side. Dialed in here at 616. That Camaro completed just about a month and a half ago by Mr. Scott Rod West, who also built the GMC Sonoma that Troy Williams drives on occasion now.
Scott Rod built some fantastic racing automobiles. And G-Dub turns his 10 thou red as Lindsay Back was ready to answer the call. She's 4 green, dead 4, 8 total. Again, left lane slaughter going on here. I don't know what's going to happen next round. Everybody's going to pull into the left lane.
But all you can say on that one, Bubba Browning in our next pair, dialed in at 628 for the Chevrolet S10 on the left-hand side.
Tom Heath in the Deuces Wild Chevy 2 right lane dials up 641.
Double O's a pair. They are 10 thou combined, leading the starting line. 8 thousandths of a second, separating them up front. Bubba Browning has control, but gives the stripe back. Tom Heath going to be the winner. 9, dead 5, 14 total. As Browning had the better 001 reaction time, goes 2 above the dial in. Good enough for 7 thou behind. So the Chevy 2 Nova moving on. Manuel Solar up next on the left-hand side. The 88 Mustang dialed in at 645.
Jeremy Sims right side in his Chevy Camaro 69 vintage dials 6 flat. Red and white run sticker dragsters. Please bring your cars to staging, and obviously since the sun has gone down, we need taillights and headlights and anything else you got that we can see you in the dark. Turn that stuff on while you're running through staging lanes.
Yep, our lights are on, so your lights need to be on, so please have your tail lights on. Manuel Solar going to be the winner in this pair. Jerry Sims turns in a heartbreaker, 001 on the red side. So Solar, 642 with a 6 on a 645 dial in.
This is amazing, the run you are on, James. I think I have 3 wins out of, what, 17?
Something like that.
Holy cow. Lisa Hutchins maybe going to change things for me. Again, in that sporty-looking 02 Camaro, dialed 588.
Todd Burks in the Malibu from Kalamazoo over on the left-hand side. That Malibu dialed in at 642.
Both cars in and away they go. Reaction time advantage. No surprise in the left side. Todd Burks 28, dead 7. Lisa Hutchins locked out 66 on the tree, dead 7, 38 thou behind.
Next pair brings us Matt Brewer. Brewer on the left-hand side, driving that 78 Malibu. Dialing on the scoreboard, 586.
James Bunner Jr., right side, dialed 571 in his Camaro. He's out of Bushnell, Florida.
Double 07 the pair, James Bond left, James Bond right, down to the finish line. Double breakout, one light gonna go to James Bunner Jr.
Ha, take that. He breaks out 2 thou. Brewer breaks out 5 thou. Difference in breakout 3 thou. Difference in finish margin 3 thou, because they had identical 007 reaction times.
Brewer picked the wrong time to be 7, take 3. That gets you 90% of the win lights, but not when it's a double under, when the numbers are added up like that. Bunner moving on. Logan back. Coming up next on the left-hand side, 614 going to be dial in for the S10.
John Joyner in his Camaro, right side, dialed 541.
Identical again, 0-13 reaction times a pair for both drivers. Down to the finish line, we can hear the womp-womps. Logan back going to be the winner, 0-13 on the tree, 615 with a 0 on the 614 dial in. Joyner was 0-13 on the tree, 2 above 4 and 14 thou behind. Logan back going to be the winner in that pair.
Raphael Mamie coming out now, right side, dialed 610 in his 86 Malibu in his second entry.
Second entry over here as well for Jeff Gatlin, who's also down to 3 in the no box category. 616 going to be the dial in for Mr. Gatlin on the left-hand side.
And away they go, right lane in control, 001. Raphael Mamie turns it into a win, running 2/1, taking 54 at the stripe.
Jeff Gatlin, 057 on the tree, 1 above 9, shuts her down a little early. 616 and only 103 miles an hour, so looks like he gave it up at the stripe, but to no avail. Mimi moving on.
Do we need a final call for door cars, or did we do that? Or did that? Okay. We already called for extra red light.
So Dustin Long,
I know that.
coming up next on the left-hand side, 511 in the roadster that goes any way but straight.
62 and a 63 Corvette Roadster squaring off here. Separated by only 2 thou, the advantage going to Stillings, but he can't turn it into a win as he runs 1/7 to get 8 thou behind. Dustin Long weaving his way down the track, chalking up a victory, dead 7.
Dave Connolly back up with his second entry, 567 going to be the dial in for him in the wagon on the left-hand side.
Rick Schaefer with his second entry in the Roadster, dials up 539, both in, and away we go.
2/1000 of a second separates them up front. Slides advantage, Schaefer. Win light, Schaefer, 011 on the tree, 543 with a 7 on the 539 dial in. Connolly was 013 on the tree, goes 566 with a 9, dialed 567, gets there 43 thou. Needed to take 42 or less. That would have gotten him the win light, so Connolly taking a little too much at the finish line. Done for the evening in that entry.
Stevie Dustin up next in the right-hand lane. In the InMotion Solutions Nova, dialed 617.
Bill Groton over on the left-hand side, has 66 GTO. That's an awful lot of GTO to be dialed in at 597, but he does it with care. How about dead 0 for Mr. Bill Groton?
He gets a break as Stevie goes 6 red to Groton's 71 green. Cameron Fredrickson swapping lanes in the wheelie wagon, coming out now, dialed 605 on the right side.
Tom Heath over on the left-hand side, dialed in at 655.
Copy that, lane 3 and 4 are clear.
And Joe, since the wagon is over on this side, I haven't heard yet if you want to put $1 on the best wheelie for this for this pair.
I would like to, but I feel like I've jinxed everybody that's been in the right lane this round.
I like the LED tail lights on Cameron Fredrickson's. Whenever he hits the brake pedal, it looks kind of like Kit with the strobe flashing back and forth.
I was going to say, best tail lights in drag racing on the rear of the wheelie wagon.
Nice wheelie, but that don't give you reaction times, though. Advantage off the start line. Going to go to Tom Heath. Winlight, however, going to go to Fredrickson.
Cameron Fredrickson puts it dead 6 with his 25 light, 31 total, as Tom Heath tries to regulate and breaks out 8 thou to hand the win over to Cameron Fredrickson.
David Braskett running the high gear Opel. 1974 vintage. Over on the left-hand side, he is dialed in at 6:14.
Final door car in the water box.